Are they also
How are you
equally
then,
evidence
man?
for God? Like, because at
It's
that
just
point, it's just
symmetrical.
ridiculous, right?
We
I
are
mean, if
operators
you
of
just
God.
claim like, the evidence for God is just because we exist and there's no like inferential bridge, why can't I do the same thing? Like, I'll just ask for the symmetry breaker.
Yeah, true. PMARS debunks God. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can
PMARS
I
debunks
ask a
God's
question
name.
real quick? Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
But you're not gonna respond to my evidence against God?
Thanks, bud.
Okay. How do the fetus have to know that they have the mother outside of them?
The fetus can't think. It doesn't have a degree of intellect to that point.
Okay. So if you have a point, to communicate with the fetus and make the fetus to understand that, okay, you have a mother that is outside of you, do you
There is no
think the
point.
fetus?
There is no point.
What
A
the
fetus, a fetus is something that's inside of a womb, correct? Like an unborn child that is like is still in
Right.
development. How do you think you can communicate with that thing?
Good. That's how we are to the universe, because we are within the universe and our mind cannot
What?
comprehend.
No, hang on. So,
What the fuck? You
so
can't wait.
Jamil,
Let me talk then, bro.
Bro, what?
Yeah. So we are just like a fetus to the universe, because we cannot comprehend what the universe is.
Do you
That's
just
not
know
true.
like shitty Christian apologetic quotes that they use, and they think it's like very deep?
Because we do not know what is outside of the universe. So we are just like
Why
a fetus.
presume
therefore
that?
God
Why
exists.
presume there is an outside of the
Yeah,
universe?
you're kind of begging the question here, man.
No, because this is why I'm trying to be real with you.
what
Because
you're
you're
actually
trying to
fucking
be
talking
like
about.
Yeah, but you're begging the question on your own view. So you're already coming with the assumption that there is an outside of the universe. Why would I think that?
I'm just trying to be realistic. Number one,
Why
the
is that
fetus
realistic?
Bro.
Good. 1 second.
You're
The-
just
the fetus
asserting it. I'm asking you, like, why?
The fetus was born without their belief. The fetus was born without their believing that even they have a mother or not. So it is not your belief will make the universe to operate in your system of belief. So the fetus have nothing to do like, okay, I believe I have a mother before I would be born. No. Your belief had nothing to do with God.
Honestly, I don't even know what the point of this is, bro. Like, what the fuck? This
Yeah,
is
a
just
fetus could be
confusing.
ignorant on what's outside of the womb, but like we could be ignorant of if there even is, like, I don't even grant it, but even if there is like an outside of the universe, we could be ignorant on what's out there. But this doesn't establish like a god. It could be some sort of spaghetti dinosaur dragon that, eats Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know.
What if there's just nothing?
Yeah, because you are ignorant to that, this is why you are assuming, because you don't know what it is.
Yeah,
Well, you're
but you don't know
presuming
what
there's
it
a
is
something.
either.
And it could be anything, right? Why would you presume that it's your thing?
I don't even
No,
think
because
his
so
thing
we
is
trying-
possible, you know what I'm saying?
We're trying to be logical. We're trying to make sense right here. We're not just talking because we can talk. We're trying to make sense. I'm trying to give you some distinction that you can understand from the
Point is still
standpoint.
just trying to teach you, to be honest,
Yeah.
mate. Everyone else is on the
You
same
just sound like you're preaching, right? Like, I understand the God view, okay? I hear your assertions. I'm asking you to justify them, support them. Because we're asking for the evidence of God, right? You're just saying we exist. I know the claim about God is that he created everything.
No, I'm not
Right?
saying
That's
we
pretty
exist.
trivial.
We are the
I'm asking you
evidence.
to build that bridge.
We are the evidence. I'm not saying that because we exist, it's mean that there is God. We are evident. Like, for example, if you ask me, what's the evidence of a computer? I can tell you, okay, the string, the ball of the computer. So because we human beings are here, we are the evidence of God. So think about it.
That doesn't
Again,
make fucking sense.
You need to make that bridge. So look, let me just give you a counter hypothesis, right? Okay.
Right.
Aliens actually exist, and aliens are the things that explain humans and they explain the universe, basically. So what actually happened is there was an alien who like dropped his ray gun one day and started the black hole, and that was the Big Bang, and then boom, humans popped out. And then whenever people talk about miracles, that's just aliens coming down again. So can you disprove that hypothesis?
Oh, so why you
Yeah,
trying to
I can. Aliens don't exist.
why you trying to put human being and alien in the same category? Because what if alien is the one that created human? I don't think that a human being would be more logical than the alien.
What do you mean more? Who said anything about that? It's not necessary to be more logical anyway, right? God could literally be like the most stupid thing around, but he just has the power to make the universe.
Yeah, because I don't know the God you're talking about, because I think you're speaking from the religious God standpoint, right?
What is God? Yeah, that's a good question, right?
Good. That's how you have to understand something. Because if you want to have a conversation with somebody, you should know the person's standpoint first. Because I think you are speaking from the bunch of religions.
It was a bit more satirical than you think, right? God is obviously a creator. Trivially, I know that you're saying the evidence of God is going to be us, or basically anything else that exists, right?
Hold on.
I don't care about that assertion. That's just an assertion, right? I want you to build the bridge that makes that more likely than even just the alien hypothesis I gave you. Why would it be more likely for your God and not the alien thing that I just told you about?
You ask me the question, and at the same time you're trying to answer. You ask me what is God, and you don't give me the.
I told you it was satirical. It was satirical. I even explained why.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Did you hear the rest of my point?
I can tell you. Yeah, I can tell you, God is the intellectual property of everything that ever exists.
This is just getting nowhere. Honestly, you just keep repeating the same thing over and over again. Like,
no. I'm trying to give you the facts into that, but you're not trying
to. When you're saying it's a fact, and you're saying he is, and this is evidence, and this is evidence. I get that you think that. I'm asking you why.
When you're saying he, you are referring to the religion's God. When you're saying he, I'm not talking about he God. I'm not talking about he
literally.
God.
It could be a goat. I don't give a shit.
Jamal, I don't think you're like equipped to have this discussion right now.
No, you're trying to talk about a he God. Which God do you call he? No, I'm not talking about a God that have to be substantiated in
this guy is gonna be like the type of person that would say like, you spelled God with a lowercase g. Like, why would you do that? God's a common noun though.
Those types of people as well. It's like whenever you engage with them about something that don't make sense within their view, they just automatically redefine God as well. I fucking hate those conversations.
It's just like
because they don't have a real view. Like, but has anyone not spoken, or does anyone want to make a point?
It's a fucking warm night, lads.
It's been a blinded day, mate.
It's been fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, it's been blinding outside.
No, it's pissing down for me.
I'm wearing the fucking green, olive off-tone green summer suit. It's actually fucking great. It's working.
Yeah, man. Today was nice, man. It was a little less hot. Oh my god, Jamal is requesting back up again, man.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'll bring him back up if anyone wants to engage with him. Go on.
I'll engage with him. I want to talk to Jamil.
Sure, whoever wants to.
You there, buddy? You back?
Jamal, did you do some reading in the time that you were gone?
Hey, buddy.
Say that again?
I said, did you do some reading?
Did I do some reading?
Wait, I got like a genuine question. Have you ever read a book on like philosophy of religion?
Nope. Can you better explain that to me?
Philosophy? Okay, never mind.
I haven't read any book that have to do with.
Yeah, I know. I could tell. But like, Jamal, what do you think about my evidence against God, though? I think it's pretty good. Like, the fact that we all exist is evidence against God.
Yeah, it depends which God you're talking about. If you're speaking from a religious standpoint, I think you would be making sense.
I'm just talking about like a causally efficacious being that is responsible for the universe.
Hey, would you elaborate on that more, Fluxy?
Like, causally efficacious being that's responsible for the universe? Hello?
It just means a powerful being that brought in the universe about. That's literally what God is in all views, pretty much. I mean, unless you're talking about some sub kind of deity or something.
Yeah, those sort of ones aren't worth the time, though. And people say, like,
Yeah.
oh, God is just nature.
I mean, Jamal, go on, tell us what God is. You seem to know.
Okay, right. Okay, good. From my standpoint of understanding what God is, I can say what we consider to be the universe can be the womb of the being that we exist within it. Can be the womb of the being that we exist within it. So we cannot comprehend what is outside of this womb, just the same as the fetus cannot comprehend what is outside of their mother.
I asked you what God is. Now you're telling me it's incomprehensible, and now you're telling me the religious view is wrong. So you do have a comprehension, no? If you're saying the religious view is wrong, but your one is correct, yet you're saying you can't comprehend it, what are you even talking about?
No, I'm saying the religious view is political. The religious view is political.
It's not.
I'm not saying it's wrong.
That's a total straw man. I'm an atheist, but that's a complete straw man. Like, obviously religion like spills into politics, but like to say it's political, that's just a straw man.
Okay.
That's a straw. That's not the actual position of people who do believe in like the gods of religion. Essentially, you don't even have a concept of God, do you? You just have an analogy that just says there's possibly an outside of the universe.
No. I cannot say that God is outside of the universe. I'm saying that the universe is the womb of a being that we exist within it, that we cannot see beyond what it is. Just the same as a fetus cannot see outside of their mother and comprehend what it is.
So we live inside of God.
Exactly. We are a being that is
What, we're like a bacteria on like God's body, or like
everything. We are just an information that is existing in the intellectual property that is functioning God's command.
why? Why would you think that?
Because that's the same. That's what in
Hey, I got a question for you, Jamal. Do you think like the universe was created?
No. Creation have to have particles that you take from somewhere different, put it together, and then boom, make a something. The universe exists. It wasn't created.
Okay, so you think the universe has always existed?
Yeah, the universe is always in existence.
And when the universe was like a small singularity, was that God as a fetus or something like that?
Bro, our brain is limited to what we can comprehend within the universe. The universe is far away.
Let me ask
Is
you a
this
question.
not like a mysterious ways fallacy?
Is this thing God? Here, is that God?
What?
Is that God?
It's the property.
Is
It's
it
just
God?
a property. Nah, it can't be.
It's a property. Flux, you got mad background noise, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean it's a property? How can an object be a property?
Okay, when I say the property is in the standpoint like this thing is made of from the universe because it never comes from somewhere different outside of itself. So it is the property of the universe. It's a particle that you can find within the universe.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I'm trying to see where we get to God, because you're saying God never created anything, right? You're saying we just exist inside of God somehow, but yet this thing is not God, and I'm not God, but we're evidence of God somehow. Like I don't get your point, honestly.
Actually, probably if you're trying to like, if you really sit and then understand what I'm saying, I think you will see more logic into it. But if
I'm trying. Like it seems like 1 minute you start to be onto something, and then you start saying something else, and I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
What I'm saying, what we human beings know to be the universe can be the womb of a God that we exist within. It just the same as the fetus exists within their mother, that they cannot know anything outside of their mother until they are born. That's the only way we can escape this universe, through what we know to be death. Because people escape this universe through death. That's the only way you can understand what is outside of this world.
Why wouldn't you think it's more likely that it's like a simulation or something else, though, rather than a God?
Yeah, this is why everything.
Because you don't know what God is, do you?
That's how everything will be assumption, because you cannot remain into this point and understand what is outside of this universe. You will just assume, but you can't get it. That's the same as the baby.
There wouldn't be any like outside of this universe. There's just one fundamental thing, right? There's just God that exists.
Yeah. Okay. From the fetus standpoint, you can understand that life has dimension, because we as human beings, we start with the process of not being a property before we get to being property, and we get into physical existence as a human being to interact with one another. So think about it. A liquid turns to baby, and a baby turns to a human being, and a human being begins to reproduce itself. So it's miraculous that you can sit and think about it as a human being. You would know that there's a big something that you cannot comprehend physically.
Well, why would I presume that it's a God, though? This is my point. I can agree with you, right? There's possible there's things I don't know. It's possible that there's an outside of the universe, right? But why would I presume that that thing is God? I'm asking you for like evidence, right? When I say evidence, I'm saying when you believe in a God, give me reason that raises the likelihood to think that God actually exists, right? All right now you're saying to me is that like, oh, it's possible that this X, Y, Z thing, but none of these things are even necessarily leading to a God, are they?
Yeah, okay. We as a human being, what we refer to as God, I think it can be the eternal life that is above our comprehend. Because the name God, I don't think is something to say, okay, there's somebody sitting somewhere that we can refer to as God, because God is just what human beings use.
Why not?
Why not? Let me finish. The name God, human being, from my standpoint, from my opinion, the name God is only used to express life being in a higher extent that is above human comprehend.
Yeah, but why are the religions wrong, though?
Yeah, because I told you, religions is it's just a theory that people use to like govern themselves in a political aspect.
Yeah, but they also have like basically the same belief as you, right? They're just actually trying to describe what they believe is true, whereas you're not saying anything.
Yeah, that's how I make it to be hypothetical and political, because like, for example,
this has nothing to do with politics.
1 second.
Nothing at all.
No, because it's all about convincing people to be part of.
Listen, I'll tell you why it's irrelevant. Even if God was real, then it would still be involved in politics. Doesn't matter.
No. If you look at the concept of God,
of course it would.
Now, when you look at the concept of God, the biggest enemies of God, I think, would be the politician, because these are the people who totally against the will of life. They try to like make their own system of life that everybody should follow, that they will benefit. So if you look at the concept of God, the biggest people that God is against, I think, the politician, because they go against every rules of life.
Yeah, but you're just presuming that you have the truth, but you don't. Because as soon as I ask you, cool, substantiate what you're saying, then you can't.
I'm trying to substantiate it in my
Okay, let's begin. What's God?
God is
Is
the
he powerful?
God is the intellectual property of every existence.
Intellectual property.
Yeah, of our existence.
I don't know what you mean by intellectual property there.
When I say intellectual
Like
property,
God like owns us as like intellectual property, like
yeah, when I say the intellectual property, it seems to be like we as a human being, we are the product of a God, of a being that is bigger than our comprehension. So that becomes our the intellectual property of our existence. Think about it.
yeah, I mean, sure, like if God exists, then he created us, but I don't know why you're saying like intellectual property and all these
This is
different
where
things.
people. This is
The
human
problem
being
is you're
worship.
just rambling, right? I'm asking you clear questions, like what is
It is.
God, right? I'm saying to
It's,
you, he's all powerful, yeah? Does he know stuff?
no, it's religious people try to make people to understand that human being was
Answer my
created.
question.
Now,
Answer my question.
what you said.
Does he know things?
Now, when you try to put God in a gender position, I think that's political God. When you're trying to say he, it's mean that political God, that religious
Does
people.
God know things?
Yep, I can say there is nothing that you can do that is outside of your intellectual property. So our intellectual property know everything about before we do anything. There's nothing you can do with our life. So think about it. So life knows everything about your movement. And before you do anything, with our life, you cannot do anything.
Jamal, what the fuck are you talking about? Truly, what
Literally,
the
bro.
actual
This is just hell. Like honestly, like I swear to God, I'm in hell already, bro. This is fucked.
write what you're saying on paper and read it back to yourself, and then ask yourself the question: does this actually make any fucking sense? Because I can tell you right now, it doesn't. What you're saying
Can you do
doesn't make any
anything with our
fucking
life?
sense.
Can you do anything with our
But
life?
listen, let me throw you a bone, okay? I'll actually be generous. I don't even know why, but
Inability to think and engage.
the most coherent thing that you said, right, is that we exist inside of God in some way, but you could not deliver that point at all when I pushed you on it. But you could have, but that's the closest a bone I'll throw you.
Yeah, okay. Dude, I'm not just looking for flaws in my explanation, but I'm just trying to make sense in my own brain capacity, no matter how any other person would think about it. But
But you're
my
not you're
own,
not explaining anything though. You're essentially just saying stuff is possible. Like I haven't really thought about that. I'm an atheist. Do you think I haven't sat there and thought, oh yeah, God wouldn't be a person and all these different things? You think I haven't thought about that? You think I haven't thought whether there's like possibly an outside of the universe? I've never thought about these ideas. I have these conversations every single day with various different people that believe in all different types of gods, right? You don't have an actual explanatory account. And this is why I said to you, at least religion, they can give an account. And then we can discuss it. But with you, it's just some incoherent ramble of just possibilities.
you're just saying like I'm around because you want me to go with a religion standpoint, making God to be like
No.
a monster sitting somewhere.
I'm just telling you, give me an explanatory account of what God actually is. Because I'm asking you for evidence for God. You're just saying we exist and it's possible that there's an outside of the universe or that we exist inside of God. I'm saying bridge that. Make me believe that.
God is energy, right?
Is that your claim?
Yeah.
What do you think energy is?
Energies are a composition of whatever. It could be whatever type of energy. There's so much. It could be multiple energies at once.
Like a gas, for an example?
Who's to say? It could be anything, multiple things.
So like a fart could be God.
What is a fart when it comes to it?
Yeah, it produces methane gas, right?
You made that claim. It's possible, right?
Yeah. So God could be a fart. Yeah.
Is it a form of energy though?
Yeah.
Okay. So is he
that your
gender
view?
based? Is he gender based or not then?
Well, no, he's a fart as far as we can determine. He's stinky. Like he doesn't smell very good.
I mean, you
What do you
can
want me
make
to
that
say?
statement
Like,
if you want, if that's what makes you feel comfortable. What would be your idea of God?
my idea of God, I don't believe in a God. But God would just be something that created the universe with intentions.
A thought.
I don't know what that looks like, but
So he would just be a conscience.
yeah, some type of agent, so something with intentionality to create the universe.
So not a physical body.
Maybe it could be. I would assume in most views they would say no. They would say he's like metaphysical and immaterial and stuff like that. But
Well, he is his own state of matter, right? There's different states, right? So he is his own being. But the being of, or form that we're giving him is from our own thought, from what we see in the unknown universe, relating to a human being or an animal or an insect. But he's none of those things.
You could view God like that if you want. Like I'm still trying to work out what you think God is, because I agree with you that energy exists, right? But I don't know how you're saying like energy is God.
I don't know what type of energy, but he is some type of energy.
He is some type of energy.
Well, surrounding light. When he refers to himself, he says regarding light. So, and light is a form of energy.
Yeah, sure. Like, so God is like a flashlight or something? A star?
I didn't say he was encased in something.
Photon?
He's free flowing. I mean, there is
flowing.
traces of free light.
So how does light instantiate matter, and how does light have like intentional states? Because I believe in light, obviously. Like I believe in matter and energy and all of these different things, but I don't think that they're God.
You want to project an image on him, right? You want to have like a.
I want an
silhouette of him.
explanation.
I think you're trying to imagine more so than a description of him.
No, I just want an explanation as to why you'd call this thing God. Because like
Then
I
you
say,
would've
I
been-
agree those things exist, but I'm not calling them God, because God to me is an agent that has intentional states. Like he chooses to do things, like create the universe.
Well, yeah. So God, it could be. You want a physical identity to him rather than just him being whatever
Yeah,
he is.
I
in
want
existence.
some way to identify, yeah. Otherwise, how
Well,
do we know God
already said
exists?
light, but then you try to encase it and reimagine it and fixate it into some type of like composition that he's some type of material.
Well, it's
He has
fine.
to be a
If you want to say God is
That's what's-
light and there's no other attributes and literally they're identical, then yeah, sure, that's fine. You're just an atheist who uses the word God for light.
I wouldn't say just any typical light, divine light. He's his own type of
Now
matter.
you're adding things. What do
Not
you mean
necessarily.
divine?
Divine meaning it's indestructible, it's immortal, it's eternal. You can't inflict anything upon it. You can't go near it. You can't touch it. It's violent if you approach without his permission. It could basically make it disintegrate.
All these things are true for light. Is that what you're saying?
Isn't it? Well, to an extent, right?
No,
If we look at the
I
star,
mean-
if we look at
I mean,
a
yeah,
star,
a
whatever,
very high level, yeah, sure. Like a fucking laser beam would probably like hurt you, sure, but like, I mean, like we could get a flashlight, you know what I mean, and just shine it on my hand, and it's not harmful or anything like that. It doesn't have like some extreme power to it, does it?
well, something similar to sun rays, right?
Similar to sun rays?
Yeah, under a magnifying glass, whatever, you get sunburn, skin burn, whatever, right?
So you think
Forest
God
fires.
is? So you think God is giving us cancer?
When did I say that?
Well, skin
I'm
cancer.
not saying he's
right?
the sun. I'm not saying God is the literal sun.
Well, you said like sun rays and stuff.
He gave examples of his light, but those are like artificial compared
Oh,
to him.
so you're saying God is light, but he's this special type of light that like
His own, yeah, I already told you, he's divine.
yeah. Again, why would I believe this? Where's the evidence of this?
I don't know, maybe the God particle. I don't know.
The God particle? I mean, Flobby probably knows more about that than me, but I know very little. As far as I'm aware, it's just kind of like a label that they attach to. I don't think it's to do with anything divine by any extent.
You mean like you want to know if there was like
Hey,
physical evidence to this claim, right? Like light or this presence existing outside the universe, right?
Yeah, if you want to make some type of argument like that. I know very little about physics and stuff like that, but Flobby knows a decent amount.
Well, Stephen Hawking
something
said
you want
when
to
he
say
made a
about it,
case.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Stephen Hawking said he made a case
usually
where,
people
where light
reference
entered through a black hole,
the
right?
Higgs boson as being the God particle, which is just a mischaracterization of the scientific
one second.
understanding of what the Higgs boson is.
Then how did light,
Cool about light.
escape a dark hole or a black hole?
What's that?
How did light come out of a black hole if everything goes inside of a black hole,
It
right?
doesn't go out of a black hole. That's the point.
Stephen
right?
Hawking made this claim before he died. He said he saw light come out.
No, he didn't see light
But
come out.
he denied that it was God.
He
He
proposed
still
an
denied
idea.
it was God. Then he died in that
proposed-
following week
just
after
a-
he
just a
denied
second.
it was God.
Just so I can clarify to you what's going on here, he proposed a thing called Hawking radiation, which he never observed. It's a consequence of him trying to use information theory and correlate and making that comparison to entropy and showing that if entropy always increases, then we can't lose any information within the universe. And so he proposed this idea of Hawking radiation, which hasn't been detected. So you referencing
No, he
this.
said he witnessed it. He said he saw it.
Yeah, well, that's just you not understanding what the physics is and looking
No,
at the
there's a
actual,
difference between
actual
a theory-
understanding of this. Sorry.
You're talking about he wrote a report or an article.
Yeah,
about
he didn't observe this. You are lying if you are saying that.
He
And
said
you-
he said it
you-
went. Well, that same week when I told him that light could come through
He
whatever dark
he
hole,
derived it.
he
So-
he witnessed it the same week I told him that, and that was
Dude,
on a personal.
You
that was on a
continuing to
personal
say
level.
that he witnessed it is just incorrect.
That's
You're
why
making
he
shit up.
followed up by saying it doesn't matter and it doesn't mean that it was God. But then he passed away when he said that. So what
But
is the coincidence?
you're
of that?
claiming that you're claiming something that hasn't been observed, and you're sitting here repeating it.
No, I
and we
spoke
know
to
that
Stephen
you're just
Hawking and
making
told him
shit up.
light can come out the dark hole. He denied it, and then he saw it, and then he said it's not God. It
You
doesn't
can't
mean
be
it's
this
God.
dumb. I'm sorry. Do you want to take this, Kaymizz? Because this is just brain rot, and I can't be bothered doing this.
No, it's just because it's frustrating you because it occurred.
No, it's annoying.
Say
No, I mean,
because you can say that now.
honestly,
because he
wait.
passed away.
The
And then he
problem
made
is,
a
right?
report about it.
You're arguing from
It's
a
just-
point of incredulity right now. Like Flobby is an actual like physicist. He does know about this field in particularly well.
So
like,
when stuff
obviously,
is going into a dark hole,
academically,
what is
for
being
you to kind
produced
of
right
like
now?
make these claims and be ignorant about it? Like I think is very disingenuous of you. You should be more open to learning from those who do have knowledge within these fields, right? You do want to know truth, don't you?
Ask a question real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, like for example, since you was born as a baby, if you was taken to the forest that you haven't seen any of your parents and you haven't seen anybody, will you have the understanding that you was born by a human being like you, or absolutely not?
So if I was in the forest essentially, and did I know that I was born from a human or no?
Yeah, that's my question.
How would I act? I don't know. That's a hard question to answer. Like, I suppose if someone didn't, I suppose if there was like some feral child, then I guess they would be more like animalistic, I suppose.
No, absolutely nothing. Maybe probably you live with an animal for maybe half of your life. Will you know that you have a mother or a father?
And what, then you go into the wild? Yeah, you're going to still like act like a human, of course.
You
Like,
probably have lack of sympathy or empathy.
Okay, well, 1 second. I think now we are on the standpoint, because if you not knowing that okay, you have a mother and your father, that does not erase your mother and your father being existing. Because you don't know, that does not erase it. So that's the same as we human beings, because you feel that no one has seen God or you haven't seen God. That means that there is no God. That's your country.
No, that's not my claim. No, that's not my claim. I don't expect to see God. I don't expect to find scientific evidence of God necessarily. I don't expect those things in particular, right? What I expect, okay, is some type of argument that leads me to the conclusion that God exists. Whether it's some type of data that God explains, or whether it's something that we can just derive philosophically.
Oh, okay. So in your own mind, like we human beings, we just pops out from anywhere, or everything just pops out from anywhere. It just exists, right?
I think stuff has always kind of existed. So I don't think anything has had like a true beginning, essentially. I think we just see things change, basically.
Either way, though,
What's up, Logic?
irrespective of the outcome of that, doesn't it get you to God?
The thing is with a lot of these God conclusions as well is they don't actually offer any explanation. Like, if you're comparing, like, I don't know, the Christian account of creation to, like, the CCC model or something like that, it's just ridiculous. Like, all they can really say to you is God just, like, spoke the word into existence, like, and then poof, the world is there. Like, it's such a terrible explanation.
Hey, what's up, Kaymizz?
Yeah, what's up, Rod? You've been waiting. Did you want to make a point or something, man? What's good?
Yeah, man. Just like 2 minutes, dude. I mean, I think the biggest thing is that, the question, the explanation, there isn't one, right? And so I think that even with religious people, it's that they've studied the book, right, or books, and then they claim to know God. When you look at the center of all the major religions, and even going back before the Bible, it says that God is a revelation or an experience. So that would mean that just because you read spiritual books, you read the whole Bible from word to word, doesn't mean that you actually know God. So the fact that you're explaining it, right? Someone that reads the Bible and says, I know God, God is this, God is this. That doesn't mean that you know, right? Because you go back to the shamans, right? The Native Americans, you go to the Egyptians, they all point to this. I'm not saying it's right, or debating whether what they believe is true or not, but what I'm saying is they all believe in this divine, this thing, this afterlife. Oh, we could astral project. We could do all these mystical things. So the thing is, reading a book is not mystical. So if all of that is true, when you put all the religions together, even before the Bible, they point to this mystical nature, this spiritual pathway. Not reading a book then makes you understand and know God, right? So it's like going to college for brain surgery, but you've never done brain surgery, right? A brain surgeon that's done it for 30 years is very different from somebody that just graduated. And the problem is, it's the ego that I graduated and I hold up my certificate and I say, I know how to do this, but you haven't done it yet. You're not there. And so, and one of the last things I want to say is that once again, at the center of all major religions, like I said, Egyptians, even in the Egyptians, it says you cannot see the divine or even participate in the experience when you still have ego. So for someone to claim that they know God, even the act of claiming that they know God and trying to tell you about it shows that they still have an ego, because you wouldn't even want to participate in a debate.
Actually, that's
You would
not
actually,
true, because I felt the Holy Spirit of Jesus, and I'm trying to save people by letting them know what I feel.
Right. So in the Bible,
but wait, Rob,
God,
1 second. You're still kind of presupposing your type of like internal view of like you have to like have no ego and kind of like God is this fully like unknowable thing. That doesn't defeat the idea that possibly Christianity, for an example, could be true and these people could have the truth. I don't think your average Christian is going to claim, yeah, I know everything about God, like factually. They're just saying, look, this is the explanation that makes the most sense to me, and they provide the reasons why. But I understand your point about like, look, there's some type of running theme, so to speak, with religion of like, I don't know, some type of higher power or spiritual enlightenment, however you want to cash it out. But I think a lot of these things can just be explained through
Nobody had an
psychology
epiphany to do
and things like
surgery.
anthropology as well.
And what I'm saying is that even in Buddhism, right? They all talk about. We're talking in the context of this whole, God is real, right? We're talking in that context, right? So because I'm trying to what I'm trying to say is I'm actually not here to debate you. I'm here to debate anyone that thinks that they actually know God by actually reading a book or any books.
I know God.
Because, like I said, hey, that's great, man, and maybe you actually do.
I met God,
but I can't know that because you're not my experience. See what I mean? Like you can't.
So you're saying it's personal for me?
100%. That's what.
Wait, how do you know that you're not like schizophrenic? When you say you've met God,
because of the spiritual, it's outer body.
Yeah, how do you know that's not?
And then
like,
I experienced the universe. I was all flying, taking flight. I felt the cold. I went through galaxies, whatever phenomena.
Sounds a lot like
through a portal, whatever you want to call it. And I met God.
Sounds like hallucinations. Yeah.
No, I was in my sleep. I was sleeping. I wasn't on no drugs, no nothing. I was in my sleep.
Listen. Whatever your experience, your perception, dude. Listen. Whatever it was to your experience, it doesn't matter. I'm telling, dude. Listen. The way it sounds to me, and clearly to Kaymizz and to other people, is this falls in line with the other descriptions of other people's hallucinations, which are similar.
You can't hallucinate when you're sleeping.
Yes,
that is what dreaming is. That is what dreaming actually is.
Epiphany, right?
Yes.
I had a dream that I was.
Nope, that's
I woke up and I knew how to do brain surgery without saying it took trial and error.
No one has ever done that.
It took trial and error.
Is, right?
It took someone that didn't know what to do to know what to do.
Wave, just relax, right? We grant that you have an experience. Yeah, we're not saying nothing happened to you. Okay, I can grant that. Con is also granting that you had something happen to you. We're just saying to you that you're wrong and you have no way to establish that as true. You don't do. You're just kind of like asserting that because you experienced it.
Not necessarily. I have video proofs of it. Interactions with God.
Yeah, sure. Show me some proof.
Weather phenomena, whatever.
Yeah, show me proof of your interactions with
animals,
God,
wild animals, whatever. Without even having whatever I ask for, it will come to fruition.
Go on, ask God to come to this live.
That's on request. It's by His will.
So God is not going to do anything you ask.
For instance, I didn't see a blue jay for a while, so gosh, bring a blue jay. Blue jay comes the next day. Is that coincidence or is that by God?
Yeah, I would say that's a coincidence.
Probability.
I would say that you're
following that, I say, God, I've never seen a pelican. A pelican comes, and pelicans, there's no lake, no nothing in my area, and it's in a tree. And
demonstrate that every single
and then I got video footage of it. So what made the pelican come?
I would say it's a coincidence if it happens once. If that happened consistently, then I would say, we're leaning more towards probably maybe a God.
I never seen two hawks. Two hawks came, and I have video footage.
Sure.
I never seen a woodpecker. Came.
None of these things. Yeah, but you do realize none of these things.
I have video footage of them. So now there's four coincidences. Listen to what I'm telling you, brother. Listen. You're cutting me off. When I let you guys talk, I let you talk. Now I got video evidences.
That's really, really great. But none of these things are supernatural. That's my point.
It's from a request from prayer through asking God.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I could say something like, if I see a red car outside tomorrow, then God exists. Right?
Manifest it then. You show it then. The next day, next week, you do it. Anybody. That's a 8 billion challenge to 8 billion people.
I think God's on the panel right now.
You realize you've not said anything yet.
I think so too.
So now you're gonna get mad because of the proof and evidence, and I have video recording of it. Now it pisses you off.
Well, you have a video of a fucking bird, bro.
That I requested. That I requested to see because I never went outside that to go out of my way to go find them.
So your video
and then they appear.
Include your request.
And then they appear in my backyard, and that pisses you off.
How magical! A bird
pisses you off, no?
Somehow
Birds that are not
found its
common.
way.
They're not common here.
Wow.
Pelican's not common in my area. Right. You could get mad all you want. You could make a joke about it.
It's just a fucking coincidence.
You could be ignorant. It's not a coincidence if it happened multiple times.
But why do you have to defend?
It's similar to them what requested of Solomon and the prophets or whatever. I know you can be ignorant and mad all you want. You can be aggressive as much as you want.
But if everything you
try
said
to coordinate
is true,
and then redirect your whole intention, try to make someone look like that.
But-
And psychosis.
See no
and all that.
evidence
You
here.
can try to do that.
I just
You
see
can
you're
try
an
that.
avid
You
birder.
can try that. I know you're in your
doing that
emotions too. I
yourself.
can see it on your face. You're punching your face.
Bro, you just
You're
came on
pushing
in
your
life.
face. You're frustrated. You're flabbergasted. He's puffing. You're slapping your face.
I don't think anyone is. I think we're just all wondering, is God's followers all
I
avid
think I'm
birders?
slapping my
'Cause
face, buddy. I think you're
You
confused with-
reference a lot of birds here. Like,
This
can God
gesture is
not
me
produce anything but
resting my
birds?
head.
Okay, if I'm requesting for specific species and they pop up, you know that pisses you off. That's not my problem.
Why
That's not my problem.
would you
If I
say
requested
birds?
something and I see it and it ends up
Dude,
being
you
on video
manifest
proof,
that.
who's to deny
The
that?
mind is powerful to manifest anything.
Why would I record it then? It makes no sense.
Maybe you're
I
wrong.
agree. It doesn't make any sense.
Powerful to manifest anything, bro.
I'm not recording birds every damn day. Like what?
Your mind is powerful.
There's a cardinal that comes
hope
every day.
not.
That thing disappears for 6 months and then it comes back after every 7 months, chirping the same
That
stuff. I
means
never
your
fed
mind
it in
is
my life. I
powerful.
never reinforced it
What's a
in
bird?
any type of way. And I got video
That's
footage.
just- your mind is
Just look at the
powerful.
trees in a different.
You could interact with
Disguise.
species, correct? You could interact with them, right? You could understand them, communicate. You could get
Are you
Dude,
you could
like
get
a
prophetic
bird?
what's up
energy.
with you?
You could get prophetic
Super
energy and you could
Birdman.
communicate. Okay, so like I said, I told people that animals will come to them.
Like Dr. Doolittle?
None of this. Hang on, look, wait. The problem is none of this is supernatural. Okay, if you could really like go through and prove this to me, let's try and do this now. How about that?
Okay, go through my videos. Go through my videos and you'll see.
No. Why don't we try and do this now?
Okay, so here's an instance.
Why don't you try and contact God now and
there's
bring
going to be a
some proof
bunch of
to us?
meteorites and asteroids in the next year before the year occurred. And now
If you
they're
stick your
occurring, right?
camera on and like, let's all pray.
Okay, so
for
what's your
flippings.
denial of that? I got video proof of that on my
Well,
page.
you're saying that God exists because there's
Because these
asteroids
phenomena
and meteorites.
they manifest. Are you trying to say it's my brain that's manifesting it? Is it the power of the brain?
No.
It didn't
you're-
make me rich
I'm
when I
saying you
manifested
evolved.
money.
No, I'm saying you evolved to be a pattern recognition seeking creature. It doesn't mean that you're tracking truth.
Oh,
It just
really?
means
So
that
then,
you're
so
tracking
when a
things that
meteorite
help
comes
you survive
okay, so when a
and bring
meteorite comes
benefits to
crashing
you
down in front of me.
psychologically.
Okay, so when a meteorite comes crashing in before me, right, in my lifetime, would I
I've never
request
seen
it?
that. You've never seen
I
that.
did. I have a video recording. I have a footage of it. I requested it, and
Yeah.
a green flare came right in front of my house. And by
Yeah, to be
coincidence,
fair-
the exact
to be fair,
moment I
it's
looked outside my
entirely
window,
possible.
I said, "I never seen a green-tailed meteor. Let me see it. It came."
Yeah, I mean,
What are you
I've
going to
seen
say to that
cubes.
now? Okay,
They're
what are you
called
going to say to
cubes.
that though? If are you going to put your head in the dirt, or what are you going to do? Believe in God? What are you going to do? Or be ignorant?
If you,
I'm just
if
gonna
you
say
just
that's
see
not
it,
If I
true.
got footage of it, I got footage of it.
yeah,
go
I've
on.
seen.
Let's see the
I saw them
footage.
fly overhead.
All right.
It's not.
Okay,
it's
go on my
not,
page. It's on my page.
It's not anything.
I can't go on your page right now,
Or
by the way.
supernatural.
So how am I going to send it to you?
You can show it right now. Look, hang on, wait. Turn
Are you
on the
listening
camera.
in the word? I mean, I've seen.
Okay, if I turn on my camera, how would I do it?
Show me the video.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to scroll through it. Hold on.
Anyway, so yeah, a couple of years ago, I was on holidays, lying in. I love looking at the stars, so I was lying in hot tub, and they call them tubers, where you basically see the burning kind of it's like a tube of flame across the sky, and whilst it didn't land before my feet, as this person seems to claim it did for them, which presumably they're a multi-millionaire if they've managed to get an actual space rock. But yeah, it's not entirely uncommon to see meteorites pass through the atmosphere at low altitude. It's an amazing, absolutely amazing thing to see. Nothing spiritual about it.
Yeah. The thing is, like, if he could produce this like over and over again, then maybe I'd be like a little bit more convinced. Like, but still, there's just so many rejections that you can put to this. Like, I mean, why would God give a shit about this guy? I mean,
well,
honestly,
maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe he is the bird whisperer, and he's got like some uncanny ability with birds. Come to me, pelicans. Feed me fish.
yeah, he might just be Dr. Dolittle for real.
Yeah.
He's definitely not going to find these videos as well, is he? He's going to search online or some bullshit like that.
It's been teacupped for too long. In a minute, he'll just crash out.
No, I got it.
Hey,
I'm gonna see how it works. Okay. Okay, where's it doesn't let me go to my videos. It's just showing effects and a live camera. That's it.
Go onto the green screen. When you go onto effects, go on green screen.
All right.
And then and then choose one of the green screens. And it should show you how to put up like a picture or something like that.
It's not a picture, it's a video.
Oh, what? Have you only got one phone?
Huh? Yeah, I'm using one phone at the moment.
You can't show it then. Yeah, you can't show it.
Okay, well, I have the footage.
Well, then, yeah, no.
I didn't say it landed on my feet. I said it crossed the sky. It was one green meteorite.
If you upload it to your profile,
it is on my profile. Okay, I'm gonna share it to you. Cool?
Yeah, cool.
But it's gonna take a meteorite for you to believe it. Outside of me telling you that birds came and all this other weird shit. Cardinal cons that have no control, no feeding, no reinforcement of these wild animals and creatures, and they manifest.
They manifest.
Okay, so but I don't have these powers. This is not me. This is something beyond myself. I'm not a god and I'm not a prophet.
I don't understand what you actually think you're claiming. So
I'm saying that it was something that I requested through God in prayer, and then they appear.
Why does God care about you then?
Why wouldn't he care? He cares about everyone. If they acknowledge
it. You know, like I don't know, in like Gaza or somewhere like that, there's probably like some Muslim child.
I can't speak for everyone. Everyone has their own.
Just thinking like, God, where are you? You know what I mean? They're praying like 5 times a day. They're saying, God, help me.
It depends on sincerity. It depends on sincerity. It depends on how.
Are you saying they're not sincere?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know what kind of lifestyle.
You think you're a stronger believer in God than like those people?
People have things hidden.
For an example, like Muslims in Gaza. You know what I mean?
It could also be something that's recompensing from the past. It's like similar to what happened to the Uyghurs and how they got wiped out by Genghis Khan.
So you're saying they deserve it when evil things happen?
There's something that will manifest to those people once. If someone brutalized people as a majority.
So when you see like a 1-year-old with like cancer, you think that baby deserves it because it done something.
I never said it deserves it. I'm not saying anything deserves it. If someone
done something wrong in the past life, right?
If someone was like, say example, like if I was a parent and I was making fun of someone in my teen years, making fun of someone's disability, and my child ends up becoming disabled, that would be because of me, right? So my punishment is that I receive something I like to that.
That's absolutely absurd.
How is that absurd? Yeah, if I'm making fun of someone else's circumstance and their child,
because it's direct like victim blaming, right? Like you're blaming someone. Blaming someone has like no actual hand, who's actually just like a victim to the circumstance.
So you deny karma?
Yeah, of course I do. I think that's victim.
I don't believe in karma myself, but because it's immediate. That's immediate.
You're gonna have to look at. You're gonna have to look at a 1-year-old and say, yeah, he deserves to die.
Well, that's technically what doctors do, right?
No, they don't. They try and save life at all.
They get a free donor. They get a free donor organ or a heart, whatever, for a transplant. They charge, but they don't have the money.
That's not their motivation, obviously. They're trying.
But
They're trying to save lives. You know what I mean? Like, to say they're not is this.
Not necessarily. If the money's not there, they're basically saying you can die.
Maybe where you're from, sure. Not where I'm from.
No, that's not where we're from. We have healthcare system unlike in America.
Yeah, I mean, like if doctors are money motivated out there and want to kill 1-year-olds, like, I don't really care. But I'm talking about you.
That's technically what they do, right?
I'm talking about you. I'm
not saying that
have to look at that 1-year-old. Yes, no, that's what entails.
There's consequences to what people say or do. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, consequences, right? Do you know there's not entailments or consequences to what you believe into? So when you say karma
there's a possibility
exists and it's a thing that explains like evil and stuff, you'd have to look at that 1-year-old and say, yeah, he deserves it.
So every action doesn't have a reaction.
Well, what about grape?
What about it? There's a consequence if you get caught.
Yeah,
right?
let's say like a child is raped. You think that child deserves it?
How's that implying that they deserved it?
Because you're saying in a past life they did something to deserve bad things to happen to them, right? It's karma, yeah?
Not particularly.
We mean in a past life,
it could be anybody in the family. It could be the parents, anything.
Oh
something
yeah, sure.
That they did.
Sure. So
something they
yeah, sure. Let's say that like
manipulation they caused.
Let's take your example earlier. Some parent back in high school, they mocked someone. They was like really rude to them or something like that. They bullied them, right? And they then have a young boy, and then that young boy is like brutally raped. Do you think that young boy deserved it because of what the parent did back in high school?
If the parent did that to somebody else, it could be his own.
That's not what I said.
If the parent did it, that result or circumstances apply to their child because they did it to someone else's child.
So grape for grape.
So they would have to feel the pain.
So every grape is justified. There's just an infinite
no, it's not
regress of grape.
justified. He would go through the same thing that whatever the other parent felt at that moment. He would feel the same thing.
So
he
if I
go through the same pain that he caused.
So let me ask you a question.
So how is that not fair?
Let me ask you a question.
Not justified or fair because of what his circumstances? If he didn't do it, then it would have not happened. Correct?
Let me ask you a question. If I graped you, would you grape me back?
What is the direct cause? You just feel like you wanted to do it.
I'm asking you because would you say that that's wrong? Would it be wrong for you to do that?
Of course it's wrong. It's illegal.
Okay.
It's a crime.
So, okay. So you're saying karma. So you're saying karma.
About law or crime.
So you're saying karma eye for eye isn't always just, right?
We're talking about that a consequence to what you did, which is punishment. So you would probably pay for it in the long run. If you stole from someone, you would probably see money gone and then start complaining, oh, my money's gone. Why is my money gone? Not realizing that you're a thief or a con, so you deserve to get conned. And you don't know how your money went, right? Do you deserve that or not?
I would argue that no one.
If you pay money illegally,
I would argue that like the problem is, right. I'm not adopting your view that this is even true. That like karma is this thing that kind of like passes on generationally. But even if it did, that's unjust. That's my whole fucking point. I don't know what you're not getting.
Really quickly, I just want to make one point. You said that you wouldn't grape someone because it's illegal.
That it's morally incorrect, obviously.
Well, you said illegal.
You wouldn't do it because it's
logically it's not
illegal.
correct. Am I imposing that it should occur or happen? No.
Do you think something's immoral if it's illegal?
If you're making fun of someone else's handicapped child that would want to see you in that situation, so you would understand and go and suffer through the same pain that you're causing, right?
Well, I was just asking you a separate thing.
Then I would say it was deserved because you needed to understand it. You needed to learn from it.
Okay, so what does someone do to get raped then, as a child? What does someone have to do to be raped as a child?
What do you mean? What does someone have to do? Why are you asking me that?
You're saying that things happen because of.
I'm saying
if you're fucking absurd claim.
The outcome of if someone was to grape, they will go to jail and they will get raped. They will go to a bunch of felons and they would deserve. Yeah, that's what happens. They did it to a child. They go to jail. They get the same ticket.
That's not always true, though. That's not always true. That's not justifying the original
always the case, buddy. If a person commits pedophilia, for example, and they go to jail, those people will off him. There's no chance he's gonna survive.
Yeah, okay.
You gotta
sure,
be out your mind.
but
They're gonna grape
hold
him and
hold
do
on.
everything
Just-
10 times
just
worse.
hold on, just to make sure.
It's jail.
Do you think that every single person who has ever
prison.
engaged in like inappropriate relations with a minor has went to jail?
What?
Do you think that every single person who has ever engaged with inappropriate relations with a minor has went to jail?
If they get caught. If they get
Okay.
caught, yeah.
Yeah. So that's not
Or
karma, is it?
reported.
Karma can't be
If they're
based
caught.
on you getting caught.
Based on caught, right?
Yeah, but it can't be based on that because karma is like a universal thing. It's
How
not
can
a
it not be
human thing.
based on that?
Okay, because how can you say
You're
I'm
brought
getting
to
karma?
justice, then the justice will handle it. The system will take care of it.
You was
Oh, the
talking about
system- okay,
generational.
listen,
Otherwise, you wouldn't be having
You
it.
was
no,
talking
no.
about generational shit. This all began because we was talking about like cancer and shit. Like
Yeah,
now
I'm
you're on
just
some
saying.
next fucking like anarchist. Karma.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you can't say that karma exists if all that you mean by karma is repercussion if caught, right? Because seemingly
So wait,
you could
so you're
have
saying if the
someone,
government
so
did
you could
something
have someone
inexplicable-
like the Zodiac killer, right? Who was never caught, as far as I'm aware. He has no repercussions. He has no karma.
Wasn't the Holocaust just justified in Gaza?
What? What are you talking
Wasn't the
about?
Holocaust justified in Gaza?
The Holocaust is a very specific thing. It's a specific
But it's
time
justified.
event.
It's justified.
No, why is it justified?
Yes, it
Hey,
is.
I see the issue.
Palestine's in the situation and circumstances.
When
Okay,
you
hold
say,
on.
look,
Okay,
firstly, when
wait,
you're
okay,
saying
hold on.
Holocaust,
Let's suppose.
Yo, bro, these people are
you're
so
referring
in
back to,
denial of
like,
their
the events
own
of, like,
claims.
World War II,
It is
right?
redundant.
Colloquially, at
It is
least.
ridiculous at this point,
Dog,
brother.
okay.
You're just arguing
Bro,
for the sake of
karma
arguing.
is real, but it's
just pay
not
attention.
physical.
You're arguing
The way
for the
that,
sake of arguing.
bro,
It's cool. You
the
can
way
just
that
pay
you think
attention for like
karma
1
is real is
second,
not
okay?
real in that way.
That's
'Cause
called
that's a
arrogance
physical
and
way.
ignorance.
Okay, cool. You can just pay
That's
attention
cool,
for 1
right?
second, dog.
Exactly. It's cool to be that.
Hold on, you can just pay attention for 1 second, dog. Okay?
I just
So,
want to clarify. You can't say that word on TikTok.
yeah,
They'll take your
don't
life down.
use
Say what?
that specific term.
You can't.
The
You
thing
can't. You
that
can't say.
the
You gotta
mass
say
unalive
HCOS, and you
of-
can't say. You gotta say
It's all
unalive.
good. Fuck it. It's all
I was
good.
on
Yeah,
one
okay,
unaware.
we don't
I
give
never-
a fuck. Okay,
I
sure.
never
So
knew
hold on. So
So now
just to
we're
make
denying
sure-
that reality.
hold on,
correct?
just are you gonna? Do I exist to you, or apparently not?
I don't know. I don't know where reality is anymore. Shit. I'm losing it at this point.
Yeah, Wave. No one knows what the fuck you're even rambling about.
Dog,
I know,
just stop fucking rambling
starting
and
to
pay
ignore
attention to the
legal
conversation.
terms.
Relax.
Legal
Dog,
terms.
pay
We're starting-
attention to the
Relax
fucking
and
conversation.
We're
relax.
starting to
Just
say they're
lock in.
explicit. We pretend when we want to be what's
What
a
are you
cuss word or
even
not.
saying?
Bro,
What are
okay,
you
stop
even
being
saying?
fucking slow
Lock
for
in,
1 second.
relax.
It's so not difficult,
Nah,
bro.
you just want to say whether you want to call shots and say what's profane or not, right?
Well, do you think that genocide is a bad
Genuinely,
thing?
what the fuck? How
I
do
know,
these
it's
people
when
even
you-
gravitate to my life? Like, I'm actually confused.
Like, what the?
Like,
the?
where did
Can
they
you
get
answer
this
what is
brain?
the argument?
No, hold
What
on,
the
hold
F
on.
am I
Stop,
going
everyone
through?
shut
I
the fuck
think
up. Hold on,
I'm
just shut up.
coordinating and
Can you answer the question? Is genocide bad? Just yes or no?
mad because you can't call the shots. That's what it really is.
I can't call the shots. Yo, I can't call the shots. Hold on, I can guarantee
That's
you
what's getting
won't.
you angry.
Hold on, I can
It's the
guarantee you won't say
manipulation
another
that
word on this live. You ready? 3,
It's
2,
just a-
1. Oh, no more words. It seems I do call the shots. You fucking pimp. I just pimped you out, bro.
We're being normal here, lads. We're being nice.
I'm being way too nice with these
Oh
people.
god, man, it's been silly, man. It's been difficult conversation after difficult convo. It's just been wild, man.
Bro,
To address
Kaymizz,
this guy,
conversation.
Jake, in chat. So you said that everyone who donates to a charity is evil. You gotta be the dumbest fucking like
Yo, that was a good shot.
dankest person I've ever met, bro.
I can give you a normal conversation. First of all, hi Flobby, hi Logicat. It's good to see you, Logicat. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well.
Hey, Giuseppe.
Shit, oh shit, you're following me? I didn't notice.
What's
My
good,
bad, bro.
Giuseppe?
I'll follow you.
Not much.
I have a question.
love the
Why don't
cat.
you guys believe in God, bro?
It's PFP, man. I always love
Oh.
seeing that cat.
Oh, I guess we're doing the God conversation. To be fair,
no,
to be fair though, hold on. To be fair though,
I wanted to get on the God
God
conversation. Okay, go ahead. Fine.
Yeah, my bad, bro. My bad. We'll do this rather quick. Well, what was your question?
Yeah, everybody wants to get on the God conversation. I think that's why everybody came.
Mr. Him, I know how incoherent you are. We'll get to you last, bro. Fuck me. I mean, I've had enough already.
Are we not doing him?
Oh shit! Let me bounce then, bro.
Let's hear from Giuseppe. Let's hear from
Okay,
Giuseppe.
go ahead, Giuseppe.
Yeah.
Okay, host, what's your account of change?
Change. What do you mean by my account of it?
How would you explain how things undergo change? How do things undergo like ontological change?
I suppose through like chemical reactions.
Yeah, but like more in a metaphysical sense. Like, how is it the case that a given object, what causes a given object to undergo change?
Wait, are you saying what change is, or what is the cause of change?
Yeah, like
kind of the same thing. So
I wouldn't say so.
I'll stick my neck out here and just say that I think that change is the reduction of potency to act.
I'm unsure of that. I think that has way too much baggage from what's required.
What's your account then?
I would say, so for properties of object A, if any of the properties undergo to any thing which is not reducible just to like the case of properties previous, then you say that there is change.
Okay. Sure.
I guess just finding change right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you do the act potency stuff, you're kind of reducing it, or you're adding on a bunch of baggage that you just don't require. I'm unsure why you have to put that on.
I think the baggage comes from, I can't remember the guy's name, but the issue is that if a change is affected in something without vertigo. Okay, thank you. If change is affected in, if one thing becomes another thing without some real interference, it becomes something coming from nothing. I can't remember whose critique this was.
I think this is this not like Heffler's argument or some shit like that?
It's not Heffler's. Okay. But if you imagine that like a rubber ball exists, and then a rubber ball becomes liquid rather than solid, it would be the case that a rubber ball realizes liquidity from nothing. That liquidity sources from nothing. Obviously, I'm an Aristotelian. I'm a Thomist, so I would say that in the rubber ball there exists a real potential for the rubber ball to become liquid, but that real potential only becomes actual when it is affected by another.
Yeah, I'm not inclined to believe that's necessarily the case. I mean, like, look, okay, so there are many ways you can go about this conversation, right? So you can go down like the necessitarian route, which would just reduce potency to nothing, right? So there's no such thing as potency. You have just merely existence or merely acts.
How does that follow though? Having
so what do you think potency is? 'Cause at least when you're talking about potency, right? I'd suppose you're talking about the ways in which something could be.
Well,
right?
it's more that if I had a thing that was a rubber ball, but it didn't have the potency to become a liquid.
No, hold on. I'm not asking about the analogy just so far. I'm asking you about something very specific, which is if you're talking about potency, you're talking about the way in which it could be, right? Like
I'm talking about something about the ontology. No, I'm talking about the ontology.
But you're just talking about the capability of that thing, no?
Yes, but I'm trying to impress upon you that.
No, that's all I'm talking about.
Can you not cut me off?
Well, I just don't think you're really answering. So
okay, bye.
Why
really? Are we fucking trolling? Really?
That guy is
you get brought the most basic critique ever. You want to fucking repeat about a ball analogy 7 times in a row? And when one guy's, by the way,
just help us chill, man.
I'm sorry, like that shit is so fucking cringe.
No, I can't lie. That's
I don't know why he left. I don't know why he left so quickly. I mean, that's an interesting question, though. To be fair, I mean, I'd probably just stick with the same answer. I would still just say like it's some type of chemical thing. I wouldn't be inclined to think that like every kind of atom or whatever has some type of potency for anything in it. So.
Yeah, I mean, but all that I'm just going to
say. It's like you know when Muslims say that they say like, oh, something cannot produce something that is bereft of a quality of, or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Is he still here watching the live? Why are you going to sit up here and watch the live?
I think the other thing is when you follow that chain all the way back as well, it's like God would kind of have all of these so-called potentials in actuality purely. And wouldn't that just be like contradictions? How could God be like liquid and solid and all of these different states of change and things like that? Like,
God is real because space. Giga chat, true. And think of that.
I think God is real.
Yeah, we're not doing tag. God, bro. Please. Anything but tag.
It didn't decrease the viewership last time.
Ah, yeah, that, because I was on someone else's live when other people have not heard of tag before. Everyone has heard of tag here.
None of them could beat me, though.
Okay, bro. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, Rasol, he dipped out the live, I suppose.
For me, it says he's still a viewer.
Yeah, he is.
What, Nika? You're not here for me? That's crazy.
Bro, Nika don't fucking know you.
Bro.
Yeah, God's real because space.
I'm about to go wipe out Britain, bro. Don't play with me. I can go to hell.
Don't make me come down to fucking. Don't make me come down to Chirac, bro.
Don't throw me and Kaymizz in the same sentence.
Bro, you're from Chirac. Don't play.
Absolutely fucking not. I don't know who told you.
You absolutely are from Chirac.
No, some bombastic foolery, bro. But that wasn't me.
No, you're from Chirac, dog. Don't play.
You said cosmology proves God though, sober.
Yeah.
Is it like the fine tuning argument, or are you arguing something else?
Pretty much.
Soul red. No,
Virgo, you should devil's advocate, bro. Take him on.
All right,
Yeah,
so by fine tuning, you mean like the universe is made in such like a specific way that there is no way that like a god can make it, or what?
By the way, this is going to be crazy because this is a double devil's advocate. Sober is an atheist, but yeah, God.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Whoa,
all right,
I'm agnostic. Don't slander my name.
Hey,
same shit.
More viruses on my laptop. Hey,
I mean, get off the sites, bro.
No, don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, well, if the universal constants are true, then it kind of follows.
Like which ones?
Sure, like if gravity is like has to be the case, right? That can kind of show that there's no other situation where gravity isn't the case.
Wait, I mean, so how does that follow that God exists because of that?
Yeah, if we can't exist without gravity, right? Like we can't exist without it. And if is so fine tuned to a sense, if it was stronger, and
we can't
like it
exist
has to
without
remain
gravity?
constant.
What do you mean by that?
Like it has to remain constant.
No, I'm saying like you can't exist without gravity. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, for like take our not necessarily our solar system. Well, yeah, take our solar system for example. If the sun had like less gravity to an extent, right? Not as major as some other solar systems, but to an extent, right? Our whole solar system would fly apart. Like nothing would be able to be.
Well, I think things are the way they are because of other such things like logic.
You think the gravity is the same within the universe because of logic?
Yeah.
Wow. How the hell does that follow?
Well, I mean, there's multitudes of things. So for one, when we're talking about like things like the fundamentals or the building blocks of reality, what we're going to be talking about is things like, identity, structure, space, time, etc. All these different concepts that make up what we are. So what we're talking about is gravity going to be gravity? I mean, that would have to be true because logic would follow, correct? The law of identity would be true in that statement.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that gravity is gravity.
Okay, so why does that have to be rooted in a God then? Why
because it's constant.
Something like
if
logic?
It wasn't constant, then we wouldn't.
Well, logic is constant.
Sure, it's grounded in God. Thank you.
Wait, hold on. So God is logic, is what you're saying?
He grounds everything eternal. Logic is eternal.
Okay, well, that would just be you presupposing that God would also transcend that and then also be, therefore, the creator. Can you
It's
prove
not
that?
presupposing. Logic
Well, yeah,
is
it's a
here, and it's
presupposition.
eternal. It always applied.
So you aren't presupposing that all things constant would indicate a God, correct? It's not your precept? All right, so how did you get to that point?
Because it's finely tuned.
Well, that in of itself is also a presupposition. That would also fall.
No, if it's a constant, by definition, it's finely tuned.
No, my point is that when you say something is constant, therefore that proves God, that's in a presupposition.
If it's constant and it can't vary, I think it's safe to
That would literally
assume
be anything
that there must be
constant.
something pulling the strings. I think
Wait,
it's safe
what?
to assume.
That'd be literally anything constant, yes.
Constant in the sense of the universal
that
constant, sure.
you're not necessarily proving a God, is my argument.
Well, what I'm saying is like...
you just keep saying, well, these things are finely tuned, there are constants, therefore there's God. I'm struggling to find out where the...
Yeah, it's a
line's
claim, right?
connected. Okay. A claim means nothing if there's no assertion with an argument there.
Yeah, we have constants. You're welcome. Fuck, dude.
Again,
dude,
how does
arguing for
that, Owen,
theism is actually fucking hard.
Silver, you're not understanding. That doesn't entail a God in your own argument.
Dude, arguing for theism is hard as fuck.
Fuck it ain't, bruh. No, the fuck it ain't, dog.
It's really not. But I'm struggling to understand.
Well, I chose like the hardest fucking one, to be fair.
Oh, you just chose the hardest one, but you chose the...
Fair.
Oh, you just chose the hardest one, but you chose the worst.
Fair.
Oh, you just chose the hardest one, but you chose the worst.
Fair.
Oh, you just chose the hardest one, but you chose the worst. 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 You chose the worst.
Or is not finely tuned. But if there's cosmological constants, right, that have to be the case, then you can argue fine tuning to a way better extent.
No, I think that's fair. I think people that like...
I don't
agree that
think
there are things constant,
in the like the pseudo debate, I guess I don't really think that was a debate, but in like the argument or whatever the fuck, you just put no impetus on like how important or how incredibly like slim the chances are. Like you put no emphasis on it. You're just like, yeah, these constants
I thought he
exist, and they were just
understood
kind
the
of
chances.
What's up?
I thought I didn't say the chances. Like it's like a 1 in like 72 trillion.
Yeah, but if you were debating for that, but you'd have to emphasize that. Otherwise, it's just not compelling. Like, yeah, so what constants exist? And it's not the same type of constant that like Vertigo was talking about. Because like Vertigo thought he was talking about like constant as in like always the case. You was talking about like a constant and the likelihood of that constant being the way.
Oh, Vertigo, you didn't know what a constant was?
No,
I thought
I'm just saying that he was able to equivocate on the term, and it made you.
I
my fault. I'll just fucking break it all down, I guess.
Yeah, no, I thought you were talking about something that doesn't...
No, I don't, bro. Don't yell at me.
I thought you were talking about something that doesn't have... Or something that doesn't, like, suffer due to influence or, like, change.
Metaphysical constant.
Bro.
So, but look into, what's it called? Nomological harmony, I think it's called.
Dude, I fucking hate that
way to
argument.
drop it.
Nah, brother, you're setting him up for failure.
Is it similar to psychophysical harmony?
A little bit.
No,
Yeah,
well, they're
also
both
if I
like
ever-
harmony arguments, so they fall into like the category of fine tuning, but they're talking about different things. Like the nomological one is just talking about the nomological laws, and psychophysical harmony is talking about your harmony between your experience and like reality itself.
So like the nomological just falls under basically the constants, like I'm talking about.
Like laws of physics and stuff.
Yeah, it does. It does.
That's gonna be really strong if we ever discover like.
I gotta start
absolute
minoring in
constant.
philosophy, dude. What's going on? What am I doing?
You said you're a minor?
Hell no. What's with peace? What is
the
bro
fuck
yapping
that
about?
mean?
Yeah, so actually I think people with schizoid tendencies can read minds.
Dude, I fucking love nobody.
What do you think about that argument, Violence?
What am I thinking about right now?
I fucking hate the place. I fucking hate it.
Okay,
I'm gonna
bro.
bandage you.
Incorrect, bro. Incorrect.
Okay. What were you thinking of?
I can't even say it's too niche, bro. I can't even say.
What the hell?
It's too niche.
I could have never guessed it, bro.
No. Okay, hold on. It was Bubs. I was literally thinking of Bubs, but shit, I guess y'all just not take top 10 on like a spiritual level to y'all.
Bubs is always. I'm always thinking about Bubs.
No, you're not. Don't fucking lie, bro.
Don't ever bring Bubs in my presence again.
Fuck is a bublub?
No, Bubs is what I used to call my dog. My old dog that passed away, unfortunately.
That's a dumbass name.
Yo,
Whoa.
chill, bro. Bubos with dead ass come back from the grave, grip you by your throat.
That wasn't his real name. That's just what I called him. I was like, oh.
Bubos will fucking annihilate you and your whole bloodline. Chill. It's like a fucking hellhound, bro.
I'll threaten him.
Gonna get wicked.
I guarantee he's like a fucking bit and half like bulldog.
Nah, this shit's gonna get wicked, bro.
Like a British
you know how
bulldog.
tall he was? He was 6 foot tall, bro. It's actually gonna get wicked with you.
You got a fucking Great Dane named Blub Blub?
No, this shit was a German Shepherd. Shit, we fed it with steroids, bro. It was on some different shit.
Where's the
You're giving
evidence for God?
supplements to
So
a
what do we
fucking
mean
dog.
by evidence?
Shit died only because it wanted to die.
Evidence first type evidence. You know what I mean? Just empirical stuff. No, I'm joking.
Oh, I was gonna
Evidence
say,
first.
impossible.
Wait, who said?
Bro, I've been slowly transitioning him to like grant more like logical arguments. Like just slowly but surely he's becoming more open to it.
Who kicked the shit out of him?
The noetic
The
cosmos.
thing is, like, I mean, I get it that like empiricism is like a good way to know things, you know what I mean, and have like a good explanation of like reality and stuff like that, but it's not the only way to come to knowledge, and it also presupposes a specific view of God that people might not necessarily subscribe to straight away.
Bro,
so it's still rejection, you know what I mean? You
fucking
just have to understand like
Well,
the ways that you'd philosophically go about rejecting them.
yeah, like I go up with him a lot of the time, like just to deal with the space shit because I don't think he knows a lot about that.
Bro,
Whatever happened to that one guy, Ultra, the one,
oh, Nacho, bro, you just kind of dipped off, bro. It was just he gave up.
Oh my god!
Did he just disappear off the face of the earth?
He
bro?
got mad at me because I said that he lost that one argument, and then like he never talked to me ever again after that, bro.
That's crazy.
But evidence was like he does come close to granting. Like,
I'm
really
the
close.
word is back. He posted the meteorite.
Good shit, bro.
Oh my god!
Wait, noetics.
Wait, look
The meteorite. What is he talking about?
Oh, I just want to say real quick.
He said that he's got proof of God because he asks God to like bring animals to him and meteorites and shit like that.
Yeah, bro.
It just happens. Like
He's got that shit. He's got like
Can you
divine
ask me, get me the winning lottery numbers then?
Wait, I'm the word. Do you believe
I
in
mean,
the flood?
you know what? You
Because
guys should
meteorites
chat to
contradict
Noetic.
that.
I'm sure you'll enjoy this. Yeah.
Have you guys heard Catholics?
Hold on,
Damn,
we were
I'm the
getting on
word.
all
Why do you
right
have
at the
such a
end
like
there. I think
big
we've
ass
reached a bit
beard,
of a
Hold on, Loki,
respectful
yo.
understanding,
Okay,
hopefully.
was you the one who sent fucking?
You gave me as
Pat
good as you
getting,
got.
like slammed.
You're a tough guy. Anyway.
What'd you say, Ultra?
I said, were you the one who sent that one video of God Logic, like Loki putting the fucking belt on Cap?
Oh yeah, I can't lie. That was
Bro, that
funny.
shit was
Yeah. When he was like, "Oh, is it true that you don't accept truth?"
He was like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
can't
that's
lie,
not
that
true. I
was
was
funny
like,
as
nah.
Bro, is
You
that
want
that guy
some
that like?
fine-tuning arguments with actual information rather than it's just fine-tuning.
I mean, look, Noetic, I already know where this conversation is gonna go, right? You're gonna misrepresent a whole load of physics and science, and then try and conclude that God exists.
No, I
Right?
guarantee
So
it's
what are you gonna
cosmology.
come out with today? Is it the observer effect? Is it your talk about light doesn't exist? It's just electromagnetism and stuff, right?
What the hell?
No, I'll stay away from that if you want me to.
That you
That was
tell
one of
me.
your
What
topics.
is it? What's the explanation today?
No, I'll give. Well, all right. Cosmological constant. The expansion rate is fine-tuned to within 10 to the power 120.
Ultra, do you think I fit in? Do you think I have a good British accent?
The vacuum energy is
you're getting muted
10 to
for
the power
that,
120 times smaller than expected, which is the only reason the universe didn't
Wait,
explode
say
into a
that.
void.
Say that again.
Wait, say that again, bro.
So the cosmological constant, the expansion rate fine-tuned to within 10 to the power 120 discrepancy.
It's not necessarily constant. The acceleration is slowing.
It's not slowing.
The acceleration isn't slowing? Now, you already fucking lied.
No, I didn't.
Yes, the acceleration is slowing.
State your
Google
evidence.
search.
State your evidence.
I mean,
is this you talking about where they found like...
Hang on, Noetic, it's funny because we actually have someone here who studies physics. We have a physicist, Flobby. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, is this the recent stuff in the media where they found like one wee bit and they weren't sure if it was gravity and they'd be doing it?
Noetic, he's going to tell you.
So we might be talking about DC data, and that is suggesting that the equation of state for dark energy is decreasing or it's changing, but there is also observations that are also conflicting with it. So, like if you look at the X-ray sky, there are new studies that are coming out by the Planck Institute that are saying that it is constant. So there's conflicting studies and it's not a resolved issue, but at least DC data was observed with 5 sigma, which is a strong indication that the equation of state is changing.
Your audio is sorry, by the way, but
equations changing, or they've actually saw something in space that proves to them that it's slowing down, that they can actually see non-assumption.
Yeah, it's the equation of state for dark energy. So if you're familiar with the Friedman equations, it's composed of some components that are dark energy, dark matter.
Yeah, these are equations, mate, right? But I care about stuff that's observed that can be proven.
No, wait, I'm trying to sort of explain something to you so you understand what I'm trying to say here. Rather than you cutting me off, it's just easier for you to listen and then you can respond. But so the observations are suggesting that the equation of state for dark energy is changing, right? Now, that doesn't mean that it is. It's just pointing at that. And they observed that with 5 sigma, which is a statistical significance that is really strong within cosmology. So even though there are other studies and other observations that are being made that are in conflict with that result from the DESI data, nonetheless, that seems to be it's a strong explanation for us maybe that the universe might be decreasing in its acceleration. So just be aware of that. We're not saying that it is. We're just saying that there's evidence that supports it.
Cool, right. So the evidence that supports it is something that physicists literally have zero clue what it is. So therefore they can't observe it because you can't see dark energy. That's a fact. So how did they observe it?
You can see its effects.
Yeah. So the effects that we're measuring here, right? You can look at the at distant galaxy clusters or whatever have you, type 1.
Like redshift. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can use those as tools to look at the acceleration rate of the universe. Mm-hmm. So when we look at this, there's Hubble's law that we can use to find this relationship, and when we look at that relationship, it gives us indication about this. So
they literally saw it slowing down. So if I check this right now, it will say they saw it slowing down.
Yes, that's what that observation is suggesting when you look at DC data. So have you read any of it, or have you gone and looked at this?
So I know that redshift shows the universe expands faster than light can travel through it. So like how did they prove that part's not true?
So let me clarify what's going on here, right? You're asking for observations, and then you're asking for a physical explanation. So I'm trying to sort of wrestle between both of these. Now, when we talk, when I'm talking about this relationship, right, I'm directly referencing physics and the theoretical models that we have. What I'm also referencing are studies and observations that are used to support these ideas.
Right. Just for me, because if I don't see it, I don't believe it stuff, right? Because people can make assumptions up.
No, you must not believe in God.
You can be a skeptic. I'm skeptical about a lot of the scientific literature that gets published. Right?
Yeah.
And
so am I.
Even for myself, I'm challenging other scientists with my research, right? But what I'm trying to say to you is that when people publish, right, they give you the ability to go and reproduce that work. Now, you might not have the skills or the understanding or the tools to be able to do that. But in principle, you could go out and do that. And so if you are someone that needs to be convinced by replicating their work or going into the field, that's what I would suggest.
I want to see proof. And you should be able to explain to me, imagine I'm a layman, right? And I'm saying, Flobby or whatever your name is, can you show me something that will convince me that this is slowing down? No theoretical equations
or this might suggest that, or that might suggest that. Literally, like the redshift experiment, that's like a real thing where they could literally see using redshift at the galaxies. So that's what I want to see. What have you got for that?
If you want to see that, right, you need to go out, learn the theoretical models, learn how to use these instruments, right, and then go and carry and experience yourself. If that's not, just a second, if that's not what you're willing to do, then you're going to have to just read the scientific literature. And from the scientific, yeah, well, it seems to me that you haven't done that if you haven't heard of
No, have they done that? How many times? That's really clear. Have they done that? And
yes,
where can I see that they've done it?
And I've repeated to you multiple times that they've done these studies are published, and I'm trying to point you in the direction where you can go out, read it, and also go and learn and implement it yourself.
Flavio, I do have a question. I know we can kind of come to a conclusion that acceleration is slowing, right? Does that necessarily mean expansion, or does that follow?
Yeah, so with the DESI data, it's particularly tied to the equation of state for dark energy, which is understood to be like the mechanism by which is accelerating space-time itself. So with that changing equation of state, that will impact the acceleration rate.
Right, listen to this. I'm going to play it to you, right? Because I've just checked what you're saying just to see. Right, I'm going to play it. Hold on. Let's just get a stupid image. Get rid of the image.
Is this just going to be a demonstration that you weren't listening? Because Flobby did say
Flobby's not telling the
there
truth.
is contradicting accounts and it's not entirely conclusive.
Right.
He was honest about that.
Right, fine. I'm not going to say he's wrong then. I'm just going to tell you what it's saying, right? Once it'll...
If you can't say he's right or wrong, how are you going to continue with the conversation?
Of existing data, not a direct observation of a change in cosmic velocity. The researchers identified a systematic age bias in type Ia supernovae, which are used as standard candles to measure cosmic distances. They found that these supernovae are influenced by the age of the progenitor star populations. Younger ones appear systematically fainter than older ones, even after traditional standardization. When the team corrected for this bias, their model no longer required an accelerating expansion to fit the data. Instead, they concluded that the expansion has transitioned into a decelerated phase. This is a statistical adjustment applied to light measurements taken from hundreds of galaxies, not a direct measurement of the expansion rate itself. The conclusion relies on the mathematical interpretation that, once the bias is removed, the data aligns better with a decelerating model when combined with baryonic acoustic oscillations, BAO, and cosmic microwave background, CMB, measurements.
Right, so...
Do you want to discuss this?
Right, so I acknowledge you said
everything that Flobby said.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's wrong. Well, right, so basically...
Sorry, no. Let me respond.
I've already said I'm not going to ever go at you.
And I laid this out to you as a statistical observation that was measured with 5 sigma, and it literally confirmed what I was saying to you. And the fact that I'm saying that they used these results to infer that it would be decelerating, and this is why I said it tied back to the equation of state for dark energy, and that is responsible for the expansion. So if you're not understanding what I'm saying to you,
I understood
you need to learn more
what you
about
said.
these topics instead
I'm
of...
not saying you're wrong.
Into?
I'm saying that they did not directly observe the deceleration. It's open to it's an assumption based on their it's interpretation. Well, straight away, your Hawking radiation is a load of nonsense, and there's no such thing as a
gravity,
closed
but we
system.
can see things falling.
Right. So CG can't prove something physically is happening, then it's basically just like it's made up.
So
it's made up.
Redshift doesn't require.
Let me answer to you.
Well, Hawking's radiation's made up because you've never demonstrated that anywhere in the universe. That's a fact.
What? So it seems to me that you have this wrong understanding of what science is. You're sitting here demanding.
No, I absolutely understand that.
Just a second. It's hard for you to understand what I'm trying to communicate to you when you overtalk me. What I'm trying to say to you is when you say that science needs to prove something, science doesn't deal with proofs, right? We make observations and they support different ideas. And so when I'm talking about this particular model describing the universe, this would be the best explanation to the data that we're currently gathered. So you sitting here and saying that you need proof, I'm not going to give it to you in the form of proof. I'm going to give you the evidence that supports this idea.
Yeah,
and if you disagree with it, then you can go in and sorry?
It's weak because it's basically not even measuring the expansion, literally not even measuring it, and saying because the light has changed, then that must mean this is happening, and then just putting a meaning on it. That's all it is. It's not even a theory. It's basically nothing.
So it seems to me that you're completely misunderstanding what we're doing here and what science is trying to achieve here. You're looking for some type of proof, right? You're demanding some
the redshift experiment's far better than that.
Would show that it necessarily follows from the premises. Now, we're using induction here, and we're also using IBE to make the inference to the best explanation of the data that we observe. Now, these are the best tools that we currently have. If you can suggest something better, then I don't mind listening to you. But you sitting here acting as if science is being dishonest about this. This is.
I'm not saying they're being dishonest.
Just a second.
The way you worded it's a lot stronger than what was actually happening, and it's not what you said.
Well, it was exactly what I said. You've just misunderstood the whole framing of what I said to you.
They're inferring something without literally measuring any expansion.
But when you're asking for direct
checking the distance between two things either, they're not even doing that either. They're literally saying the light's changed, so therefore this must be happening.
When you're asking for direct observation, we don't make direct observations in physics when it comes to things like unobservables. When we're talking about electrons, we don't directly observe.
What do you think the redshift thing was then?
Sorry, just a second. When you demand direct evidence, all of the evidence we make are from observations, and then those observations support different hypotheses. And the fact that you're sitting here and saying that we don't make direct observations, I mean, that should be obvious, and it should be clear to you that that's not what we're doing.
Isn't 5 sigma like close to absolute certainty or like close to fact?
It's the strongest type of evidence we have. Given
your first law of thermodynamics of a closed system is literally impossible. So that's how much a fact it is. Literally impossible. And easily demonstrable as well.
It's local and global.
But 5 sigma is like the strongest form of statistical significance that we can posit towards a hypothesis. Even anything above 3 sigma, but if you go when we use that is built on the assumptions taken into like the limitations that we have for the observation and the theoretical assumptions that are being made there.
The little red dots, like those black holes, right? Those are like a 4.2 sigma, I think, or something like that.
What do you mean, the little red dots?
Little red dot. Oh, we basically observed black holes that didn't go through like the whole star phase, so it didn't perform nuclear fusion. It didn't like push back, and these giant clouds of dust in space just became a black hole because it was a massive amount of hydrogen and helium, to my knowledge.
So basically, this is no probing. So it hasn't actually killed off what it said at all.
Okay.
What
is true?
Science doesn't deal with proofs, though. I don't know why you keep.
Right. So you're basically saying you're thinking I'm being ridiculous. So here's another example: Hawking radiation never, ever, 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 ever observed anywhere in the universe at any time. Not falsifiable. Not observable. Literally nothing. Again, zero. All it is this must be happening. So here's some maths. That's all it is.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point, right? There's been no observations to support it, which is why a lot of scientists are skeptical about it.
Good, because you know what?
But the fact
it's
that you're
literally impossible
here
to be true
and acting as if like this is never.
How is that impossible?
I'll tell you how it's impossible to be true, because the first law of thermodynamics is what I meant to say. Being a closed system, right? Because the black hole literally swallows all matter, even light, right? So it basically breaks down the laws of physics. That's what scientists say. So it disappears. There's never been any observation at all of any radiation leaving it, right? That doesn't mean it's open. It might not be open. Maybe it is just like an infinite point of density or whatever,
I'm just curious. When you say to break down the laws of physics, what the fuck does that mean?
He's referring to a singularity.
Yeah, so it's basically, it could be a singularity or it could be going somewhere else.
We have like general projections of how singularities work, no?
Yeah, projections or whatever. I can project someone to my wall, mate. Does it make it true? No.
Do you understand how I'm using it on the wall? Oh, okay, well, hold on. If you want to be semantic, if you want to just play semantics, I'm completely too.
No, just keep it simple. You don't need to.
Well, no. Well, hold on. You've just tried to harp on semantics. Noetic, okay. So if you want to be a big semantic guy, Can you define?
No, I hate semantics. Me and Kaymizz had an argument over semantics the other day. There, now you're telling me off for it. That's the irony.
Well, what? Can you
I don't like semantics. No, I'm not doing that. No, I want to talk about something with substance, mate. Something that actually.
I mean, Nodik, do you not think it's fair to make us?
I don't do semantic arguments or redirections. I just stick to the point.
So basically, I'll stick to the point, right? But you just can't use the word proof anymore.
No, so you're still doing semantics, right? So literally, it's a law. It's a scientific law, not a theory, not a hypothesis. Therefore, it's something that commands arguably the most respect in the scientific community: thermodynamics and conservation of energy. If you cannot measure energy accurately, then you basically have literally nothing.
But when we talk about that law of thermodynamics, right, conservation of energy, what do you think we're applying that to? And why do you think it's violated when we speak about it in like
I'm trying to tell
sense?
you. So if literally all energy that gets too close to a black hole, no matter what it is, all matter, even electromagnetic field, so light, disappears down it and has
these
never...
These are not the
Can I
locations
finish?
where
You cut me off
that's
as well?
violated. This is not the location where it's violated.
Well, it goes into the black hole and you cannot see it ever exit it, and there's never been any evidence that it ever did.
It's still accounted for. It's still accounted for.
You can't account for something that's disappeared.
This is a misunderstanding of the physics, no way.
All right, well, let's do the event horizon then with just the entire universe. So if the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, the electromagnetic field, therefore, eventually that happens at such a great rate that you will not be able to see it ever because your planet... Can I finish? So the planet is literally so far away that you will never be able to see what's beyond that point. That's called an event horizon. So if you can never see beyond it, then how can you measure the energy beyond it? Right. So literally, I've just destroyed the first law of thermodynamics, not the first part of it. I agree with the energy changing forms and moving from one place to another. That I don't agree that energy can be cancelled and
Wait, how did you destroy it? Wait, hold on. Can I ask you something?
I'm sorry. You're actually just rambling incessantly, right?
Yeah. You can keep doing the condescending, egotistical things. But what I said is logic. Like it's literally logic.
Wait, no.
All of the matter disappears down the black hole.
I'm not sure that when I am speaking, you just decide that's your cue to speak. Okay.
Everybody's talking over each other.
Good job. So I didn't ask if anyone was talking over each other. I'm talking to you. Okay. Right. Good job, buddy. No problem, buddy. You got that. Good job. All right. So I'm unsure as to why you would call that an event horizon, right? Because we can understand that space can get seemingly stretched out, like quote unquote, stretched out so much that you will not be able to see anything beyond it.
That's literally what scientists call it. So go and argue with them. That's what they call it. Not me.
What do they call it?
They call it the event horizon.
Obviously, it's a horizon, and there's an event when the matter disappears.
Oh, no.
So it's an event horizon.
You said that's what they call it.
I mean, this is the level of ridiculous.
Hold on. This is why we do semantics. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're just spamming terms.
Yeah.
Well, it's not an event horizon.
Let me show you then, right? Let me just type it.
I'd be kind of shocked to see a study which refers to that type of concept as a quote-unquote event horizon.
There isn't an event horizon in a black hole, but it's not immediately.
I'm not talking about black hole.
He's not even talking about black holes anymore, which is kind of the funny thing.
I told you I was moving to another thing, but I'll do both of them.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
Another example. No, I'm giving you another example for why.
Oh wait, no, the phenomena you're referring to is called redshifting, and that's not even. You understand the law of thermodynamics is just called a general principle, right? It's not like logic as an example where it's meant to be universally applicable. Science principles don't
understand any of this, so I don't even know if there's a point.
That's really far from his understanding. I mean, that's why I was trying to ask him if he understood Noether's theorem and what the actual law is.
It's called the cosmological event horizon. I'm going to play it to you, right? So you don't need to listen to me.
No, if you play AI, I'm dead ass going to drop you.
I want to address someone in the comments. To address your point, losing energy or momentum due to what? It's losing energy and momentum because to expand space, you have to...
Hold on. No,
have some respect.
I've just told you fucking muppet, that if you play AI down the microphone like a fucking bum, like an absolute bum, like an absolute baboon, I'm going to drop you, okay? That's just not difficult to understand.
I would literally knock you out in about 2 seconds. I'm about 20
stone. I'll actually knock you out in about 2 seconds.
You're a little fucking bitch. So you call me a muppet, or you wouldn't do it to my face, you little bitch. So you want to start talking normally?
What
because
are you talking about?
You understand how goofy you sound right now, Noah?
If you're in front of me and you called me a muppet, you'd be sleeping. It'd be that simple, right?
That's just not true. I'd call you a fat,
you wouldn't
ugly,
talk to me like that in
stupid,
my
large
face.
neck,
Yeah,
upside
you
down,
would be, you little
thick-handed
fucking
looking
bitch. You're just a
to your
headset
face.
warrior. That's what
You
you
wouldn't do
are.
a fucking
A headset
thing.
warrior.
Don't do a
Call me a
fucking
muppet,
thing.
I'll give you it back. That's how it works. Or do you want to just be
Yo,
respecting
can you speak
each other?
English, bro?
And we'll
Can you
drop it.
speak English, deadass?
Oi, Ultra, if you keep fucking trying to talk to me like that, I'm going to drop your ass.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like Rob Northern, bro, you are always just on my fucking cocking comments, bro. Can you just hop off it, bro? It's not difficult. Come on, bro. You got that.
All right, so like just to get clear, an event horizon is something that happens in a black hole, and it's not even like where matter breaks down instantly. That's like the point of no return is what that represents to my knowledge.
It slowly deteriorates as it travels through the black hole and slowly becomes a singularity at the other end.
Which that can vary in time depending on the black hole.
Yeah, we don't really know exactly what that means. We just assume that Hawking's radiation, or I think that's what it's referred to as. It's just like the essential endpoint of what they become. They just become one singularity based in energy.
Oh, I think Hawking's radiation describes how they dissipate through time.
Mm-hmm.
It's the emission, yeah, exactly. It's directly related to the dissipation of black holes, which is something that's like at this point we're not sure about. But when we talk about horizons, there's different types of horizons. So for a non-rotating black hole, it would be the Schwarzschild radius. But like when we're talking about something like the particle horizon of our universe, that would be something like the cosmic microwave background. But what I wanted to address was the conservation of energy, where he was trying to use black holes as being some kind of violation of conservation of energy, which he was using it way out of context, because that's directly tied to time symmetry translation. And it's in events when you have an expanding space-time where that if you apply that law globally, it's undefined. And so this is why we don't apply it to the universe as a whole, and we use it in localized systems like thermodynamic systems within space-time, not the whole framework as a whole. And I think this is what he should have pointed at as opposed to black holes.
He was close with expansion, just didn't fucking land.
Well, I was going to say the universal expansion is kind of the general exception to the rule, but I mean, ultimately that's only because like expanding the universe,
redshift,
and it's stretching light waves is what dissipates energy. It's not like it's energy decided to fucking end its own life.
Because y'all were kind of misrepresenting what he was saying. I'm not even like a cosmology guy. I know nothing about physics. But when he said a cosmological event horizon, he literally prefaced that by starting off by saying it's something to do with like a theoretical boundary where like an event happens where an observer will never be able to essentially observe it or whatever that is. That's what he was saying.
I think he's referring to the edge of what we can see.
And that's literally
what it's called in the literature. It's a cosmological event horizon, and he brought it up too.
Yeah, that would be what we call the particle horizon. And so he was using incorrect terminology to describe that.
But I'm saying that's a terminology that I'm researching at this very moment, and it seems to have literature behind. It's something that's literally called a cosmological horizon event.
That's why I'm saying to you, it's called the particle horizon, right? This is anything outside. So there's also what we would call like a Hubble sphere, right? Where you would get an expansion rate that's like equal to the speed of light. And anything beyond that, right, we won't have access to. But as the universe expands, the universe expands. More.
Sure,
so
that's not even
different.
Saying like you're wrong or whatever.
I'm just giving you
the literature does point to this exact terminology. That's a point.
Wait, could you let Robbie finish, please?
I'm just pointing this out to you to bring you clarity so you understand why we were criticizing him, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't mind people using incorrect terminology, but when they're jumping all over the place without having an understanding of the physics, it's really difficult to engage in a proper conversation. And so this is why it's important when he's using terms that he understands and uses the correct terminology.
I agree.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. But all I was saying is, before he said it,
say this real quick before you continue. Just because someone uses a word that has a meaning doesn't mean what they're saying has any meaning.
No, I told you.
If he's just spitballing term after term, and each term has a meaning, it doesn't mean he's using them cohesively to make any point.
Bro, I literally said, right, that he prefaced, before he said a cosmological event horizon, he prefaced by saying it was something to do with a point or an event where you can no longer observe, or something to do with that. So I'm just saying he was using the terminology with regards to the definition.
Wait,
that
did
I'm
you
seeing
just
in the
hear?
literature.
Did you just hear what I said? Where I said just
Yes, you
because
can use a
individual
word
words
and it
have
doesn't-
meaning.
Yes, but HD,
I
the problem
agree.
was
Yes,
this: he was also referring
heard what you
to
said, bro.
he was misrepresenting expansion and acceleration to a whole. He was
Okay, I
also
agree.
misrepresenting black holes, which we assumed he was calling an event horizon.
I agree with that point, but I'm saying he prefaced before he said event horizon that he was talking about some boundary where, like, an event happens where an observer will never be able to essentially observe past that point or event. And I'm saying he said that, and then he said event horizon. So he wasn't.
We're not
about a
disagreeing.
black
We're
hole.
saying if he has been like intellectually dishonest to that point, what's the point? You know,
that's fine. Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, like,
D2.
at the end, I thought there was like a little bit of like I guess, talking past each other, because he wasn't talking about a black hole necessarily. And he did preface what he meant by event horizon, and it does seem to match up to literature. That's what all I wanted to make.
But he was incorrect there, right? Because he was pointing to black holes to show that that the conservation of energy was violated, and this was the point of the whole argument there.
But
And
he
so
literally
the fact-
said he was about to switch to a different point. He said that.
This is the point, right? Like, when you jump into black holes, pointing at something that's incorrect and using that as a way to describe some violation, and then jumping back into like cosmology and then speaking about like the universe being closed, opened, or isolated. These are all questions that are like jumping from different idea to different idea. And to really get at the core of what the issue is, I just gave the answer. And I think that's something that he should have done instead of talking about black holes and trying to show some violation incorrectly.
Okay. I mean, fair. I'm not going to sit here and try to defend the dude forever. I just thought that it was a little bit disingenuous to like say he was referring to a black hole when he was talking about something.
Can I just explain something to you, HD, and why like this kind of sounds ridiculous?
What part of what I'm saying sounds
And
ridiculous?
that somebody's being misrepresented when they are just misrepresenting a whole concept.
Wait. So let me ask you a question. Even if I were to have a conversation about any topic or concept, and then I literally say I'm about to switch over to a different topic, and I gave a terminology
Sketch
within the
galloping,
topic
but
reference in
I
the
mean,
literature,
that
would
in
you say
itself
that
is
I'm-
already disingenuous.
It doesn't matter if I'm literally so if I was having a disingenuous conversation prior, and then I told you that I'm about to talk about something different, and I use a terminology, and then you try to equate that terminology to the conversation we were having before, that is definitely dishonest in any scenario.
Yeah,
No,
it's quite
not
simple.
really.
Wait, hold on. For one, no, it's not. But also, two, HD, the issue that you're running into is that you're saying that somebody who misrepresents concepts, someone who is like just disengaging from a debate properly, they're making structural and like implicated issues with their arguments. How is that person being misrepresented in your world?
Yeah, exactly.
Being disingenuous is not even like a formal fallacy. So if he was trying to make formal
Yes, it is.
arguments, trying to make that.
What?
No, he wasn't
you don't
trying.
think
He
being
studied up on
disingenuous
things.
is
He cherry
illogical
picked,
to
and it was
an
obvious.
argument?
I don't think that's a formal fallacy, because you can simply.
Oh no!
it can
Oh,
be
that's not a
semantic
formal. Hold on, you
differences.
understand what the difference between formal and informal fallacies are?
I already said it's not a formal fallacy. That's what I
Okay,
said.
well, it's still an. Hold on. So, are you saying it's not an issue with the structure of debate? It's the issue with how it's carried out. I mean, that would still be a fallacy.
No. I was specifically in context to what you would refer to as disingenuous. If that's not,
What do you think? Hold on. What do you think the goal of a debate is?
Bro, hold on,
Can
we
you-
don't even
can you
have
let
to
me
do all
finish?
that. The thing that he was doing is just like an actual lack of like logic. It was like a logical error.
I'm not even like defending the whole topic.
Yeah, it's
I'm
fine.
just saying,
Rather than
hold
just
on.
us arguing about
It's
it
just
for
like a
hours.
pointless conversation.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we
it
don't have
really
to
is.
talk
I
about
was
it.
just saying that point that
I just want to say a
was
quick thing, and it's a
totally
repetition,
unbundled.
but I just want to say HD2. Do you know what I mean when I say just because the individual words mean something doesn't mean you're saying something by clicking those words together? What he was doing is he was cherry picking individual terms, putting them together in a way that wasn't like a real logical structure, and then kept jumping around when people pointed out, hey, what you're saying doesn't mesh with each other, right? These things are not related in the way you think.
Wait, So you're saying that he did try to make some, I guess, relation to the previous conversation and to the other point he was trying to make afterwards. I did not see where he made any.
I'm just going to simplify. He's trying to relate terms in ways that they don't relate.
I did not see how he was trying to equate an event horizon back to a black hole.
This point, bro, it's just on you, bro. At the end of the day,
let me switch the conversation. Floppy.
It really doesn't matter because it ultimately he would still be on panel if he was just honest.
Again, I'm not even defending the. Okay, it's done. It's not
totally
even that deep, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Hey, Floppy. So, like, when matter or energy is sucked into a black hole, is it still accounted for in its mass?
Yeah, so they still have mass. Like when we have black holes, like we make inferences to the mass of the black hole. So like something like a supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy, Sagittarius A, that would have 10 to the power of 6 solar masses. And so the mass is still there. It's just that anything that passes the event horizon or the light cones are directed towards the singularity.
So like, I guess what I'm wondering is like, how is that energy conserved if we don't? Do we know an exact amount of the energy that is getting within?
So that's that idea, like not so much the conservation principle that's been attributed here, but whether that energy will be dissipated back into the universe. And this is the hypothesis that Hawking brought up here. And so what that's really tackling is the second law of thermodynamics, which is increasing entropy. And he's trying to keep that principle at the heart of this idea of dissipating black holes. Now, there is a lot of uncertainty there. And when it comes to space-time itself as a whole framework, this is where it gets, for the universe, if time symmetry isn't conserved, if that symmetry is not conserved, then that's where you get the violation of the law itself.
I mean, not to get off topic, but I kind of want to like see if my understanding of Hawking radiation is correct. Because I guess now I think about it, it should be conserved because it's this quantum fluctuation, right? Like two particles becoming real, one becoming matter, and the other taking mass from the black hole, right?
So it's when you have virtual particles. So the fluctuations you're talking about, you get like pair production, and then they annihilate. But if you have near the boundary, like a pair forming, one will go in and the other will go on the other. One will stay out and one will be going into the black hole. And so in this kind of framing here, if what he's trying to sort of describe is that entropy in itself shouldn't decrease. It's not to say that it's impossible. I mean, this gets a bit tricky in what I'm trying to say here, but he's just saying that if it goes in there, if we can't have entropy decreasing, then there must be some type of radiation that's going to be emitted from these black holes, and that's what he's referencing there to keep the second law functioning. And then at the same time, you can see that under this framing here, if this is true, then we would have conservation of energy as well.
I think we would, because it wouldn't be a radiation in a sense, right? It wouldn't be radiation just from a black hole. It would be dissipating the mass slowly from the inside.
Well, the mass will go in, but that's exactly what's happening. It's contained within the event horizon. But then, like, there's different ideas behind what's in a black hole. And like the singularity is like the leading explanation, and it's a mathematical description where our math breaks down. But then when you get into different interpretations, like some people might say that it opens up, if you look at, what are they called again? What are those diagrams?
The Penrose universe.
Penrose diagrams, that's it. The Penrose diagrams, then you have like what they call like an ejection of the like if you have like two
like a white hole.
Yeah, exactly. So it really just depends, and these unknown answers are kind of like, it just depends on how we interpret what's being said by the mathematics.
That's kind of what I hold to. So I kind of hold to that, but I just wouldn't know if it would still be conserved in a way. I guess that's the question.
Yeah, so I would be agnostic on it. But I would say that, like, I'm pretty, I don't know, I'm not a big candidate of white holes myself. I mean, I can see if when we push like the solutions to like the Schwarzschild solution to the Einstein field equations. If you take those and push them to their limits, then it brings out this idea of white holes. But I'm not sure that the mathematics is describing something real, and so I'm a bit skeptical about it. But if sorry,
is it bad that I've never heard about a white hole in my life? Like this was the first time I've ever heard.
It's basically imagine the polar opposite of black holes, but like on the so like whatever gets sucked in gets shot out, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
there's a lot of theories involved.
It's a little weirder. It's basically the same way that you can have a solution that's like infinitely curved in one way, you can have it like infinitely curved in the other way. But I think this gets like really weird because it's like,
well, you need some form of anti-gravity, which is
it's like what process can exist that could actually create, like, maybe this thing could exist stably, but what process would lead to it?
There's what fecund, I think it's called fecund universe, which basically means that this matter that gets sucked in is what you would call a parent universe. It would then lead to like a new space-time in a sense on the opposite end, or continuing of space-time, but it just punches through on like another end, I guess is one way of saying it. And
yeah,
then
I think there's like models that are like built on white holes, like theoretical models for like a birth of a universe or something.
Yeah, that's right. And I think like it gets, when you look at the Kerr metric or the Kerr solution to Einstein's field equations for rotating black holes, it becomes even more complex. And I think all of these kind of ideas, the mathematics itself allow for like different kind of descriptions of what could be the case. But I tend to sort of go for the more simplistic models. I mean, if I brought it up here, it might create a strange discussion. But
well, I still hold the big crunch, even though I hold to that.
I'm a candidate. So I'm a candidate of the Vilenkin tunneling proposal, which is a finite universe, and mainly because I do think all of the eternal universe models that we have, I think, are weak, and they add on a lot of additional assumptions that I think are really hard to.
Do you, by finite, you mean like relative to our universe, but it'll start up again?
So I'm talking about, in a sense, when you look at like, so are you familiar with the Wheeler-DeWitt equation for like a universal wave function?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's kind of like Schrodinger's equation for quantum systems, but it's an equation that describes the universe as a whole. And the solution that has been for this equation was one that Vilenkin proposed. And it's one that you have some kind of quantum state, which is independent from the classical notion of space-time as we understand it. And you have this like nucleation, or this, it's not an event, it's a quantum process that occurs, and you can't tie it to classical time. And that's where it becomes counterintuitive. And
my problem my problem, it would lead to like multiple different dimensions, right?
It could do. The thing is the dimensions itself, when it wouldn't be dimensions, it would be different configurations. So if you look at the solutions, it allows for three-dimensional Euclidean spaces to emerge, and then within that they have different configurations.
So it just breaks down into smaller dimensions, but the three still hold up.
Yeah, well, it's sort of like not so much a three. I guess you can think.
Can I ask a question about this?
Yeah.
So is it kind of like there's some sort of structure and it's time independent, and these structures can be looked at in such a way where you can recover standard Euclidean geometry, or at least the type of geometry we see in our universe? So it's not necessarily that the space itself has some dimensionality, it's just that the structure as a whole lends itself to viewing certain parts as if they were essentially R3 or three-dimensional space.
Correct.
And it's just a static structure, global.
I don't think something can be time independent.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's deviating from classical time. So the thing is formally, it's been formalized in a mathematical way, so it follows logically. But whether it's a representation of the real world is another question. And so this is where the dispute comes amongst a lot of scientists when they discuss these. And so people are skeptical about it. But at least for me, when I do a worldview comparison compared to something like an expanding, contracting universe, even those models are subject to a finite beginning. They are past incomplete. And so when you look at those particular models, what's crucial to have an eternal universe that's expanding and contracting is that you have the Hubble parameter isn't positive on average. So if I don't know if you're following, but it's an important component of the Friedman equations, and that parameter defines whether any kind of universe would be finite. And so it would be subject to what they call the BGV theorem, and that would always show that the geodesics of such a universe would be past incomplete.
Doesn't Vilenkin's model kind of bypass the initial low entropy state? Like that's not an issue for it. They kind of solves it just by the way it's built.
Yeah. So I think that's one of the strong. Well, I think one of the positive reasons why I kind of like the idea, but. Like a lot of these expanding, contracting universes, they do have the excess entropy that comes after each cycle, and this is the problem that a lot of people that are arguing for an eternal universe, they're not realizing that their universe that they're supporting isn't really eternal.
That's a big issue in the Battle of the Big Bang. They kind of like beat that drum quite a bit. The problem of entropy and how these past eternal models kind of make sense of it or how they deal with it. And I know they all have different ways that they do it, but it's definitely something they have to grapple with. One more question too. Does the no boundary proposal, does that kind of start with sort of like an abstract mathematical object, like sort of like a timeless state?
Yeah,
I think I recall something like that, but
new boundary.
Yeah, it's the one that Hawking and Hartle proposed, no boundary proposal, and it's a solution to the world-wide equation as well. So it's talking about a similar quantum origin as well. I don't really like that model personally. I prefer the Vilenkin model, but there's no real consensus on which of these models are.
I have one question. Is this related to dimensions again? Like, let's say like string theory is true, right? And there's like 10 or 11 dimensions that are the case, right? I wonder, because that would mean there's so many other possibilities for other, like what other things would be possible if we discover those dimensions to be true? You know what I mean?
It's now here to explain any of the math.
String theory is like really complicated, but I don't even have a background in string theory to really comment on it. But at least from like a kind of basic description there, the reason they introduce those extra dimensions is to show that there's extra degrees of freedom that you would have these strings oscillating in. And when you have that, that's what allows, at least in some way, for there to be what they call a graviton, or for the quantum mechanics and general relativity to merge, which is extremely speculative, especially that all of the predictions that it has proposed haven't been verified. And I don't even think it would be possible. The energy ranges that we would have to probe the universe at is far beyond what we're capable of doing. So
yeah, I don't hold to it. I think wave function is probably something I would hold to consistently. But
wait, what? Sorry.
No, you're good. Go for it.
I was just gonna ask what. Sorry.
Sorry, I've got to go on mute because I really have to work. I was just going to say, in all of these things that we're discussing, I would say they're all speculative. It's just me navigating through different theories, and really what I'm doing is finding theories that best align with my metaphysics, and that's kind of like where I sit when it comes to this. So, I think my reasoning for it is okay, but I don't think it's going to be something that I can sit here and be like, yeah, this is the theory that we should all agree upon.
Yeah, I got to be agnostic.
Yeah.
Wait, Ravi, I do have a quick question. On a scale of 1 to 7, I just want to ask him this like quick. On a scale of 1 to 7, just pick a number. How married are you to the idea of entropy being fundamental versus some weird bullshit we're coming up with?
But it's not weird, right? Eventually, when you think about the idea of God.
Can I just I just want to hear Flavie answer this real quick before you go.
You'd imagine that God is a very nice.
It's literally just one number. 7 is like super real. 1 is like fake as shit.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna sit in the probably more towards. You said 1 to 7, so maybe about a 4-ish. I'm pretty skeptical about entropy in the way that it's described in terms of it being a statistical framework, and there seems to be some kind of behavior that follows the statistics that makes like all of our, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying there, Dreams, or am I?
Because the more I've been looking into statistics, I'm a 2 right now.
Yeah, the statistical reasoning behind a lot of these models, to me, I think they're good, and I mean it's consistent with the theories or like our laws that we derive, but it's still a bit strange. And this is why I'm also open to like when people are arguing for like causal mechanisms versus intention. Like I'm agnostic. I lean more towards like a universe that doesn't require intention, but it's still, I think, a reasonable way to go about it, especially when it comes to us just using a statistical modeling or framework to describe like the systems or these thermodynamic systems.
I wanted to follow up to that question. Like, what do you like? That's sort of like your personal views. Would most physicists kind of share that, or would they go higher or lower? Like, what's their view on like entropy?
I think I really have to go on mute after this, but I think most physicists probably don't think deeply about this in a metaphysical sense. They and most people I know like that aren't philosophically literate will just take what's said by the physics to be like reality. And I'm a little more skeptical about like the science itself as an anti-realist. But nonetheless, I think they are, at least our theories are useful enough to make predictions, and that's kind of the utility that I see with science, where its powerful nature is. But yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Or yeah, I hope I answered sufficiently, but I have to go on mute, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Yo, so. I was having a conversation with this dude named Monkey Boy, right? And y'all need to, I don't know if it's me, like was a me problem or some shit, but I was talking about like Bayesian calculations, like giving credence to a hypothesis, giving like some form of like background evidence or whatever. And the dude kept asking me like, "What's the inference rule? What's the inference rule?" When I was giving the argument. So I don't know if it's like my problem, like if it's a skill issue on my end. But is there supposed to be an inference rule? Isn't it like Bayesian confirmation or something?
Not if you're making, if it's not like a logical argument, no.
Yeah, the dude just kept asking. I'm like, bro, it's not supposed to have an inference.
Maybe he's asking for the argument for whatever priors you're trying to state, essentially, or what you're trying to say.
There are things that Bayesian applies to and things that it doesn't apply to. So what was the context?
Yeah, so the context was, right, so not even talking about the evidence or the priors that we were talking about at first, because we already went over it. I gave the argument and he was literally writing the argument down with symbols, trying to find the formal structure within the argument. And then he said, well, it seems to be the case that this argument doesn't have like some type of valid inference. It doesn't follow modus ponens or modus tollens or whatever. And I said, it's not supposed to. It's an argument to lend credence to a hypothesis given some evidence. And he said, well, all arguments are supposed to be given like deductively and therefore have like some type of valid inference. But I said, you can give a deductive argument in such a way where it's not necessarily following like some inference or valid inference, I guess, like a logical.
You can make like an informal argument. I mean, it seems like you're just being pedantic. Like you can just make, you don't have to structure everything syllogistically.
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah.
So exactly. You can literally, just do it informally. I mean, I don't want to be all deathless like that, but I mean, you could do a one premise argument. literally.
Yeah. Unless you're running it formally, then I don't think there's a need for formal scrutiny. But I mean, people do it anyways.
Yeah, that was my point.
Confused with the thing about deduction because I'm like, isn't like a Bayesian argument just not like the way that you apply it? Is like it's inductive. It's like a probability based thing.
Exactly. And the dude kept saying, "Well, no, if it's an argument, give it deductively." I'm like, bro, it's not that type of argument. And I was just getting pissed off at that point, bro. Because I thought,
I mean, it's like
smart, well read, but yeah.
What was
from my understanding? And sorry.
No, go ahead, Dream, if you want. I mean, like, I just wanted to hear what the argument was roughly after, but.
Yeah, from my understanding of Bayesian, it's literally just like your overlapping sets. You're just like, oh, the overlap in these sets are very high, or like the chance of someone having, or like the amount of people who have one of these conditions instead of both is much smaller than the amount of people who have both conditions. So if someone has either one of the conditions, you're safer to assume they have both just because of that overlap. And that's just like Bayesian reasoning. And it's like, you just need like a 2x2 table to explain it to people. I have no fucking clue what philosophers are talking about when they say Bayesian reasoning. I feel like I'm actually entering psychosis.
Well, the problem is with the whole God thing is there's a lot of like baked in assumptions about God, and that's why I said my original point. You know, maybe he was asking you for an argument for maybe the attributes of God or something like that, or reasons to believe that God could explain for the thing in question. But I mean, like I say, deliver the argument if you can, at least roughly. What was you saying to?
Oh yeah, I think the argument was along the lines of if theism is true, then a rational, ordered, intelligible, or mathematically structured world is expected, and then if naturalism is true, such a world is like improbable or lacks grounding, and then we observe a rational, ordered, intelligible, mathematically structured world. Therefore, the world we observe is far more probable under theism than naturalism. That was an argument. Obviously, I'm not saying it's
I think the thing he's asking for is, you know how that prior you said where, God implies, or is under a God hypothesis, the math thing you said is more likely. That's the thing you have to defend. That prior.
No, yeah.
Like,
and I told him, I literally said,
from like God to math.
No, but that's the thing. I literally said, let's talk about the first premise if you have a disagreement with the premise. And he literally doubled down and said, no, I'm just not seeing how you're getting this conclusion from these premises. And I'm just so confused. I'm like, well, do you want the argument for, or like a motivation for the premises, or are you talking about the structure of the argument? And he kept saying, I don't see how the conclusion follows from the premises. So that's what I think the issue was from.
Yeah, you have to justify your priors first, don't you? So if you haven't done that, then he's well founded in saying, well, what's the justification for your priors before you can apply a Bayesian?
No, you can give an argument without defining the priors.
Like if it's purely about the structure of the argument, the way that you said it, I don't see like a blatant issue with that.
I don't either. I kind of followed it pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean,
all I would say is
he's turned like KG, you know what I mean? He's just a sophist now, like basically. But
I think some of that stuff is just rhetorical. Because all I would ask is like, well, why should we think that? I wouldn't ask, what's the inference rule? I would just say, well, why should we think that? You know,
exactly.
Seems really simple.
Why should we
bring up JMike, please, Kaymizz?
But do you want me to like expound on one of the premises or some shit? And he said, bro, give it deductively. That shit just pissed me off. I don't know if y'all are friends or some shit, but yeah.
No. It can be an arse.
I don't know. I'd have to have more context. I can't really. Hey, Big J in the house.
What I want to do is just keep on talking about physics so that Flobby can't get on with his work and we just ruin his life.
Yeah, I feel bad because I accidentally didn't even realize, and then I even realized he even messaged me like, "Hey, brother, here's a hint, because your autistic ass ain't figuring it out." And I was like, "Oh shit! Keep this in mind every time Robbie's working." Steven really is my guardian angel of TikTok.
What was the argument? I don't know. I didn't hear anything of this. I just hear something about an argument. What's the argument?
Wait, for me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the context. I just hear you guys talking about an argument. I'm just curious what the argument is.
Nah, we were just talking about. I feel like there's always been disingenuous because I gave like some type of a Bayesian argument for like why theism is more, or why the word we observe is more probable under theism. And I just gave like a simple argument, and the dude kept asking me about like some type of inference rule or if it's a valid inference, blah 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 blah. And I said it's not meant to be that type of argument where it's supposed to be like modus telens or modus ponens or something shit. It was supposed to be like a Bayesian type of argument. So it was just giving credence to a hypothesis, like giving like a background evidence or some shit. And then he kept asking me like, well, all arguments are supposed to be deductive. I'm like, nah, not really. All right, you can have inductive arguments.
Wait, who is this that you're talking to?
Monkey Boy.
I don't think Monkey Boy would say all arguments are have to be deductive.
What he said, he kept saying, bro, give the argument.
Your mic has gone bad.
Yeah, you sound like you're like. You sound like you're saying
if it's an argument.
Like maybe another thing is like it's the way that you say it. Possibly, you know what I mean. If you are throwing out there like premise 1, premise 2, conclusion, then maybe it is like a fair thing to bring into question. Because if it's informal, you know what I mean, it should just be more of like a dialogue. You know what I mean. You give a quick explanatory account.
Yeah, but then again, this might be, I guess, my fault because when I came up, I said I'm not given like a strictly formal argument to start. But then he started like on the screen writing P1 and then asked me for P1. I said that's not the type of argument I'm giving necessarily, but I can give a P1, right? I can give like obviously argument has premises, whether or not it's completely formal. So now I gave the premises, then I gave the conclusion, and then he started to, I guess, write it in numerals or not numerals, like symbols to find an inference. And then he said, well, what's the inference? It's invalid. And I'm like, it's not supposed to be like that type of argument. It's a Bayesian argument. It's like Bayesian.
But I mean, was he talking about maybe like, did you say some type of background evidence or something? And then he was like, how does it follow from that it lends credence to the view or something like that? And then maybe you made an argument for as to why that is the case. And then he gave some formal scrutiny because then
because that's the funny part about it, right? So I told him like, yeah, we can get into, I guess, the evidence that gives credence to whichever hypothesis. I said at this point we can get into that, and then he kept saying, no, I'm still trying to find out how you're getting this conclusion from these premises, and I'm like,
well,
doesn't it just?
I mean, it is a personal thing, but I tend to always object to any kind of Bayesian analysis when it comes to metaphysical concerns, when you're not able to justify your base premises. And so that's why I stated at the start, there are things that you're just not able to do with Bayesian analysis if you can't account for your initial priors.
Right. Well, you can bake them in, right? But it's just that it's going to get less likely the more assumptions that you bake in. Obviously, like what the simpler explanation has less that it has to account for, and it can still produce the same data. So you would go with that data, obviously, basically.
Simple intuition.
Like when you don't have proper evidence for like the things that you want to bake into your assumptions, you know what I mean? You would just go with whatever is more likely or parsimonious, various different things.
Yeah, but
I suspect that Veridic is probably most on the money in terms. Like I wasn't there, but like Monkey Boy's like a really good friend of mine. But I would suspect that Veridic would be like the closest to like I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
That's what I imagine. That's just what
I just imagine. Yeah, he heard something that does actually require an inference, right? Within the conversation, like nested within the conversation. Veridic, is that what you're kind of saying? Like,
yeah,
like yeah, you might have like had this general point, and he wanted to understand like some justification or like reasoning, and then the way it was kind of informally given to him. It sounded like
told him I could.
Sounded like, well, I'm not really sure how that follows. We need to kind of structure, an argument to see how you're even getting there. But I don't know. I don't want to speak for Veridic. I just want to get confirmation that that's what he's saying.
No, yeah, I mean that's essentially what I'm saying. I think that happens fairly often when bringing up priors and like, oh well, this makes this more likely. Well, why? And then
Well, if you're asking about priors, why would you go to, I guess, a structure of an argument? Wouldn't you ask about the premise?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like there may when making inductive arguments in general, a lot of times you say like, well, look, this particular piece of data or this event or this thing happening makes this more likely, right? And then maybe people ask why, and you may have to offer some type of like inference or some type of like sequence of reasoning that, you know, lends credence to the, you know, the hypothesis being reason or whatever.
So that would be an inquiry to the premise, not an inquiry to how the conclusion follows from the premises, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I imagine
it
that
doesn't really matter though. Like if you offer a premise and I'm asking you like how you even like generated, like I want to know the reasoning behind that. Like
exactly, that's
might actually,
yeah, we're agreeing.
It actually just
We're
might be
literally
the case that you have some a priori argument, right, that establishes the truthfulness of that premise, right?
Yeah, you're actually agreeing with me. Yeah, you would.
No, but
you would give inquiry to the premise, not to how the conclusion follows from those premises.
If I'm inquiring on that premise and why I should revise my view and think that premise is true, that requires potentially a separate argument, right? They don't just just because you nested some statements you dressed up statements and some Bayesian apparatus doesn't exclude you from potentially having to look outwards, right, and justify that in other ways, right? Because there's still a question of why I should revise. If I don't think that's true, or I'm agnostic, or I think it's false, why I should revise my view, and that might require you to offer some type of argument. And maybe
I'm agreeing with that point. It's
okay,
not,
but I wasn't there, so I don't know. I'm not even trying to push back because I wasn't there. I'm just trying to point out that there is context where that makes sense. I think that's the only point that me and Veridic are trying to make. That's the only.
But you're not.
Because you asked the question, why would somebody do this? And we're offering, if the context was like this, then they would have every reason to do that, right?
And I'm gonna end it right here, right? I agree, right? If you're asking about priors or asking for a motivation for the premise, so why they should even give credence to a hypothesis given any evidence, right, possible, that's a lot different than asking how the conclusion itself follows from the premise, not how the premise even follows, right? I agree. If you were to ask me for a formal argument for why the premise follows,
what's the argument that you have? Why don't you do that while I take a piss?
Sure. Yeah. I gave the argument that if theism is true, then a intelligible, law-governed, mathematical, blah, 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 would be expected. If naturalism is true, that type of world would be...
You can't just go blah, 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 blah. I want the argument.
No, I don't remember the exact argument, but it went along the lines of, if theism is true, rational, ordered, intelligible, mathematically structured world is expected. If naturalism is true, such a world is extremely probable.
Yeah, so what's the inference?
Did you give a transcendental argument?
What are you talking about? Right now, we're just talking about the structure of the argument. That's what you asked for.
Yeah, but did you give a transcendental argument? Just curious.
No, I said if theism is true, then a rational, ordered, intelligible world would be expected. If naturalism is true, then such a world would be improbable or lack grounding. We observe a rational, ordered, intelligible world. Therefore, the world we observe is far more probable under theism than naturalism. That was the argument. At this point, it's not even necessarily transcendental.
Sorry, you have to repeat that again. I had to flush the toilet for the part.
Yeah, so I said if theism is true, then a rational, ordered, intelligible world is expected. But if naturalism is true, then such a world is extremely improbable or lacks grounding. We observe a rational, ordered, intelligible world. Therefore, the world we observe is far more probable under theism than naturalism.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with him inquiring why he would think one of the premises is true by presumably in the conversation you guys got in a dialectic where he asks reasons why he should accept one of the premises.
No, I keep telling you. I asked him if he wanted me to motivate the premise or give him any reason to accept this type of evidence and why it adds to the credence of my hypothesis. And he said, no, let's write the argument down in symbols and see if it is a valid argument or follows. And I'm like, it's not that type of argument. And then, so even if what you're saying is correct, which I agree with, that there's nothing wrong with asking for a formal argument for one of the premises or to motivate the premise, that has nothing to do with asking me about how the conclusion follows from the premises, which it does.
Well, okay, I think we're talking about two different things.
No,
Potentially, but
I can't.
No. Look, I'm not trying to fault you because like I wasn't there, so like it's totally not even in my jurisdiction to like, you know, make a claim that you or anybody did anything wrong, right? Like I don't know, I have no idea. My point is just that if in the conversation there's like nested in that, like, look, it's one question about, look, it's not this type of argument. I'm giving an inductive argument or whatever, a Bayesian argument. And it's not the type of argument that I need to like have this formal structure such that the conclusion follows from the premises or something like that. Like there's not, like Monkey Boy is the last person. He's not going to go, oh, yes, you do, motherfucker. He's not going to do that. What I suspect, since I know him, is that within the conversation or what you were offering is like something that he needs to accept. He seemed, presumably, like he felt the need that you were giving some type of argument where you do need to give some type of inference. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I just know Monkey Boy well enough to know that he wouldn't ask that unless.
And I'm gonna just say this, word for word. He said, "All arguments should be given in a deductive."
Your mic's gone bad again.
Yeah, I mean, look. True. I can give. Look, I don't. My own view. I'm like defending. Like, okay, so certain things I take like a more Oppian approach. I want to do like a worldview comparison. But and like Rasol's a great example of this because he was like, give this argument, and I wanted him to understand what I'm saying. So I kept trying to explain to him, like, look, it isn't this type of argument where I give these deductive these premises and I make this type of deduction. However, I can do that for you, but I want you to actually understand like what I'm saying, right? I can dress it up. I can dress up statements in an argument all day. But I don't think you even understand like the semantics I'm offering, right? So of course you can do that, yes, but I don't think he's just saying like, I don't know. I'll invite him and we can just clear it up potentially if he's available.
Oh no,
you drop? Oh no,
no. Shit, whatever.
I mean, I don't want to. Look, I guess I'm done. I'm done like trying to suspect what happened. I'm just saying there, like you offered it in this way of like, I don't see why he would do X, and I'm like, well, I think me and a couple other people can give you reasons in a dialectical context why he would do that. But
are those valid reasons, right? If I'm giving an argument
if I know him as well as I do, and I understand how conversations in this space go, then yeah, they totally would have been par for the course, right? That's my point.
Perfect. But it's like, yeah, again, no one's gonna be perfect or like perfectly consistent in the way the arguer, give arguments or refute arguments, right? So I'm not giving like some type of, I guess, reviewing how he conducts himself in debates. I'm just saying that maybe he, was having a bad day or some shit. I don't know what to say to you, but
and by the way, that is also possible because I've had terrible days. Right now, I could be having a bad day just talking to you about this. I wasn't there, and so I want to try to be very clear that I don't know. But when you just asked this question of like why, and you seemed kind of befuddled by it, and I was like, well. Look, I don't know. Maybe you even have like a really good argument that would convince me if we narrowed in on it. But I just know Monkey Boy well enough to know he's not gonna like deliberately make some kind of like cheap move, like sophist move like that, right? It's just not.
Yeah. Well, I've had a debate with him before. Maybe he has some like bad memories or some shit. I don't know.
And maybe he does, and maybe you do too. I mean, maybe it's somewhere in the middle. I don't know, but it just you asked the question why, and I'm just giving you an answer.
Yeah. Fair. That's fair.
I was going to ask you, do you think that's fair? Like I'm not trying to be unreasonable.
If I think that's fair,
do you think it's fair that do you think it's fair that there could have been something you said in the dialectic such that he had every reason to ask you for the inference?
I think that the inquiry itself at the start would have been fair, but when I asked for clarification for what exactly he wants, right? That's the part that I thought to be unfair. Because if I already
and I can't get into that. But yeah, if you feel that way, then I mean, maybe you're justified. I don't know.
Yeah, it is what it is, bro. It's the question.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you ever want to go through that argument at any point, I mean, I'm cool. I'm not really good with the Bayesian stuff, so maybe it's not for me, but.
HD, this wasn't a fine-tuning argument. From the cobbles I'm hearing here, it sounds like you were cobbling together some sort of like transcendental and like an abductive format.
Yeah. So yeah, I was just I wanted to start the argument specifically with talking about what we would expect when it comes to structure, or how the universe is structured when it comes to regularities or constants or blah 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 blah. So it wasn't necessarily fine tuning, but it was talking about some underlying structure that we would expect to be more probable given like some type of guided process or unguided process. And I would essentially just say that, well, given a guided process, we have more reasons to believe why it is the case in comparison to an unguided process. There are far more variables to explain.
Hold on. You gotta unpack that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why you would have any expectation of like what a designer would do at all. Like a designer could just refrain from designing.
But again, especially agreed. A rational designer will only construct the world in such a way that it is rational, correct? And then wait,
hold on. Say that statement again.
Yeah, so like a rational designer, I'm just making the statement that a rational designer will design the world in such a way that it is rational, right? It appears to be rational at least, or observe. Like it just seems to be the case, right? And then like an unguided process has no reason to create a world that is rational, right?
It seems like a rational being would have the disposition to do things that are rational.
But that doesn't matter, right? The thing about it is, if that's the view, the hypothesis that I'm putting forth, if it explains more data than the naturalistic hypothesis, whether or not I'm assuming that this being has this type of property, right, where it has a predisposition to rationally design the world, it is a case that's under the view that's the being that I'm describing. So if the hypothesis comes out on top against naturalism, that's the argument.
But how is it coming? Unpack for me how it's coming on top over naturalism.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So under naturalism, would you agree that
it's not about whether or not I agree? I'm looking for your argument. Maybe I'm not a naturalist, right?
No, but yeah, that's the point. If it
doesn't matter though. You don't need a naturalist to give your argument, right?
I can
be a non-naturalist and say this argument's dog shit against naturalism, right? Totally possible for me to do, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So then just lay it on me. It might also happen to be a naturalist, but it's just totally irrelevant. You can give this argument to like a robot that is designed to just like feed in arguments or something and tell you whether or not they're valid, if deductive, or if there's any errors or something, right? So you don't need me, and people that construct arguments don't need a person to construct arguments. They can construct arguments without the person, right? They just need to think about maybe what the naturalist might say. It's good to have the skeptic on your shoulder. I think that's one of the best tools that pervades like people that like philosophy and that come up with arguments. If they're not motivated reasoners, what they will do typically, right, is that they'll create the skeptic on their shoulder. And I think that's great, but it's not required for me to be your opponent for you to give me this argument and for me to critique it.
But all right, so let me give you an example from like some type of fine-tuning probability, right? So I get what you're trying to say, but it is supposed to be a direct comparison. So if I were to say, for instance, that if there was intention to create parameters, or I guess a lot of parameters that choose for life, then it'd be far more probable that there is life than in the case that there were no parameters that are selected to cause or permit life, right? So under that view being probable.
Wait, why are they more probable?
Yeah, because if it was the intention for these parameters to permit life, then I would expect there to be life. But if there were no like,
if I substitute intention and disposition, I don't see how one I don't see how one's favored over the other, because designers can design things like without the fine-tuned parameters. They can do it with the fine-tuned parameters, and they can refrain from designing. And natural states can be disposed to having fine-tuned constants. They also cannot, and they also can refrain from having any constants, at least being disposed to any type of constants. I'm not understanding how one is more likely. You didn't really say anything. You just suggested it was the case. Right?
Yeah, because I'm just positing that it's a simple explanation. Like, given an unguided process, there are far more variables that we could account
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean it's a simpler explanation? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, far less variables to explain. So if it is a case that there
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm about to clarify. Right? If it is a case that there is an exceedingly narrow range of things that can allow for life, if we have a being that wants to bring about life, then under that hypothesis, it is far more simpler to say, well, that being explains life. On the naturalism,
how is that simpler from a natural initial state of like natural reality that's disposed? I don't get it. And by the way, that hypothesis is simpler because it preserves on types of virtues like ontological economy, right? So like, for example, if you're talking to a naturalist, like when you give certain things in your datum, like you have like you're not going to deny there's an initial state of the universe, right? Because God creates an initial state of the universe, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so now in Countenance you have an initial state on your view and on the naturalist view. So far, right, you both have the same thing, but you have an extra thing, right? You have like God. By the way, we're focusing on this like austere corner vanilla version of theism. We haven't even like unpacked things about the incarnation and this type of spiritual realm, whether or not you believe in like jinns or genies or angels and these types of things, right? So it seems very clear. It seems even clear without even adding those things that, like Paul Moser, who's a Christian, says, look, it's pretty clear that, you know, theists have God plus the natural world and naturalists have the natural world. Like what you should actually be offering up is a view that should be preferable to
I disagree, right? And an example I could give that I'm not, wait, just let me finish. An example that I could give without necessarily getting into, go ahead. Yeah, without necessarily going into it completely, right? Under a naturalist worldview, I would expect for there to be more brute things. But under a theistic worldview, I'd expect for everything to have its explanation in God, right?
Okay. So let's unpack that. Do you want to unpack that?
Sure. I was just giving an example.
But let's do that. So a naturalist who thinks that the initial state is necessary and subsequently the constants that are fixed for life, that are life permitting. What they're going to say to you is that those constants are necessary, and that fully explains why they are that way rather than any other way, right? The same way the same way that God, who is a necessary being, right? You affirm that, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. The same way that what explains why there's something rather than nothing is that there couldn't have been anything else. There had to have been God. It's necessary. Correct?
But that's not the argument, though.
That's fine. Just follow with me step by step. Don't worry about.
We'll
get there. We'll get there. I promise we'll get there. Just follow me step by step. If it's totally gibberish, you can just tell me, right? But you agree, right, that God existing, or there being something rather than nothing, is explained in terms of its modal necessity, which is that God exists and He's necessary. Correct? It's metaphysically necessary.
Well, let me just clarify, right? So the argument that
I just want an answer to the question. I just want an answer.
No, because if you're having a debate with me, it's supposed to be exclusive to my argument. So the argument that I'm giving is about a probability.
I'm not having a debate. I'm not having a debate with you. I'm having a debate with you. I'm having a discussion with you, and if you don't want to
me off,
I'm asking you a
finish, and then you can clarify.
Brother, I asked you a question, and I asked you if you're going to answer it, or if you're just going to ask me something irrelevant.
Can I not
given
Okay,
courage
let me
to
just ask
about
you. Let me ask you
to
this
the
way.
relevance.
Let me
of
ask you
what
this
you're-
way.
what?
So let me ask you
Problem.
this way. Are you going to answer my question? If not, go ahead with your with whatever thing you want to say, and I'm just not going to answer it like you did. Show you the same amount of disrespect you showed me, and then ask you again. Right?
So
go ahead
me,
and do that.
so me asking for clarification about the to see if
If
you
it was
bringing that up is
clarificatory,
somehow
just say
dishonest
that.
and disingenuous engagement.
No, that's fine. No, that's
No,
fine. If it's
no. As a matter of fact, I asked
okay, that's
you
fine.
to.
Go ahead.
I asked you to give me the relevance, and you said no. Just follow. Just follow.
Yeah,
That's what
okay.
you should say.
Okay,
So who's being
that's
disingenuous?
okay. That's fine. Then my error. If it's clarificatory, and you just want the relevance, is that all you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking for the relevance exclusive to my argument.
Yeah, because look. You said that the view is simpler, right?
The argument? Yeah, I'm saying there's far less to
Yep.
explain when it comes to the
Yep.
theist.
Great.
Relevance.
And if I'm gonna revise my view as somebody that takes on these types of theoretical virtues, I want my view to be simpler, and I don't want look, I want this trade-off between simplicity and explanatory breadth and depth, right? I don't want to like posit as many things, right? And I want, if I have fewer things and I can give the same type of explanatory breadth and depth, we should prefer that view. Correct? We're both on the same page? Okay, great.
Yeah.
We're both on the same page. So great. So what I said, tracking back to when you talked about, well, it's a simpler view, I had pointed out that, well, look, it seems pretty clear. And there's a lot of other Christians like Paul Moser that also agree that it's not simpler and that what you should be arguing for, I'm trying to help you. Right? What I'm actually trying to do is say, you shouldn't be arguing for simplicity on the view. You're going to have a problem, and I'm going to unpack that. You should be going, hey, Mr. Naturalist, yes, your view is simpler, but you actually need these things, these extra posits. You need to inflate your ontological economy, because without inflating your ontological economy, you can't actually explain things in the world, right? That's what you should be saying. That's a better argument. I'm trying to help you. Now, what you actually did was what you did was you said it's simpler, and I'm trying to point out why this fails. The reason it fails is that there's things in your view that the naturalist also has. Like, there's brute facts about the charge of an electron, or certain things in the view that don't go explained. Now, on your view, you said God explains everything, and I said, well, look, the naturalist is going to say that the initial state of the universe is necessary, and or at least potentially a naturalist will say, like a Graham-Oppian, an Oppian type, someone that follows like Graham-Oppie. What they're going to say is, look, the initial state of the universe is necessary, and the constants are necessary. And I tried to ask you the question, is God necessary? Is it true that in this modal space, right, this metaphysical modal space, that God had to exist, and that explains why there's something rather than nothing at all? And that's the question that you've so far refused to answer. Now, the reason why I want you to answer that is that if you say, yes, it is the case that God is metaphysically necessary, and that explains fully why there's something rather than nothing, then there's no objection that you can make to the naturalist who goes, well, look, the constants are necessarily this way, and there's no way that they could have been otherwise. It's fully explained. Your view fully explains why there's something rather than nothing, i.e. God's metaphysical necessity. And then their view, similarly, what explains why the constants are one way rather than any other way is due to metaphysical necessity. Now, you might not like that answer on their end, and they also might not like your answer on your end. Nonetheless, you fully explain in the story you're giving why it is that way rather than any other way. But on your view, it's a brute contingent fact why God has the libertarian free will to create those constants that way rather than any other way, right? So it's actually going to be on your case that not only do you have extra things, you inflate your ontological economy, you do it unnecessarily because the thing that you offer just is a brute contingent explanation. It's not actually explaining anything.
I want just a clarification on one question. Would you say that any explanation is more simpler than no explanation? You would agree, right?
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I don't really know what you're
Yeah,
asking.
yeah. If we can just track what I'm saying, right? For essentially, if I were to talk about a simpler or more complex explanation, that's in regards to there being something explained.
Simplicity
If
is a
there's
virtue
nothing. Wait, can I
compared
finish?
between
Can I finish? Can I
explanations,
finish?
not
Can I
an
finish? Can I
explanation.
finish? Can I
And,
finish? Can I finish?
I-
Can I actually finish?
You
Just let me
can finish, but I think like you are just confused on.
Can I
on the,
finish?
like,
So when I'm interrupting y'all, I'm getting
comparative
caught out for being
analysis.
disingenuous, but I can't even finish, right?
No, go
so
ahead.
again,
I wanted to,
Go ahead.
bro, wait, no, just let me finish. Oh my days, can I finish, bro? Can I finish?
I'll let you finish, and I gotta.
Then you can talk, okay? And I was having a conversation too, so I don't know why you butting in, bro. Perfect.
Right.
When
Well,
I
I mean,
was
it
saying
was
that
initially
there was
about
an,
Monkey Boy,
bro,
though.
oh my days, bro. Can I finish, bro? Again, why the reason why I asked if a simple explanation is more simple than no explanation is in regards to the case, we can point to a simple or complex explanation given the fact that they're explaining data. If there's a model that's not explaining data, period, then it's not a simple explanation because it's not an explanation at all.
I don't know what you're even asking me, but let me just say it very clear to you. Your view is not simpler than naturalism. It's just very clearly not simpler. What you should be arguing, in my opinion, this is my only point of like this dialectic. My opinion, and that's why I said like I didn't. That's why I was like, it doesn't matter if I'm a naturalist, because you seem to like think that you need a naturalist to like have this type of worldview. No, you don't. Like look. It's anyone can think of this. This is not very hard. I can know a naturalist, and I can know like there can be my best friend, and I know their view inside and out. Like I do like my buddy Cease. I know his moral realist view, even though I'm not a moral realist. I know his moral realist view inside and out. I know how he would respond to certain people. He knows how I would respond to certain people. And so we can like go, yeah, that's a dog shit argument against my friend's view. Not a very hard thing, right? That was like kind of the initial point of it, right? And then I try to point out that what you should be doing instead of saying it's simpler, because it's clearly not. Like, and I'll unpack even more so why it's not. It's a worse view for you to take that, because if what you want to say there is that like your view is simpler, right, on its face, God plus the natural world, and the naturalist who's like, well, I don't have the God plus the natural world, I just have the natural world.
No, but that's the point I'm saying. I'm saying they don't even have the natural world.
What you would have to offer.
You're not
to
following
me,
my argument. I'm saying that the naturalist does not even explain the natural world. That's the argument. I'm saying a simple explanation is an explanation.
Brother, I waited
oh my
for
days,
you.
bro.
I waited for you.
But you're strawmanning the argument, don't you see?
Okay, that's fine. How am I strawmanning? I don't want to strawman.
Because I already told you, right? That's why I brought up the question about is a explanation that's simple, more simple than a no explanation at all. Yes, it is, because it is an explanation. So the point was, can I talk? So the point was to say, I'm saying that the naturalist is not just separate, not including God in their explanation. They're not even including nature into their explanation. The naturalist, I think, do you not get what I'm saying?
No, it sounds like stupid gibberish.
So you're saying that the naturalist has an explanation. Wait. So you're saying the naturalist has an explanation
doesn't have
nature?
So you're telling me the
nature?
naturalist doesn't have like electrons in their?
Wait. So you're saying the naturalist has an explanation for nature outside of nature? Can I just ask this one question?
I wanted to say this. Because,
are you saying that the naturalist has an
explanation?
Are you saying that the naturalist has an explanation of nature outside of nature?
Theist has an explanation
of
God outside of God.
Why is this guy?
You sound like an idiot. You sound so dumb.
Yes or no?
Look, I came up to say.
I really want to like legitimately the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody.
Wait, that monkey boy asked his question.
Yeah, look,
I've been really nice to you. That was really stupid.
I just came up to tell JMike that this guy is actually a complete intellectual fraud and a waste of time.
Yeah, no, I'm realizing that right now. I'm realizing that right now. I was so nice to him.
He claimed that he knows logic better than me and that I don't know anything about Bayesian confirmation theory. And get this, when I asked him, what is the truth conditions for a conditional statement? He said, it's the metaphysical principle where you reduce everything to matter. That's a material conditional.
Oh my God.
When I asked him what a truth table is, hold on. Hold on. Let me go down the list. Wait, hold on.
I have one thing to say. I just have one thing to say. You did worse than T jump on that question. Like, ask yourself, I believe the exact same question.
I also want to finish going down the list.
Somehow.
I thought you were talking about materialism.
That's just the start of it. That's what he said a material conditional was. When I asked him what a truth table is, he admitted he doesn't know what that was. he also said stuff like, what is some other stuff I asked him about logic? I asked him what bivalence was. He admitted to not knowing what bivalence was. Then I asked him questions about logic.
That's fine. That's fine. I can grant him bivalence, even though he says he knows logic better than you. He should understand what bivalence is.
And then
why are you lying?
I'll give him.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
And then I asked him.
Wait, hold on. If he's lying, what's bro? Wait, hold on. If he's lying,
do you have the clip? Do you have the recording, bro? Or why are you lying? I did tell you what about bivalence.
No, you conflate it. No. No,
you conflated it. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let's just have Monkey Boy. Hold on, guys. Stop. Let's just have him explain what a material implication is. Why don't we do that?
Before we jump to that, I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, before we jump to that, I got it. It's like, by the way, if someone asked me that, I would just say it in 5 seconds. It would be like really quick. It would be done and over.
So again, I said that when it comes to
let the record
there
be
only
known.
being
When you
true
said
or false property, I'm saying relevant to propositions. Literally what I said, relevant to propositions.
You described when I asked you what bivalence was, you described the law of identity. You described the excluded middle. You didn't describe.
I said relevant to propositions. And I said relevant to propositions. And I said relevant to propositions.
What does bivalence mean?
Can I talk? When I said the law of excluded middle, I said that relevant to propositions.
You can separate it into two things. That's a hint.
That's what I meant by bivalence. So that was a
hold on. You can. I'll give you a hint. You can separate. Yeah, I'll give you a hint. You can separate it into two different things. What's bivalence?
So that would be relevant to a proposition only having the property of true or false.
Oh my gosh. Okay. What's a material implication?
Material implication? Or it's like I don't know what that is. We're talking about a material condition.
Then don't ever say that you know logic better than anybody.
Wait, do you know?
I don't have to. I don't care. I don't care if I have like
what is
I don't care if I have a problem.
But I mean, HD, that's like the most standard.
It's like the most basic thing you could learn.
The most.
And guess what?
I just still a material condition.
If then, bro. If then.
I can still logically.
That's the T-jump question, Monkey Boy. That like.
So I can still. Do you think that
I think it's just the best question to ask somebody when they're like so overly confident in
formal terms?
This guy's just freaking out now. He's just like over talking everyone. He has to like calm down.
Can I talk?
But real quick,
you're not allowing me to talk. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Let me just ask you. Let me just.
So whether or not I know the formal terms for words does not mean I'm not aware of the concept.
He's just steamrolling. This is like really.
Doesn't mean I'm not aware of the concept.
Let me ask you this question.
Ask it anyway.
Let me. Yeah. Look. Yeah. Just when is a material conditional false? Is he consulting wrong?
Yeah. So when P is true and Q is false.
Wait, what?
You couldn't say that last time I asked you. And no. I asked him this
wait,
question. I asked him to name.
Wait. Hold on. What did he say? Hold on. What did he say? Because I didn't hear. I just heard when something is false. That's all I heard.
Wait, did you say? Wait, repeat it. Maybe he even said it wrong.
I don't know. I only heard the.
I said when P is true and Q is false.
No, that's.
I mean,
that's.
You can elaborate a little.
It's when P is false and Q is true.
P is true, and I said when P is true.
No.
Yeah, that's wrong.
And Q is false. That's what I said.
Yeah, but that's wrong.
That's not right.
It's when P is false and Q is true.
Okay, and the funny thing about it is, on the last live, you got something.
The funny thing about it is that you said you know logic better than
you remember?
somebody, and you don't
Monkey
know
Boy,
that.
do you remember when you got it completely opposite? Do you remember that too? When
I wrote it.
Perfect. Then that
I admit.
Okay,
I wrote it down on the. I had a notebook on screen, and I wrote it the other way around.
No, you said it wrong too. You said it the opposite too, out loud, bro. That's not something that's not serious. People can make mistakes. And what if I'm not?
Well, you've actually admitted.
What if I'm not?
You actually admitted you don't. When I asked you to name
nothing.
When I asked you to name the connectives of logic, you said you didn't know any of them. And then I said here's a hint. Two of them are on screen. One is conjunction. One is disjunction. What are the other? Well, technically three. What are the other two? I said. I was talking about.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter, bro, because I already told you. Wait, can I finish? Can I actually engage with Monkey Boy? Like,
yeah, that's fine. I was just gonna ask what it means.
So the point is, I already told you that I'm not too read up on formal terms, but I can reason. I know what the concepts.
So then, why
are,
would you
know what they
challenge
mean.
my
I know what
ability
they
to do
mean.
logic, and you don't
Logic
know
is a formal. Yeah, like why would you say
You
I'm
said
not?
you didn't even know what a truth table was, which literally defines validity, which is in
I
the
know what
starting
I know
chapters
what a
of any
truth.
logic
I
book.
know what a truth table is. I was just not aware of the
Yeah, maybe
terms
now
connected
you
to the
didn't know
concept.
it before.
No, bro. I've
Oh
already.
no, it's cool. Hey, it's cool.
What do you
Hey,
mean you know the
this, when we get
concept?
this, hey, if you get this, man,
I'm gonna keep it above. I don't know if Kaymizz is on my side. Kaymizz, have me and you not had conversations before?
Of course, yeah. We've had a few conversations.
And I'm not saying I'm like a philosophy dude. Did it sound like it did not know like what the concept of a
No,
truth
no
table
one.
was, or like if
By the
then
way,
our
by the way,
condition is?
no one
Is
would
that
shame
saying
you.
that?
No one would shame you.
I don't know
No
if we've
one.
had a conversation like that before. I mean, when
Yeah, but
we
no
talk
one
just
would
about
shame
tagging
you.
and things like that usually. So
Yeah, no one. By the way, no one is deserved to be shamed or would shame you if you didn't know any of these things. Like I'm not great with logic. Like I should. Let me put it this way: I should know more than what I do at my point, right? But like no one would shame you for that if you don't make this type of statements like you know more than someone at that. That's when people go, what the fuck, right?
Because it
And
was
they
being
don't.
the only reason why I said that is because he asked me for the logical inference for a Bayesian argument that I was given. So it was a rhetorical thing where I said, you don't even know what logic is if you're asking me for that type of inference. That's the point. So I'm not saying like generally speaking
just don't
overall
say stuff like that.
I'm
If
the
you're not,
smartest dude ever.
if you can't confidently say like what affirming the consequent is or anything relevant to like just base like what a material implication is or whatever, right? Like just don't say anything.
I know what he gave an invalid argument, and then he said the inference rule was Bayesian confirmation, and then he said he challenged my like knowledge about logic.
Well,
and then
when I talked to him initially, he said I talked to him initially, he said that he didn't understand what like because I was like, look, I didn't hear this conversation, so I have no idea. But my initiating a conversation with him was he had said that he had a conversation with you. And but cut me off if I'm wrong at any point here, HD2. But he had said that he didn't really understand why you were asking for an inference rule when he was giving this type of like Bayesian argument. And I tried to I was like, well, I don't really know what your argument is, but like presumably in the dialectic, like you offered something he didn't accept. He wanted to understand why you should revise his view, and in the like maybe in some form of the context, it sounded like he didn't understand how that follows, and he wanted to understand if you had an argument. It could be like some a priori argument to establish the truth of that premise.
No, bro. You keep saying I keep correcting you, and you keep saying it again.
Tell me exactly what I got wrong. Because I think I did. I think the audience would go, yeah, that was pretty much exactly what the conversation was about.
I kept telling you that if the inquiry was about the premises, fine, but it was about how the conclusion followed from the premises, and you keep going back to the inquiry about the premises.
No,
bro.
and to be fair, what did I say to you? I said, look, if it's just the case that like he was asking you why something followed that you think didn't follow some formal like deductive structure or something, then sure, but I wasn't there for that. But I go, what did I tell you? I said, what I suspect, because I know Monkey Boy pretty well, is that there was something in the conversation that he picked up on that you didn't like give any justification for, and it might have required some type of inference rule, right?
But the funny thing about it is,
I just don't think that's like a weird thing to like suggest when you say like, oh, I couldn't understand why he asked this. I'm like, well, maybe you misunderstood, right?
No, but again, when I came up to the live at first, when I came up to the live at first, I told him that I'm not given a regular formal argument. I'm speaking to Bayesian confirmation, which is
I told you that that's irrelevant, right? Like
no, it is relevant because he said, okay, go ahead and give the argument. And then he went on to ask for the formal structure of the argument outside of what Bayesian confirmation is. So it is relevant. It is relevant. He literally told me, give the argument.
Even understand
and I told him it's not a formal argument in that sense. It was a Bayesian argument.
Also, this just shows how like
went again to the same shit.
Yeah, this just goes to show how stupid you are, and I've explained this in the and watch him interrupt me. Right, I'm not done. I'm not done. If you could like stop getting emotional.
Not an argument.
And he's getting emotional again. He can't control himself. Yeah, so I explained how stupid he was because Bayesian argument, you can regiment Bayesian arguments into deductive structure. They're not something that are at odds. Bayesian arguments are not hostile towards deductive arguments. It's expected within intellectual discourse that when I ask for an argument, it's obvious that I'm expecting a sound argument, which is an argument delivered where the premises are both true and the inference is valid. Yeah, his argument was not only invalid, but it was super difficult to translate in Bayesian terms because it seems he doesn't actually understand Bayesianism. And we even went through the same process after of asking him basics about Bayesianism, and he failed.
I went over the. Hold
about?
On real quick.
Can I respond to him?
Yeah,
or
you
no?
can respond. But I even did say, like I even gave the example. I said, look, I often opt for like a worldview comparison, and I even gave the example of Rasol going, give me a deductive argument, and I was like, yeah, we can do that, but like I want you to understand what it is I'm even saying, right? And then like I have no problem like giving you like you can form. Did I, yes or no, RD2, did I not tell you that exact thing? That like, I had a similar situation where it's like, I want to make sure you understand this argument. I was trying to be charitable to you and say, look, I want you to understand this argument. Yes, it is the case that I can give you a formal argument for it. Do you understand like what it is I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
I did say that. Yeah. And so my point was just that, look, you can take like my view and I can give a deductive argument for it. It's not like I think Monkey Boy put it a good way. It's not hostile to like, giving some type of deductive structure.
Yeah, but again, so yeah, the argument itself already follows like some type of deductive schema because it is saying that if this evidence confirms this hypothesis over another hypothesis, then to prefer, can I finish or not? Then to prefer the hypothesis, right? So again, you were asking me about how the conclusion follows from the premises. That's what you were asking. At the end of the day, you can't go behind that. That's what you were asking.
It's non-deductive. Now you just said it follows a deductive scheme. I mean, make up your mind.
What do you? No, that's not what I said. Can you repeat what I said as a matter of fact, word for word? You're not tracking, bro. You're just not tracking.
Sorry, did you not just say it's a deductive schema? What are you talking about?
So it's not. Yes, a thing can be represented in the deductive structure without being a deductive argument. Dummy, are you dumb? Are you dumb? Can you represent something in a deductive structure without it being a deductive argument itself?
What you said is from the onset when we talked earlier. Is that you said you were giving an argument that was non-deductive. So that
I said it's not a deductive argument. Yes, sir. It's not a deductive argument.
The type of inference you were rendering. Now you just admitted that your argument was deductive. So
it's not a deductive argument.
No, a valid argument is not by any means.
Oh, this dude is so dumb, bro. Just because you give an argument,
ironic.
Can I talk? Just because I give an argument and it follows a deductive schema does not mean it's a deductive argument. I can give an example. What are you talking about?
What is this schema? Do you know what are you talking about? Schema. What do you think a schema is?
Yeah, you can think about science, for instance, right? When science makes inferences. In the deductive
are you using schema in logic? A schema?
Can I talk?
I'm asking.
If you allow me to finish, then you'll be able to know.
Are you using a schema?
Right? Then you'll be able to know.
Just one quick question. Are you using it like as used in logic?
Do you not know what a schema is, bro?
That's a dodge. Do
you not know what
you do if you're using it in a logical context? If you're using schema as logical nomenclature, then you clearly have no clue what a schema is.
Do you not know, bro? What are you? Can you even respond to what I was talking about? Can you even respond? Just because an argument follows a deductive,
as it's used in logic.
Just because an argument follows some type of deductive schema, does that mean it has to be a deductive argument? Yes or no? I asked the question first. I asked first, so if I'm dodging,
ask the clarifying question, dumbass. What do you mean by schema? Are you using schema?
You're the one dodging. Answer the question, bro.
I'm asking a clarifying question. I just said
just real fast. Quick break.
That's not a dodge.
Real fast. Quick break to just thank whoever sent me and Monkey Boy 1,000. I didn't see because I wasn't looking at my. Sorry, I'm noodling on the guitar. I didn't see who sent that, but thank you, whoever sent that. Just wanted to make sure they didn't feel fuck, I just spent money and these douchebags didn't even acknowledge me.
Thank you very much, whoever sent that. I didn't even see who sent that.
That was Aaron.
So now, are we done with the dodging? Are you ready to answer, Monkey Boy?
I've already told you on clarifying what you mean by schema.
All right, that's a dodge. Still a dodge, bro.
Is this guy serious? You're expecting me to answer a question.
I think he's serious. I just think he's overly confident. This is my.
Is this guy seriously confident?
You came up with
I just
faith.
said I don't understand how you're using the terms.
To an argument.
You expect me to answer a question where the question communicated is unclear to me?
You were bad faith, bro. You're being bad faith.
HD2, is anybody in your personal life
You think it
told
was
you that
good faith when you challenged me to a logic match and didn't know what a material you didn't know what anything, you couldn't answer a single question I asked?
Yeah, if in the case where I gave an argument that's not deductive and you asked for the deductive structure of the argument or inference, then yes, I am reasonable to assume that you are somewhat not educated in logic. That's fine.
You know that deductive arguments could be expressed.
If you prove different, then sure. I'm not scared to admit that I'm not ready.
Do you know? Is this guy? Do you know likelihood his arguments could be expressed deductively?
Yeah, but in a non-deductive argument,
okay,
yes.
yeah. So it can. Okay, and I'm expecting
a
valid.
Without being a deductive argument.
Sorry, you're interrupting me.
Without being a deductive argument. Without being a deductive argument, yes. Without being a deductive argument, yes.
You're interrupting me.
Without being a deductive argument, yes.
And he's just going to keep
I don't even know what what is it even?
Rather dodge.
He's not making any point. He's just.
I don't even know what the extra point is there.
Yeah, it's just literally nothing.
An argument.
So yeah, of course you can, and
without being a deductive
this guy
argument.
cannot
That's
control
my point.
himself. Have some reservation. Yeah, so you can
Dude, just not ask me what I'm
there he
talking
goes
about
again.
in
What is this guy? When is this guy going to ever stop talking?
I don't know, but I don't know, but I'm still stuck on the when it's not a deductive argument. When it's not a, I don't know what the fuck that was doing. What is that supposed to do? But how's that changing?
Yeah, look, the point is that likelihood is inferences could be expressed deductively, and I wanted a clearly valid argument. And I even did the homework for you, symbolizing the arguments and checking for its validity, and the argument was invalid. And you challenged that.
Is that when the truth table got brought up? Like when you did it? Hold on, let me just ask you, Monkey Boy. Did you do a truth table in front of him, and he just didn't know what you were even doing?
Nah, you weren't there, so nah.
No, I just symbolized the premises, and I showed how the conclusion was a non-sequitur.
I was gonna say.
And he said
that would have been funny though if you had made him go through like that entire process. That would have been so funny for just seeing him on mute the whole time, just to be like, "Yeah, your argument's dog shit."
And the funniest part is he was actually saying his argument was valid, but then he ended up admitting later he doesn't know how to translate sentences into Bayesian language, which is required to check for validity, which made no sense. I even asked him this. I asked him, what does P parenthesis
I was gonna say, why don't you ask? Yeah.
I literally asked him that. An atomic sentence in Bayesian, I literally said P parenthesis P. What does that mean?
Thing you see.
He said, I have no idea.
No,
I'm not familiar with the Bayesian. I'm not familiar. Yes, you did.
I don't know
yes, you did.
About
bro, you're such a liar, bro.
I don't know about Bayes, but like I can
wait. You're telling me.
Do you have the recording? I gave an answer to you. What are you talking about? I did give an answer.
Well, what was your answer? Bro. No, you're lying.
Even
what was the answer you gave?
Correct, I did give an answer. I said.
What was the answer you gave?
Yes, I said it has something to do with probability. Didn't give a direct
dude,
answer.
honestly,
that's
any
an
answer
answer
like
of what
it
that
has
sentence
something
means?
to do with is just already like red flags, bro.
That's obviously
it's like the Chris Hansen equivalent of being like, I just came here to tell you I wasn't coming here. Like you just look so dumb. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, the question I asked you was to translate the sentence. And when I asked you to translate the sentence, you think it qualifies as an answer to say, I don't know something about probability? That's a translation of the sentence, you dumbass? Are you serious?
Bro, do you think that you can't have an argument with using like Bayesian terms without knowing how to translate it in Bayesian symbols? What are you talking about?
That's not how you gave it.
That's an answer to it.
You gave like a classical Kantian TA. I was there, dude. You gave it like a classic, if knowledge, therefore God. That's how you gave the argument. I remember it.
That's not how I gave the argument, by the way.
We have Pi here to clear things up. That's great.
Not how I gave the argument, Pi. Is incorrect. I don't even think...
Okay.
I don't know. I trust Pi's judgment. Pi knows things that, like, I should know that, like, were in my own head at one point. Like, in terms of, like, my own memories, you know?
So you said some stuff about Bayesian, but when he asked you to give it, you gave a classical kind of Kantian style... like transcendental argument. I remember.
I don't think so, but sure.
And if you don't know how to express it in Bayesian terms, then how could you ever make an argument valid then? Like, why would you quote me on your argument?
Okay, so for instance, if I can give an argument right now about any random thing using Bayesian terms without
I
knowing
mean, we can get off this, and we can go back to like why theism is clearly not simpler. I can explain why that's not the case.
Yeah, and again, I wanted to clarify. In order for you to be exclusive to my argument in your response, I said, given an explanation, right? I'm saying that naturalism is not explaining the natural world, because how would naturalism explain the natural world outside of the natural world if the natural world is what it's appealing to? I can explain the natural world without explaining God.
That's the dumbest objection I've ever heard.
Yeah, how is that a dumb objection?
Because look,
can you steelman the argument first so I know you got what I said?
Yeah, you go. How can naturalism explain different particulars, right, or different events, if what it can't do is explain like itself, like it's the natural world itself?
So that's
right?
not an argument. That's a question.
No, that's not what I said.
What you offer is like, you say what your argument is, and I bet you it's the exact same thing. Go ahead.
I said that for naturalism to posit an explanation for the natural world outside of naturalism would not be an explanation, because it says it has no explanation for the natural world, which would be something outside of the natural world.
Yeah, right. It's like quite literally what I fucking said. But
no,
also,
you brought up
also, there is like, I don't know what you mean by the outside world. You're using like these like terms that we need to unpack.
I said outside world. As a matter of fact, I said outside the natural.
Yeah, but this is just stupid. This is just stupid, because if you talk,
silly.
It's so dumb if you just talk to like any naturalist.
To a naturalist, all that exists are the natural facts.
There are the natural facts, but also like if you ask them to give an explanation, like what their story's gonna start with it's gonna be very coherent all the way through. And
what explains the natural facts? What explains the natural facts? What explains the natural facts?
Stop interrupting me. I'm trying to give you like how they stop. I'm trying to do that. Right, so they're going to give you a coherent story, like there's an initial state, something that's not going to be incoherent to you because on your view God creates an initial state, and then subsequent events, like, you know, they can explain what happens like in different epochs, for example, like, you know, different gluon plasma and stellar nucleosynthesis and these things, all these things that you have in your view, right? And it's not going to be like they need an encompassing like fact outside of the initial state that explains that, like in your view, that's a cost, right? That's an explanatory cost that you pay. You're paying an additional cost. You're giving another postulate. And that's what I was trying to explain to you on your view, is that you have all of the same things. It's not like that you can give an argument where you take the existence of electrons, right, without adding anything else. You just somehow make a logical derivation from the existence of electrons or stars or cats or whatever the fuck you want to pick out, and then make some derivation to the conclusion that God exists. It's not like you get these things for free in the world. The naturalist can't just make some deduction like that there's an initial state, and then you just deduce from there that you have electrons. You can't say there's a God and just deduce from there that there's electrons. Stop, just real quick.
Bro, you're talking forever.
Just follow me. Just follow me.
But then y'all keep cutting me off in the middle of my
Just follow me. Just follow me.
Are you not being bad faith? Or are you not being bad faith?
You're interrupting me. You're the one.
I'm getting interrupted in the half of my arguments. And the half.
You're the one literally yawning in the middle of me talking, going, "Oh yeah, can you finish up now? Because I'm ready to talk." You're the one doing that.
I'm operating how you're operating by interrupting me, dummy. You're interrupting me.
Host, can you mute
Can we have an agreement? No interruptions. Can we have an
You're the one interrupting me. We're having a meta conversation.
Let people finish what they're saying, and then you can respond properly.
Yes, we wouldn't have the meta conversation about interruptions if you just shut the fuck up and let me
don't interrupt me then.
You're not ashamed of.
That's the point.
All right, from now on,
that's fine. I won't do that. If I do that, I apologize.
And then go on HD after.
Yeah, the point is it's not like you can make a derivation from like this axiom God exists. I can't make this derivation from like the initial state exists if I'm a naturalist to the existence of electrons. These are primitive things in our view that we seek to explain, right? The part of the explanandum that we seek to explain. You don't like get it for free. I don't get it for free. You adding God to explain things is an extra cost in the view. And this is the whole point I tried to make from the outset, which is what you should do, which is like what I think smart Christian or theistic philosophers like Paul Moser do, is just say, look, it's very obvious that there's more things on a theistic view. We haven't even we have like this austere vanilla version of theism. We haven't even talked about the incarnation, the resurrection, or any of these things, spirits, genies, angels, right? Just even on the basis of theism alone, it's an extra cost, and that's fine if what you can do is show that inflating your ontological economy is required to explain the world around you. But it's just not true that like you get those things for free or I get those things for free. So there's no pulling this card of like, oh, you need something outside of it to explain it. No, you seek to explain those things and give a story about the view and compare. And it's very clear that the naturalist has a simpler view. What you should do is just go, yes, it's simpler, but it doesn't actually explain things in the view, right? That's what you should do.
Sure, and I want to be good faith, right? Because you're not making terrible points. I just
I'm trying to help you out.
Bro, can I finish?
A better argument.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Right? I'm trying to be good faith, right? You're just not. I guess I'm not giving the argument properly, whatever, right? What I'm saying is, when I posit God as the thing that's the natural is being derived from, that is given an explanation because God himself is a theory-laden object, so he has explanatory properties. When you posit the brute variables, which have no, can I finish? When you posit the brute variables, which themselves have no explanatory properties, you cannot make a prediction to what would be truth in the future. When I posit God, I can, because of his properties, say something about what it predicts to be true in the future. Do not get? I'm not even saying
that. I'm glad we can get clarification. I'm glad we can get clarification. So, first question I have is, what is the brute thing that, in my view, you just like skipped over that, and then two, what are these like properties that lend this expectation? It's not really clear to me that like a designer, a bear designer, like has any expectation. So I don't really understand both those things. Unpack maybe the first one, and then we can talk about that and go on to the second one.
Yeah, perfect. Right. So, for instance, you talked about, I think, the starting values or starting variables, right? Those would be one of the brute things, one of the brute facts. You're not even posit, right?
What do you mean by brute fact? Just to make sure we're both on the same page.
Yeah, without explanation, or it cannot be explained, right?
Well, so, hold on. But to be clear, if I say that the initial state's necessary, it's fully explained.
If it is necessary, okay. But even
necessity is fully if it's metaphysically necessary, it fully explains it. And that's why I said to you at the beginning of the conversation earlier that if God's metaphysically necessary, it's not like I can come to you with the critique you're giving me now, right?
But even then, right?
If you're levying this critique against me, these brute things, I'm just gonna say the same thing back.
I agree.
So if I'm making,
if I'm making some type of an appeal, right, to like what physicians say.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm trying to make sure we're on the same page. It's straight for clarification. We're on the same page that if what we're offering is this metaphysical necessity, we've explained it, right?
Sure. I can.
Okay, great. Perfect.
Because obviously, I'm saying I'm not okay. Perfect, right? Now to get back to this, right? Even then,
so then it's not.
Wait, bro. Can I talk? Right? Because even like I'm not a physicist myself, but even they say that these constants could have been different, right? Which would mean that the laws of physics themselves would also be different. Could be different. The values of the constants could be different. And all of these things could be different, right?
But you're just addressing.
So they're not necessary. They're not. So I'm saying.
No, I know, but you're just. Wait,
just let me finish, and then you can respond. Let me
stop.
Finish,
but talk about my view. My view is not one.
Okay, so I can interrupt when you talk about my view.
My view is not that they're contingent. They're necessary. Stop talking about that they could be different. You're just not talking about my view anymore. Right?
Wait. So
how is that supposed to do? How is it supposed to do damage? How is it supposed to do damage to me that you just say?
Agreed to modal collapse.
if you say that the value, if you
Well,
say
I
that the value
haven't
of the
agreed. I
constants
actually
are
haven't agreed to
necessary-
modal collapse because there could be like an indeterministic link.
Wait.
But I don't want to bog him down on a bunch
If
of
you're
shit.
saying that the value of the constants are necessary, but I can point to empirical proof or make an appeal to, I guess, people who study this thing, say that these are not necessary, that they could have been different, then what are you talking about? I'm saying the empirical facts go against what you're saying. They're definitely not necessary.
Stop. Empirical facts. Look, facts that science study aren't determining like metaphysical necessity. Do you think that science, when they study something, they go, that's contingent and that's metaphysical? You think that's what they're doing?
No, but if it's
okay, great. That's a philosophical. That's a philosophical.
Yes,
that's
I
a
agree. I know what modality is.
Stop.
I know what modality is.
Stop. That's a philosophical inquiry.
You asked me a question and I'm answering. And you're cutting me off.
I'm asking something so we can just squash this. That's a philosophical inquiry, correct?
Yeah, but are you saying that?
But nothing.
Can I finish, bro? Can I finish?
Okay,
if you're saying that this.
No, we're done. I don't care about what. I don't care about the empirics.
I don't care what you care
different...
about. Stop. I don't care what you care about, bro.
I feel bad.
If your argument is going to just be talking about a view that's not mine, I just feel like I've already won. Right? It's just not even like it's like not even a fair debate. It feels like I'm dunking on a kindergartner. It's like doesn't even feel
be
fair.
clear, right?
I'm not even trying to
he's
be
saying
mean.
Compare the views because he's trying to show you how he can have a view where he explains everything and it's more parsimonious than yours, essentially.
Exactly.
Okay. Do you understand what he's trying to do? Like, do you see
the view that's being offered
when you're saying like laws of physics or something like that is contingent? I understand that's your view. He's saying no, metaphysically within his view, that's necessary. So that's already accounted for. It has an explanation. It's not what you would call a brute. It doesn't. It has an explanation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we can say like necessities are brute because like that's just where the end of inquiry of explanation ends, and I'm fine with that. But that's presumably not the same type of bruteness that you want to like charge me with, right? You have some type of connotation there that's like negative, and that's just not the case. And because if it was negative, you'd have the same negative connotation because I just charge it with you with like the theistic necessity that you have, right? And the point is that. Like, let's focus on my story. Those are necessary. It fully is explained. And so what you said earlier was false. It was a straw man of my view to say that I'm just offering these brute things, like brute contingent things that could be other ways, but they're not explained. In fact, that's just not the case. That's just a straw man of my view. Host picked that up brilliantly and beautifully. And so we should actually say what the view that I'm offering is. And go from there. Otherwise, you're just attacking a view that's not mine. And I'm happy for you for the next 30 minutes to an hour to make a fool of yourself and attack a view that's not mine. I'm totally happy if you want to do that. It just makes me feel better. It's like easier for me. I can I can play RuneScape while you do that, right? It's just so easy.
But what the thing about it is, what I was trying to ask you is, why would you ever posit that as a hypothesis that these things are actually necessary and
because the view is
obtained in all possible ways?
Well, that view is simpler and it best explains the view around me. And the reason why I think that's true is on every view that's been offered in the comparative analysis, I tend to win. Right? And so far I've won. I'm not claiming I've won the race. I'm claiming that so far it seems like I'm beating everybody in the race. That's what
but even then, like, right, given my hypothesis, I'm referring to one entity, I guess you could say. You're referring to multiple things. You're referring to multiple constants, multiple laws, multiple fees, and multiple initial conditions.
So this
how
is
would that explain as a set?
Hold on. Let me make sure I drill this in because this was. Let me make sure. Hold on, real quick.
He's not referring to one entity. This will only take a sec. He's not referring to one entity. He's referring to the properties of the entity, which are equivalent, and saying it's an entity.
Regardless, even that, like this was the point I was trying to say to him earlier, is that it's not true that this is actually. I'm so actually glad he said this because this makes my point earlier make more sense, if not for him, the audience. When you say it's from one thing, that's what I was saying earlier. It's not true that you can write on a piece of paper, God exists, make a derivation for free, and get the existence of electrons or all of this stuff out of it. You don't get that. So it's not true that in your view, the things that are costs in your view, right? It's not true the things that you posit is just one thing, God, that explains the datum.
Okay, they have properties, right? Okay,
right. Because look, equally, if that was true, I can just say I posit one fundamental thing, the initial state, and for all of that, I get for free electrons and stars and stellar nucleus. You don't get to monopolize it just because, like, God, right? That's dumb. That's stupid. That's like the dumbest shit ever.
I think I get what you're saying, right? Because
Yeah.
I did say explanatory properties, right? The properties that we're making the derivation from, right? So you're saying that the same properties that I can give to God, you can give to like any object as a hypothesis, I guess.
Clarify here. I think he's saying that unless you appeal to science, you can't provide a mechanism by which God instantiates these things.
You don't like if you posited one thing and you just explained all the things, what that would look like is making some type of a priori deduction, starting with the proposition God exists and deducing to the existence of electrons without doing anything else, without making any a posteriori identifications, without any synthetic identification. You don't go out in the world and find out that electrons exist on your own, totally separate from metaphysical thesis that could explain them, right? Which is how we actually do it. We go look, we find these things, and they're compatible with a multitude of metaphysical theses, right? But if what you were saying was true, is you would be doing something different. You would be going, like, God exists, and I can deduce to the existence of certain things in the world. And you can't do that the same way that I can't posit fundamental initial state of the universe from which all things come from. It's not personal. It's not intelligent. It's just an initial state of the universe. It's just t equals 0. I can't go t equals 0, therefore, like electrons. These are things that both of us have in our view that we seek to explain. They're part of the explanandum. We both offer an explanans. We both offer an initial state, or you offer God. You don't get something for free. I don't get something for free. You're not getting any steroid shot there like you think you are. That's my point, right? Like, because like the only way you would think that's true is like, cause God. Like that would be the argument, which is silly and stupid. Like that's like, sure, if you want to be in like 4th grade, sure, but I just care about like a real argument.
Yeah, and I think I get what you're saying. So I think I'm gonna end on this, right? Because when I say necessary, I'm not saying it's necessary by virtue of it having no explanation. But I assume that's what you were saying, but I might be wrong, and that's probably where the confusion is coming from.
I'm just saying, like, this idea that like I have this one fundamental thing, God, and that like I posit this one thing is just not true. Because if that was true, in my opinion, what I would suspect is that you can make a priori arguments like that God exists and then deduce to the existence of electrons without adding anything else. And I don't think you can do that the same way I can't do that with the initial state. So it's not true that like you get for free the explanandum because you posit God, right? That's just not true. What's true is that we both have this explanandum and we both offer an explanans. It just seems to turn out that you have like extra things because part of your explanandum is my explanans. Like you have my thing, my initial state. Like the thing that I'm offering as not really as the explanation, but it's not like you can go, the thing that you're offering doesn't exist or something. It's like you think God creates that thing. I don't have to convince you even of its existence. You think God creates an initial state of the universe.
Yeah, let me just try to completely wrap it in, because I think I get what you're saying, right? So the last thing I wanted to ask specifically was that when you talk about, I guess, the starting variables or whatever, right? And I'm talking about God, I'm essentially saying that, well, if we're both looking to explain the natural world, then the explanation that we're going to give has to end in something that's, well, I think I was assuming not natural, because it has to be something external to the explanation itself. So, for instance, if the physical laws
if you just think that, you're just begging the question. Like, why? Hold on. What reason would I have
to
this? That assumption.
His view is that the natural world is fundamental. So to ask what explains it assumes the falsity of his view.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's my point. That's the point I was trying to make.
What reason would I have to revise my view?
Did he just say the point I'm trying to make?
That I have to.
Sorry, I just explained how your view. I just explained how your view's fallacious, and then you say that's exactly the point I'm trying to make.
No, it's not.
You were trying to make the point.
No. Can you chill?
It's
I
not
was saying
fallacious to
that
ask him a
I was saying
question where the
that I'm
question assumes
explaining
the
the
falsity of
natural.
his view.
I was
What are you
saying
talking
I'm
about?
explaining the natural.
Okay, maybe
You're
track
not.
a
That's
little
the
better
point,
what I'm saying.
bro. Monkey
I'm
boy,
saying
can
the
you let me answer,
question,
bro? Let me
the
clarify.
question,
I'm
there's
saying
not a question.
I'm
I'm
actually
actually
giving
about
an
to produce a question.
explanation
There
towards the
wasn't a question
natural.
yet
You're
asked,
not. That
so
was
if
the
you can
point
hold on.
we came off
You
of.
asked him what
HT2, hang on.
explains the natural world, right? You
You
asked
guys
him what
have to
explains the
speak at a
natural world.
time.
Yeah, you asked him what explains the natural world. In his views, the natural world is fundamental. So that question assumes the falsity of his view. And that's what I finished describing. And then you said that's exactly my point. If your point is exactly mine, which is that you're making the fallacy of assuming his view is false when you ask that question, then I'm glad you and I agree that you're just asking loaded questions that entail the falsity.
If we were comparing,
So if
to
the answer is no, then you made the blunder. You made the blunder of thinking we're on the same page. Because what I just explained was the erroneous question you asked him.
It's not a blunder.
I wasn't done speaking, so what happens is you can start speaking and finish once I finish. Don't say, "Can I finish?" interrupting me while I'm still talking, dumbass.
Just
now
as
go
you
ahead.
guys did when you guys did the same thing when you said I was misrepresenting your view. You're misrepresenting my view again.
HT2, just let him finish.
You can barely speak coherently. Like, what's going on?
You guys kept interrupting me and said I was interrupting your clarification.
HT2, you did interrupt him. Stop crying about it. You interrupted him.
The point I was trying to make anyways was that we're both looking to explain the natural, right? Because I'm saying I'm giving a more simple explanation. If all you're saying is you don't have an explanation for the natural, because that's what's fundamental, then yes, okay, now I'm getting interrupted again. Okay, now I'm getting interrupted again. Interrupted again.
We're saying we're not trying to explain nature.
Not good faith.
Nature is fundamental on the view. What do you not understand?
Can you let me finish?
He literally just
said,
you said that.
I want to let you finish, right? But again, this has been pointed out to you about 3 different times now. Like, I don't know what you don't understand. Like, you're saying the naturalism is the only thing, it's what's fundamental. You're assuming your view still. Do you get it?
Yeah,
no. I agree.
You're treating the natural world as an
exponent. I agree. That's why I literally said to him that yes, you're positing the natural as a thing that's fundamental. Therefore, you're not explaining the natural. You'd be explaining things that's more particular or contingent on those on that starting point, which would be the natural. That's the point I was trying to make. And I'm saying
the point is the comparison. The comparison is between causal foundationalism, where there's going to be a starting cause. So the question is, where should we stop the chain of causation? So what is not the explanandum is the natural world. What we're doing is we're comparing the theoretical virtues between the two metaphysics.
Exactly.
I don't know how this is so hard for your little.
By the way,
HT2.
Hold on, HT2. By the way,
is it the case that something natural or non-natural can be unexplained? Like, is that the case?
Say again?
Consider the entire set of things that are natural and non-natural. Mm-hmm. Can it be the case that one thing of those can be unexplained, have no further explanation?
Yeah, possibly. Sure.
Okay, then naturalism can be unexplained. It doesn't need something outside of itself.
Okay, and how many times have I agreed to y'all? Y'all just not tracking the point I was trying to make. So when you're trying to say that the hypothesis versus theism or naturalism, you wouldn't be explaining the natural facts. You would be starting of something different than those natural facts, which would be the things that are contingent on those natural facts. Am I correct or no?
Thank you for saying the obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's what I've been saying for the longest of time. What are you guys talking about?
Well, I mean, I could be like real. I could be real like snooty and say, I mean, by contingent, I just assume you mean like dependent upon or something. But like, I mean, I'm kind of offering potentially a necessitarian view, but that's fine.
But that's the point that I was trying to make. So I was not disagreeing with you or strawman in your argument. I was saying that when I give the argument from the explanatory properties that I'm positing that the God hypothesis has, or the theistic being has, is the same thing that you'd have to do to those natural facts. So when I say rational mind has these explanatory properties, you'd have to say that these natural facts has these natural explanatory properties.
One thing I wanted to make sure we got through is like we hadn't even gotten through one thing that I can just ask you on your view, and this is maybe to drill the point, or like, I don't know, maybe this will give you something to think about, because like maybe this just won't make I'm not saying this like in a negative way, like, oh, you can't keep up with this or something, but like maybe this won't make sense because there's a failure on my part to explain it properly. But like, let's look at the initial state on your view. We both agree, because I want to kind of drive this point home that what I think a better thing that you should offer is like that the naturalists can't explain certain things in the world, and you should offer God for that, that explanation, rather than the simplicity kind of view you were going with at the beginning of the conversation. On the initial state on your view, why does God create the initial state that way rather than any other way, or just not at all? Like, what's the explanation on your view? Because if we're both offering explanations, presumably there's a reason why God creates it that way rather than any other way. What do you think the explanation is?
Yeah, so as I wanted to say at the start, when I'm comparing the hypothesis...
No, not about comparison. I'm just asking on your view.
I'm just giving the conversation before.
Yeah, you're just giving an like your view has your view is an explanatory hypothesis. I want to know inside that, just the story of the hypothesis, right? Why does God create an initial state rather than, let's just start with this question. Why does God create an initial state rather than no initial state? Why doesn't he just chill out and smoke a fat God bowl? What explains why he creates an initial state rather than not? Because on my view, I don't have to explain that. It's necessary, right? Mine is fully explained. So I want to understand on why your view, what explains that.
I also want to add, in favor of JMike's view, is that the odds that the natural world is configured this way from the start, that's metaphysically primary, is actually intrinsically more likely than your view. Because God could have had a psychology or value profile, set a string of values where he desires to make the world a corresponding way to how the natural world the way you can configure the natural world. But additionally, he can make non-natural worlds and configure worlds that include the natural and non-natural, or he can even refrain from creation altogether. So just the modal space is actually vastly greater than how it could be at the start of naturalism. So the fact we find this is like a self-indication assumption. The fact we find ourselves in this world is actually strong evidence for naturalism. Opposed to your hypothesis.
Yeah, so to respond to you, I think the question is a little bit misguided on my view, the view that I take, because then I would be assuming that there's some type of deterministic structure on how God creates, given that there was a set of options and God chose one of the options rather than he had free will and there's many good options and he simply chose one of them, right? So I don't think I have to explain to any sense why God would choose to create this way instead of that way.
That's fine. But then all you just told me was that all you told me was why God explains A over B is that or why God had the libertarian choice to choose A over B was because he had the libertarian choice to choose A over B. So you all you're telling me is it's a brute contingent fact of why God chose
an explanation.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. All you did was just tell me that we have to go through other checkpoints, right? It's not like I win off of one data point or something, but so far I'm ahead of you. Just off that, I'm already ahead of you, massively ahead of you, because all you told me is there is no explanation. There's not an explanation at all. On my view, it couldn't have been any other way. I get a full explanation, and it's not something you can object to, because if you object to that, I'm just going to turn around and go, yeah, okay, well, bye-bye metaphysical necessity for God.
Well,
right? I'm just going to ask you the same question of why God's that way rather than any other way, or not at all, right?
So not necessarily. So if I talked about God and I said he was a rational agent, right, and he can have reasons, I guess, then what I would be saying is an explanation for why he decided to create this way instead of that way, for instance, would be to express his intention, right? Because it's good to create that way, because I said there are many good options. It's good to choose one of those good options. That would be an explanation for why he created it this way rather than that way, right?
Yeah,
that is an explanation.
Okay, that's fine. You can give me that. But why does God have those properties rather than any other properties?
That's not a thing that I have to explain. That's where the
it's just necessary.
I can give you the
answer. It's just necessary on your view, right?
But no, but those are the explanatory properties. That's where I'm
I don't even know
building
that
the
I don't even know that I
hypothesis
can
from.
help you with this, because if you're just gonna tell me, like, I don't even think I can help you. I wanted to try to help you with this and just say, like, okay, look, we can explain this or whatever. But
It's
if
a
you're just
different question, because what you're asking me is why am I
If you're just
starting
telling
with
me it's a
this?
libertarian free willed action, it's just definitionally
It's a different question, because what
right?
you're asking now is why am I starting with this as the base of my hypothesis, right? The thing that I'm saying is, given the explanation, you're asking me why am I starting with that instead of something else. That's completely missing the point of me positing a hypothesis to begin with.
No. Look, your view talks about initial states, right? God creates them, right?
But yeah.
Yes or no? Yeah.
But I'm saying,
okay, great. Now, presumably on an explanatory hypothesis, one thing that seems pretty obvious is what you would have to do is give an explanation why God creates an initial state, right? And a way to phrase that is, why does God create an initial state rather than no initial state? That seems like pretty fair game. I don't think I'm asking anything egregious.
no,
I think
but
that's pretty
again,
par for
I'm
the course
saying,
of these types of conversation.
yeah, so when you ask that question, it is invoking some type of deterministic view on God.
It's
right?
not.
That,
It's not, because you gave me an answer that it's a libertarian free willed action, and that's fine. I didn't force you into determinism. You gave me an answer, but I'm trying to explain to you the consequence of that answer is that it's brutally why the initial state is that way rather than no initial state, rather than the initial state being any way different, right? Is not explained. It's a brutally contingent fact. It could have been different, but there's no explaining why it was that way rather than any other way. That's what you're telling me. My view doesn't have that problem. I don't have to rest on these brute contingencies. And so my view so far is winning.
This might be because I'm confused or something, but as I've already said, I'm starting with the hypothesis that God has these properties. For instance, the property of good and a free
That's
agent.
fine.
Therefore, God creates in such a way
But
where
there's
he
not
chooses
just
a
one.
good
But
creation.
look, there's not just one way to create a good world.
Your hypothesis.
What?
We agree. You are bloating your hypothesis.
Yeah, and I agree. That's fine if you want to bloat it with more like, motivations and things like, and that's fine. Like I don't mind if you want to do that. But
Wait,
like,
wait,
look,
do you not think God can make a world that's as morally valuable and different?
I was just gonna say, there's it's not like the case that like there's just one possibly good world.
Yeah, I already said that there are multiple good worlds, and God chose one because it's good. That's what I said.
Okay, well
then why does he?
Then that doesn't explain the difference in choice if they're as
exactly.
morally valuable. That's not a reason that incentivizes him to choose one world. So what
Exactly.
we're trying to
Talking
understand is
about
what's salient to his choice making if they're morally symmetrical.
No, if we're talking about probabilities, then I would just have to, I guess, lower the amount of possible words down to good words, right? So then the probability.
No, but
good words
he's
is
holding.
the reason
He's not
of the
understanding. He's not
explanation.
understanding what you're saying. He's not understanding the question. Look, just hold those fixed. Hold
Let me
those
try to
worlds.
Let me try to
hold those-
say the question in my own words to see if I got it. He's asking me if I'm saying that the reason why God created the world in this way and not that way is because it was a good world. Then if God had multiple options to create other good worlds, then why would he create this good world over that good world?
You
And I
should
already
just
told you.
make sure you
that's
really
on-
ask him like.
That's on the basis of probability. If I'm saying that the
Monkey Boy, let me
probability
make sure.
is
Let me make sure I'm
good,
understanding what Monkey Boy. You're asking like, look, there's you hold these like good there's these different worlds God can choose from. Maybe I have this wrong, but like there's these multiple worlds God can choose from. They're both like equally good, but there's like different facts about those worlds. What explains why God would choose that world over the other, even though like the goodness is held kind of fixed between the worlds? Is that what you're asking?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So he's just
Did
not
I
getting.
literally not reframe his repeat his question in the exact sense that he brought it
Didn't
up?
sound like it to me, but I'm also stupid. So
Again, I said if God has or God could have a multitude of options of good words to choose from, right? Then I'm just lowering the probability down to those good words. Whether or not I have to give a reason or explanation for why he chose this good word over that one has nothing to do with the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that he's going to create a good world. That's the explanation for why a good world is created. I don't need to go further.
He chooses a good world, and the question is why he chooses that world.
Yeah,
I don't have to answer that. That's not the probability.
Is,
I already
is,
gave that.
Is that a brute fact?
Again, if the question,
That's just a yes
the
or no.
hypothesis, no, because that's
just
not
a yes or no.
that's not operated within my
That's
hypothesis.
just a yes or no.
The hypothesis that I'm
That's
referring
just-
to is,
that's just a
can
yes
I
or
talk?
no.
I don't care if you think it's a yes or no.
I just want a
I'm
yes or
gonna
no.
talk. I'm gonna say what I want to say. Again,
Okay,
if we're asking for why God chose to create
I ask
this
questions
way,
to get answers.
I
and
don't
I'm
care.
answering.
I don't care, bro.
Okay, so you
if we're
are
talking about, I do not
dodging
care.
by volition.
I do not
So
care.
you don't
bro.
care
I do not care.
about
I do not
the
care. I
fact
do
you
not
look
care. I
like
do not care. I do not
completely
care. If you just let me
horrendous.
talk,
You look like a
if you let me
clown
finish.
in the circus.
Let me finish. Then maybe your question gets answered. But let me finish. Right?
I'm finishing in your ass. You're getting completely blown out.
All right,
Can
bro,
you answer the
pause,
question?
bro,
Like, why
pause,
do you gotta
pause.
say stuff like that?
Wow, man. You look at the top.
Yeah,
because
look, this guy's just completely obnoxious. I think
You're
I'm
the
well in my
top to do
rights
that shit
to
with
act
the
this way. I
big
don't
ass
really care.
glasses, bro. But I don't care. Again, as I've already said, if I'm given an explanation
That is
for why
like
God
adorable
creates the
rhetoric,
word
but
in this way rather than that way, I can appeal to the fact that God is
that's not what's
choosing
being
from.
asked to explain. Oh my god. This guy is trying to replicate the sound of a faucet right now.
Well, let him answer
getting
the
intellectually
question.
washed.
Let him answer the question, Monkey Boy. He said
Don't tell him
no.
to let him answer when he's dodging the question. The
He
point is
said
that
you
he's not
asked him
answering.
if it was a brute fact. He said no, it's not a brute fact, and he's going to
Okay,
explain
it's not
why
a brute
it's
fact.
not.
So there is an explanation for why he chooses this moral world as opposed to symmetrical moral world. So in comparing symmetrically moral worlds that are morally symmetrical, he chooses this world, and that is explained. It's not brute. Okay, so what's that explanation?
Yeah, I just want to know what that explanation is. What's that explanation?
I've already told you that I don't have to give a direct
Okay,
explanation.
so that if you don't have that explanation,
bro, can
then
I finish? Is this what's
no?
happening?
I don't. I don't want fluff. I don't want fluff. If you're not gonna get no. Stop. I'm genuinely am cutting you off. If you're not, if you're telling me you don't have an explanation, then you just lose.
Let me finish.
Not necessarily, JMike.
You're not getting the point.
Right?
You're not
If
getting
your
the point.
position,
I'm lowering it
H2D
down to probability that he's picking a good world.
Bro,
So yes, it is still explained. Still explained.
I don't know how you're gonna say your view better explains the data when you can't explain the data by admission. It's just
let's give him a chance to try and explain why it's not brute. Go on, HD.
Again, right? So if the question is, if I'm saying that God chose to create a good world, the question is, why would he choose to create this good world over another good world? I don't have to give an explanation for that in a sense, but I can appeal to the fact that it does have an explanation because he's still choosing a good world. So whether or not I can give a reason for why he chose this good world over that one, I'm given a reason for why he chose a good world. That's all I need.
That's not what I'm. You're just not engaging. Then that's what your answer is. You're just not going to engage with the question.
Well, it sounds like he's saying he might not know what that explanation.
That's if he doesn't have the answer, that's fine. That I don't know how you tout that your view better explains it when you don't know the explanatory scope of your own view, right? That's
the view is silly.
I mean, you've already said that there's like multiple possible worlds,
it's
right?
silly. It's silly.
And the answer is he did it because it was good. So I still gave the explanation.
No, but HD2, you already said earlier there was multiple worlds that could have been good, right? Multiple possibilities for God. And you said he chose one of them. Yeah, that's what you said, right?
Yeah. Like just imagine like it
so
has
they're asking
like,
for the explanation why he would choose that world, and you're just saying he just chose a good world. That's not what's being asked.
No. Yeah, because I already told you that this is going to be based on like a probability, and if I already say that the variables that are possible are good worlds,
we're going through these worlds that are good. You've said there's multiple of them that are good. So out of these 3 or 4 worlds that are good, why has he chose this one out of these 3 or 4, for an example?
Exactly.
And that's what we're asking for.
I don't know for that specifically. I already said it many times.
Okay, so
let's just get this clear. Your explanation, which starts at mystery, because it starts with God having a reason explaining his action to create a world. The starting point of your causal metaphysics is that there's a mysterious reason. You have no idea what it is, and that's somehow
that's wrong. That's a straw man.
And now
it's a straw man.
It's not a straw man. H22. I am let me be very clear. I'm a naturalist, right? So let me be very clear. I didn't pull back the curtain. I am a naturalist. And when you now are telling me this, that is literally what Monkey Boy said. I'm not saying this just because I know him. That's literally how I interpret the view. Literally. I just go, wow, this guy gave me no reason to revise my view. In fact, and no offense to you because you actually seem like a nice guy, but just because I like being blunt, in fact, it was one of the worst
comparisons I've ever done, and I've done this for like a few years now, like 3 or 4 years. Right? This is the worst one I've ever had.
Again,
it's terrible. Awful.
I wanted to clarify to whatever Monkey Boy was talking about. He said that I'm starting from a mystery. No, I've already given an explanation for why he chose a good world. Just not an explanation for why. Bro, let me finish. Let me finish. Just not an explanation for why he chose this good world over that one. So no, I'm not starting from a mystery. I've already given the probability of him choosing a good world.
Your view just comes to me and doesn't have an explanation for that fact, and I go, okay, wow. There's a. It's not though. It's properly interpreting what you're telling me.
Not being good faith, bro. You're not being
okay, so if there's not a mystery there, then what explains it? If there's not, okay, just help me out.
Starting from a mystery.
Let me give this analogy. It's like if I have a line of lollipops, and they're all different flavors, and I walk and I pick a root beer lollipop, and you say, what explains the fact I picked a lollipop is the fact I like lollipops. Then I ask, why don't you pick the blue raspberry, the cotton candy, or any of the other flavors? And you say, I don't know. And I'm like, okay, so you start by not knowing what explains why he picked a lollipop. No, I know it explained why he picks a lollipop, because he likes lollipops. But that doesn't answer the question about why he picked that particular lollipop.
Yeah, that's a very good analogy.
And as a matter of fact, to lend to your analogy,
what's unexplained is the fact he picked a root beer lollipop. We know what explains he picks a lollipop simpliciter, not why he picked a root beer lollipop.
That's the point. So I've already, so the point is to lower the probability of the words that are possible. Bro, can I finish? Can I actually finish?
Yeah, let him finish, because the probability stuff is a bunch. Let him finish because hold on, no, everybody mute up, because he's just going to give a bunch of fluff that means nothing about probability. Yeah, go ahead. So we're going to let you say fluff. Go ahead.
So when you say that I'm starting off with a mystery, that's false, because I've already lowered the probability of the possible words that God's going to create down to good words. So whether or not I can give an explanation for why he chose, let me finish, this good world over that good world is not the starting point. I'm not starting from a mystery. I've already given an explanation for why there's a good world being the choice to begin
Why does God choose the root beer? Why does God choose the root beer lollipop over the blueberry lollipop?
Wait, I just want to ask some for consistency.
You know, you're bad faith, but definitionally, you're bad faith.
Yeah. I mean,
like a child could understand.
This guy's
a child could understand that a lollipop was chosen, and we want to explain why one particular lollipop was chosen rather than another flavor. A fucking child could understand that, and you're just being.
But on his view, look at what he's committed. He's committed to saying this. He's committed to saying this.
So dumb. You're so fucking dumb. I was so nice to you.
But look, this is what he wants to say. When I ask, what explains the fact he picked the root beer lollipop, when that's the explanandum, and I ask what explains why he picked the root beer lollipop, he thinks it's an adequate response to say the answer is the fact he likes lollipops to what explains the fact he picks a root beer explanation. He's saying that's not a mystery. Analogously, when we explain, when we ask, and he's he's getting frightened, a frightened little rabbit in a corner. Yet when we ask you what explains him choosing this moral world, as they're morally symmetrical, you say the fact he likes to choose moral worlds. Okay, but that doesn't explain the choice of that world. Just like no one in their right mind would say saying the person likes lollipops explains why he chooses a root beer lollipop out of any other of 20, imagine potentially infinite lollipop flavors. That doesn't explain why he picked that lollipop, saying he likes lollipops. Are you serious? You got worms in your brain.
Let me just give an example, I guess, with numbers, right? I'm gonna write this down to the track so I don't get mixed up, right? If y'all want to try to, let's say there is a 100 words, possible words. Boom. Let's start with that. 50% of these words are good, 50% are bad. Now, the 50% of the good words are going to have things that are similar, which would be the word that I'm appealing to as the observable that I'm saying is a good word. So if I say that God is good, therefore he created a good world, did I just lower the probability to 50% yes or no?
Why does he choose one of those?
No, wait. No, can I?
That's fine.
No, do not dodge. Stop
yes.
dodging.
HD2. Let's play ball. Okay, sure. So why does what explains why he chose one of those particular good worlds rather than another? That's what we're asking. We're not.
You're being.
We don't care. We don't.
That is HD2.
HD2. We understand. We understand what.
That's not
Oh,
you
he said it's
understand
not
your point.
explained. He changed his answer.
I said that.
He said now he's saying it's not explained.
Shit.
Oh, okay,
You
so
said
then,
you didn't know
great,
what
so
the
then-
explanation was.
Kaymizz,
Okay, great.
what did I
earlier
say?
when we asked
When you
earlier
asked me
what
did I
explains
say? What did I
he
say?
chooses
Oh,
this
my
world. When we asked earlier what explains him choosing this world, that's what we were clear about. You said the fact he wants to choose a morally good world, right?
Hey,
And when we
yes,
asked,
hey,
and you said that you don't know the answer for why he chose this specific world.
Which, by the way, lowered
When he
the
makes-
No.
That's
Now you're saying it's not
explained.
That's incomplete. That's incomplete. I said I do not know the reason for why he chose this good world, a morally good world.
Now you're changing it.
And
Now
not,
This isn't even a principle of his. This isn't even a
wait,
principle.
chill.
Also
Let me
created
ask Kaymizz one
paradise
thing.
and hell.
Bro, let me ask Kaymizz one
So
thing.
created paradise and
Kaymizz,
hell.
let me
just
ask
be
the host
clear.
one thing. Kaymizz,
Let's get
did
clear
you
on your
ask me-
answer then,
Wait,
for
chill.
consistency's sake.
Kaymizz, did you
For
or did you not
consistency's
ask
sake,
me?
what's your answer?
Let me talk to
For
Kaymizz.
consistency's sake, what's your answer? Is it that
Kaymizz
there's
asked
no
me-
explanation, or you don't know
Kaymizz
what the
asked me-
explanation is?
I'm being accused of bad faith, so I'm gonna respond. Kaymizz asked me specifically if I.
Oh my god, he just like
if
now
I
he's
said
gonna
that there was
freaking
an
harp on the fact he's
explanation-
bad
chill,
faith instead of
chill,
engaging
chill,
with the question.
Chill. Kaymizz asked me if I
Chill?
have
Yeah,
an
you're
explanation
shivering, frightened.
for
Chill, you're
why
cold.
God chose
Focus
this
up.
good world over
HD2,
that good
I
world.
don't know.
And
I don't know why
said
you'd be
no.
asking me something. I'm just trying to clarify for you, right? Because
That's the
they're
point.
asking why God has chosen this particular world, right? When you're saying you've minimized it down to these good worlds and stuff, that's just kind of trivial. You're not adding any information here. We already know that you're saying God is the type of being that's good. So he's going to choose some type of good world.
Yes.
But we're asking,
I don't know why
what's
you're
the
running to the
explanation
host.
for
Answer
the
the question, bro.
specific world?
That's the point. When you asked me that, did I not tell you already that there's not? I don't
Well, it
have
sounds
an
like you're
explanation for why he
flip-flopping.
chose this
Okay,
one
so
over
Okay,
that.
that's a different answer than what you just said.
I already said that there's not an explanation for that specifically.
Yeah, he said. Okay, so let's get clear because I think we're getting somewhere. He says he doesn't have the explanation. Now that can mean one of two things that me and Monkey Boy are interested in: that there is no explanation in principle, or that you just simply there's like an epistemic gap for you and you don't know. Which one of those is it? It's not like a right or wrong answer. We just want to know what your view is.
Obviously, I don't have epistemic access to that information or explanation.
Okay, so that's fine.
That's a different answer
That's
than what you
fine,
gave.
but that's fine because look,
No, that's been
I
the
think
answer
I look. I
forever.
do actually think
The record will show
that's fine.
otherwise.
That's fine if you don't know. The problem still is going to remain. Like it's just if you're comparing your view with the naturalist, it's just not true that you can now come up into TikToks anymore and go that I think my view better explains it when at the outset just talking about the initial state and why God creates one world rather than another. Just on the outset, if you can't explain that portion of it, I'm going to get you every time we do this across the causal chain. Like, why does God create nucleostellar synthesis rather than not? Like, I can do this at any point, right? Why does he create angels rather than jinns or genies? It doesn't really matter, right? I can do this at any point.
This number.
So whatever. Let me give an example with numbers again to show you why I'm
I
saying
just don't know
that
how you're
this
competing with my
specific. Wait. I'm saying that this specific data point itself lends credence to theism. This specific data point. So let me give the same thing I did before with numbers again. Perfect. So let's say the starting possible words under, not possible words, but the starting thing that we're starting with is 100, right? 100 words. Perfect. Naturalism and theism. Boom. Now, I already have a probability of 50% because I've cut down the good words to 50. Under naturalism, you have to give some type of evidence to point to why this probability goes down to 50.
Yeah, I have
50%.
two. I have two. The initial state has a disposition towards good worlds, morally good worlds, worlds where there are stance independent moral facts about the good, as opposed to worlds where there aren't. Right.
So then that would be saying that. Well, are you saying that naturalism and theism has the same credence?
What? No, I'm saying no.
That's what you'd be saying
No,
because you just gave an example.
you just can't track, buddy. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that look, the same way that. By the way, the probability space cutting thing that you think you're doing is so. We keep trying to explain to you that like it's this thing that you think it's doing something and it's really not doing anything. We've granted to you that you've cut that space down.
That's fine. We don't care about that. That has no bearing on the fact that what you can't explain in your view is why one particular world is chosen by God rather than another. Whereas in my view, I can do that. And by the way, if you want to cut down the probability space and go, oh, naturals can't do that. Yes, the fuck I can. I can talk about causal dispositions and that there are like initial states of the universe are constants that are necessary and they're disposed towards good worlds rather than bad worlds. And by the way, like if I'm trying to make if I was fighting against a necessitarian, it'd be a really easy way out for me, at least. Like I don't expect you, I guess, to know that, but like I'm just giving you like this necessitarian world where all of these things are explained necessarily, and it doesn't even matter if I had this view. Your view just standalone just doesn't explain things. Like you don't even need someone to compare it to. Your view sucks without anybody there, right? That's a problem.
Bro, what are you again?
Your view doesn't explain anything. Like in a vacuum, it doesn't explain anything.
You're saying that
you don't need anybody to show you that it sucks. Your view by itself doesn't explain things.
Yeah. You're saying that you've already granted that this theism would predict a good world, or my theism, specific theism, would predict a good world. You've granted that already. There's already an explanation for the data, right?
Why? No, but why this particularly morally good world? Look, there's not just one morally.
Asking the same shit. Oh my days.
Yeah, and you've yet to give me an answer.
So were you lying when you said that I explained none of the data? Were you lying?
You're just circling back. You told me you don't know the explanations. Are you going back on that? Are you contradicting yourself now?
I gave an explanation for some probability. Bro, are you not
stop
tracking,
zooming out. Zoom in, motherfucker. Stop zooming out. Every time you zoom out I cut out to the space of these worlds. We're not talking about that. It's like I'm talking about Wednesday and you're like, yeah, but what about Tuesday? I'm like, I'm not fucking talking about Tuesday.
That's already my credence. Then you're not talking about.
What do you think insisting? What the fuck do you think insisting on? What the fuck? Stop. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What do you think insisting on talking about Tuesday is going to do when I'm sitting here going, I want to talk about Wednesday, motherfucker?
Yeah, obviously, because I'm looking. Yeah,
do you understand now?
There's another problem with this view that I'd like to point out. Instead of going over the same thing for like 20 minutes.
Cancer.
Yeah, so what am I asking? Am I asking about you cutting down a probability space? Or am I asking you about one particular good world over another? Which fucking one am I asking you, dipshit?
Dumbass. So you're asking the question over and over again.
Dumbass. You have the audacity to call me a dumbass when for the last fucking hour we've been explaining to you. We had to use lollipops, dude. We had to use lollipops to explain this to you. You fucking idiot. And I had to use
ones and twos and numbers.
By the way, for whoever asks if he can answer the question, I don't think it's metaphysically possible. No.
We had to use lollipops to explain this to your dope motherfucking ass, dude.
Because you're not tracking, obviously.
Oh, I'm not.
Because we're not tracking. I'm not tracking you with lollipops.
Make it seem as if it's making sense.
So brilliant. Oh my god.
Dumb, bro.
Yo, you're a candidate for Oxford. I give you the pass, gang.
You're so, like, Jesus Christ. It's just so much easier to call you stupid and move on.
Now let's actually talk about the real
explain why he makes the good. What is it that explains why he made a better place and a worse place? He made heaven and hell also, right?
So
he didn't just
that wouldn't even have to be under my theism. Why would I even have to posit that? That's not what I'm talking about.
Aren't you a Muslim?
No. What?
That's what somebody was saying.
I mean, the real philosophy we should be doing is like what explains why this guy's brain's wired this way.
To agree, like short of like some brain injury, there's nothing that explains like why he would say the things he says.
Yeah,
I'm not even being funny. I'm not even being funny. Like short of like an anvil, like cartoonish anvil falling on your head. I don't understand how anyone could even react this way.
This would be bad faith. This would be bad faith.
It's not bad faith. There's actually a legitimate. There's a legitimate explanatory. Look, there's a legitimate inquiry to explain why someone would even react this way or like respond this way. It's just insane.
You're being bad faith, bro, because I've already given you answers. You're just saying that my answer.
I'm not being bad faith. I legitimately don't understand how somebody could be so dumb and have shit explained to them with lollipops if they didn't have some type of brain injury.
You're just not tracking, bro. You're not tracking.
All right. I mean, I'm just convinced you have some type of brain injury.
The guy ever says is you're not tracking. Can you steelman the argument? You're not tracking.
Literally said that one time in the whole argument, Steel Man, and you're wrong, bro. That's a fumble in the game. That's embarrassing.
This guy is so
You're a liar,
pathetic.
You're a
Oh my
liar.
god.
You're a liar.
No,
bro. You're a liar.
well, it
You're a
does
liar.
sound like a bailout H2D when you're going to say, "Hey, look, two good worlds. I don't know the answer, and there is this reason."
Bailout. This guy's like intellectually.
Wait, but user doesn't that?
It's not even like
it's
not even like a theist or a Christian or a Muslim couldn't give an answer. Like, I just don't understand this. It's just like so bad.
Well, the answer I would appeal to mysticism as well. I think that is the better answer, and that is what you're going to have to go with. I think that is actually a great critique against the position, JMike. If you're going to say, look, you're going to be appealing to mysticism a lot of the time, and we can go down these decisions. But, the rebuttal there is, we are finite, talking about an infinite being. So obviously, I just watched a documentary about the study of the infinite. It's on Netflix. Yeah, we're going to have a hard time comprehending what an infinite being is going to do, the full extent of those reasons. Obviously, if the full extent of his reasons are also infinite, a finite being is going to have a hard time comprehending that. So yeah, we're going to have to appeal to mysticism to a certain extent when it's this versus that, or ice cream cone versus lollipop, like Monkey Boy was saying. That's the answer. But does that defeat? Now the question here is, does that defeat theism when it comes to parsimony? I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
The problem is the unexplained.
I think that's
right?
the better attack or better approach you're going to have to go with. Why this doesn't underwrite the view.
If you have God as a necessary exists, which is unexplained.
That's literally what I said.
It's the unexplained is your issue,
not knowing does not disqualify.
That's what I already told you. That's what I already
Let me
told
be very
you.
clear. Him not knowing doesn't disqualify the
given
view.
a
Like, that's just an
reason
epistemic
for why
issue.
they would be a good world rather than other worlds.
There's also a greater.
That
there's a
itself
virtue of
explains some of the
explanatory
data.
skill.
That's a point that I was making, and then I told you, well, give a naturalist explanation.
Yeah, the point
for
is you
why
introduce
I
a
have
new
to expect
mystery,
there to be
remember.
good words rather than not good words, but you're just not tracking.
Yeah, so you introduce a new mystery, so our explanation has greater explanatory scope. It explains more things.
So HD, when you say God necessarily exists, it's unexplained, has these properties rather than others, that's unexplained, and then chooses this world over an equivalent alternative, that's unexplained. You're just introducing more brute facts. That's what that was the whole lollipop, just to try to beat that into your brain. That's what they're saying. You're introducing more unexplained things.
No.
Again, for a specific lollipop is explained, and he's unaware of the explanation for it. Right.
I can literally
that
repeat what
mystery
you
is
guys are
also
saying
biased
because
against
I
his
know what you're saying. You're essentially saying.
Did you understand that my point was that your view wasn't simpler?
So I'm introducing a view where there would have to be an explanation for why there is a good world, this good world chosen over this good world, and that's something that it needs further explanation. And then you're saying that under your view, you do not have that fact to explain because you're not starting from good words. Therefore, there's no explanation for why you choose this good word from another good word.
You cannot track.
I tracked.
Wow.
That was what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
That's false. That's false.
It is what you're saying. It is what you're saying. I don't care if you think
right.
it's false.
So telling me that's what I said is not actually making it true.
Yeah, like you said,
JMike made it very
earlier.
explicit. Yeah, right. JMike made it very explicit. We're saying that the natural world has the disposition towards the good, right? He already said our view is axiarchical. This is not really my view, but so on the view that you're saying does not explain that is wrong because it is explained in terms of necessity, dumbass. Your view is that fact that it's this good world as opposed to another has a further explanation for God's choice, and you don't know what it is. So on our view, it's explained by necessity.
Yeah. That's not an explanation. It's not an explanation.
Okay, so
it's not an explanation.
Remember. Okay, great. So I'm glad you said that because I this is why I said this earlier, and you're gonna look dumb after asking you this. Remember when I said if that's not an explanation, then okay, great. Bye metaphysical necessity explanation for God, right? It's not any more objective. It's not any more objective.
I made that argument.
Yes, I asked you if God was metaphysically necessary.
That argument. Did I make that argument?
So
the question that I'm asking.
No. So now let's just be clear. Let's just show you how dumb you are. So God's metaphysically necessary, right?
That's not an argument I'm making. So stick to my argument.
So wait, he's either contingent or he's necessary. Which one is he?
Stick to my argument, bro.
Which one? I can't understand it. If you can't tell me that, then it's hard for me to even gauge whether or not.
So
this
you
view is
forgot the
explained.
argument? Okay, that's
You just
that's a
defeat
bad
your
choice.
argument.
He just know the reason
You
he's
don't
not answering is because he's terrified of answering because he knows if he answers one way, I'm going to lead him down a trail.
You're not making my.
He doesn't have
argument.
an explanation now because if he appeals
exactly.
to a fact we do have and explains that in terms of a fact we don't have and we don't know the reasons behind that, that's not any explanatory progress. That's obviously just like a bad epistemic practice to have facts, then explain them in terms of unknown facts, and then have those facts not explained.
Yeah, I don't even know the modal status of this thing. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, come on. Like, so then great, your view is just dog shit from the outset. I don't even care then. Like, your view is just worse than any view that anybody could ever offer. Like, you're just going to lose by default every time. Like, your view sucks. It's awful.
Yeah, but how can you continue to stack unexplained and then try to say parsimony by probability? Like, that was ridiculous.
That was so insane. Like, yeah, but I cut this space down. It's like, what do you... Like, I was trying to find in my head, like Monkey Boy did a really good job with the lollipop example to be like, look, it's like if you said this, and it kind of just shows how stupid it is. Like, the whole, like, let me zoom out thing to this thing that's totally, like, it doesn't... Like, we're granting and just doesn't matter, like, at all. But all the bad worlds, like, yeah, but God's not choosing those ones. And so, yeah, man, I got less space, so it's going to be a lot easier for me now. It's like, okay, but why does he choose one particular world rather than, like, it's just insane, dude. The guy was so, I don't know.
Yeah, that guy should see a psychologist. I have recommendations if you need. I could get you the top-notch 5-star, but it's going to cost you. Because you have it real bad. If you're still,
I don't feel like you need to really...
JMike, are vague predicates logical symbols? Yes or no? Go ahead.
Okay.
Notice how you for the question that's going to be dodge number 1. What a blunder on your end. So just to be clear, repeat the question I just asked you and then answer it, slow boy. Go ahead.
I don't even know what you asked me. It was so fast.
Holy fucking shit, that's going to be a tracking error. So just be clear, the question on the table is, are vague predicates logical symbols? Yes or no?
It's going to be a tracking
Yeah, that was not rhetorical. So just be clear. Let's try answering the question this time, slow boy. Are vague predicates logical symbols? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm not answering anymore, man.
Holy fucking shit.
I don't even know what you
skull fucked you. I literally took my rhetorical dick and I slapped it on your tongue, slow
It's in
boy.
my
So just
mouth
be
right
clear,
now.
you can't
Slobbing
engage
all
with the
out.
question, right? Holy fucking shit, what a blunder. Do you think you look good in the conversation? Yeah.
I think I look okay. Yeah, I think I look fine.
Just spread your cheeks wide open in the conversation. I just want to flag that for the panel. I have a spatial IQ of 183. I listen to Mozart every morning in my chambers. I'm infinitely...
Chambers, yo.
Is this?
Yeah, I want to actually get invited to his chambers. I want to make like a video.
Yeah, that sounds like a den of horrors, man. You're gonna have some cheek slapping, just like nonstop.
Well, that's a part of the excitement. it's a virtue, yeah.
But I'm sure Flinzer can make a video of that den of horrors.
Oh, Flinzer would love to join me. Yo, Flinzer, if you're here, that sounds like an expedition for that dynamic duo.
Fuck all that, Rasol. Are you gonna debate any of these two on board?
You know, he's debating Mason this Saturday in my server. Formal debate.
I feel like
I'll watch that as well.
I feel like God, I feel bad because he's like a friend of mine. I feel like at this point, Liam, thank you. I feel like Liam listens to Mozart every morning.
He probably does.
I was just done listening to fucking Bach.
Yeah, no.
And like
out of
reading
anyone in the
fucking
community,
Ayn
probably
Rand's
Liam.
like fucking objectivism. It's so good.
Rasol, what's going on, bro?
I love you, Liam. If you're listening, I'm not making fun of you. I swear.
You know, Liam debated Leo earlier today.
Liam debated Liam?
Leo philosophy. It was
Oh, I
like
don't
following
know.
up. Jack debated him.
Oh, I don't think I know. I don't know. I've been away from it, so I don't even know if I know who that is. Did Liam retire? Damn, that sucks. I saw him like talk about like I would see his lives, and he would talk about like, the most random shit, and I'd be like, I mean, I would watch.
Actually,
but it's not appealing to me.
For the past couple months, Liam's actually been the most active on social media than ever. I mean, he's been going live rather frequently, especially like a month back from now, or like 2 months. He was like crazy active.
I think Rasol's making a non-inferential argument right now.
Oh, I didn't even realize Russell was in here. Everybody's profile picture is white when it comes in for me, so I just don't like.
Yeah, it's been going on for me as well. Yours is blank for mine.
I was hearing that non-inferential part of what Rasol was, giving. So.
Wait, are you being serious? Because I was joking.
What did Ian or what did he say? Like precept Mars, like something about fucking precept Mars wouldn't like there wouldn't be. God doesn't. I don't remember what it was. I just laughed really hard when I saw that debate. Now we can.
Fortunately, yeah, we can hear you.
No one heard anything he said, and you sound like you're.
We literally could not hear you, bro.
Why would you run an argument when everybody else is talking, though?
No, I heard the argument. JMike's just not tracking. You're slapping him with your rhetorical dick.
Yeah, JMike. So you do a lot of worldview comparisons, yeah? That's your. That's what you're. Well, I just heard your conversation before. What?
I mean, I wouldn't say like a lot, but yeah, I don't really like.
Okay.
It's kind of hard for someone to like give a deductive argument, and like it seemed like if they fully understand what's going on, that they're going to accept the premises. It seems like typically that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know what that
I
looks
just find
like.
it's better to find like a piece of data that you agree on and try to compare from there.
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like at like an academic level where like we would see PhDs doing that. But like what theoretical virtues would you hold to, the highest standard?
I'm not sure I know what you mean. Like what I hold to the highest standard. Like, I mean, I think most like if really like all the
like explanatory scope or.
Well, yeah, I think like most of everything just boils down to it being like. You can just kind of boil these things down to simplicity versus explanatory scope. But, I don't know, like fitness of data is probably good, right? Like good fit of data is probably something that you want, right? Like, I'm getting confused because I'm hearing like a voice, so I don't know. But if I guess I would, it'd start there. Like I think good fit of data is a good.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too. What is that? Is that?
Yeah, I don't. It was throwing me off because it sounded like it was coming from behind me, so I thought someone was in my room for a second.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know if you heard what I was even saying.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. You were
okay, because I felt like I was like in someone else's live or something.
What's simplest?
Yeah, like a good fit of data. Like you want like unification. I think it's good to like have like I don't know if maybe like a real world example is like God. If I'm digging like in the south, if I'm like an archaeologist, then I do some dig on the southeastern coast of I don't know, like let's say let me think of my directions here. So we'll say eastern side of like Africa. Or western side of Africa and like the eastern side of South America, and I'm like at some certain geological strata or something, like I can unify different hypotheses or theories in the sciences that confer with like other sciences, whether it be like geology or astrophysics or biology, right? For example, in this case, maybe like geology or biology and paleontology, and so you get this kind of this virtue of like unification between that and the fitness of that. So maybe that's two things that pop to mind, but I think like really from what I understand, which I'm not like super well educated, but I think like a lot of it probably just funnels into simplicity versus explanatory breadth and depth, but I don't know. Zooming in, maybe I'm a little bit more ignorant, so.
JMike, do you actually commit like dogmastically, like do you commit to that form of naturalism, or is it just like you're maybe like a quietist and like in defense of agnosticism or something, or like more likely scenario where there's no God or something like that?
You cut out for like half of that. I don't know if anyone else heard that.
Oh, sorry. I was asking you if you actually like in a dogmastic fashion where you actually truly believe it, hold to like that sort of dispositional initial state. Or is that just something you deploy in order to like defend against inductive arguments for theism?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably more of like a offering up a view in like defense than it is something I actually hold to. I don't know. I mean, like I've thought about that question a lot, which is why it's like I'll say, yeah, I probably lean more towards there being like an initial state or something, but I don't know. Like I think Amdir and some of my friends push back on like the theoretical virtues that I care. Like it seems like I don't know. Maybe should have made a decision on this, but like the more I was leaning towards that, the thing that pushed me kind of away and where I'm like agnostic is I remember Amdir came up and explained this to me, that he was like, well, look, like on your view, you kind of have these two types of things, two kinds of things, like things that begin to exist with causes and things that begin to exist without causes. Whereas like, you know, say you're talking to an atheist that thinks there's a past infinite universe, like they only have this like kind of one kind of thing, right? Like these things that begin to exist with causes. You know, there's no thing that begins to exist without a cause. Or
could I respectfully
and
suggest,
so there's like
Mike,
those
that
types
you
of
leave
scenarios.
before Rasol comes back?
Yeah, and I'd agree with you. I mean, I maintain some form of quietism mostly on the majority of metaphysics, so I don't even commit to any of that. But whenever I hear an argument or inductive argument for theism, especially in the style that most people posited, like that guy, I always deploy an Oppian style argument against it. Because
I just find it's like a really easy thing to deploy that like a lot of people that don't, I'm not saying I understand a lot of philosophy, but like a lot of people that they're clearly trying it out and they're very confident on theism or whatever, it seems like a really good way to kind of reel them back in to think about it. I don't know. That, at least I've had
really
more
good
success
parody.
people thinking, going, oh, you know, I never thought about that, than I have in more like regular conversations. So
yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah. Where's Rasol, man? I want him to
especially on
debate me.
something like atheist experience, where it's really philosophy is not like super accessible to the audience. Like they're not really into that, and so that's something you can kind of break down and explain and be like, well, look, like you're giving an explanatory hypothesis. It should explain why A rather than B, you know, and you can kind of break it down in ways that I like. Whereas like, I don't know, other stuff in philosophy might be a little bit more difficult.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, it's easy to establish like a parity or symmetry or something.
Yeah. More science-minded people will kind of understand like comparative hypotheses, maybe, if they're like into that. I don't know. So kind of hope out for that, but I don't know.
Hello?
Yeah,
Is
we can hear you now.
Yes.
We can hear you good.
Yes, my goat,
That's good,
Rasol, yes. Rasol,
Can you guys hear me now?
please cook JMike.
Can you guys hear me better now?
It's fantastic, my king.
Yeah.
Yo, the glaze is making me uncomfortable. Can you guys drop for us, please?
Sorry, I'm to the squire.
All right. JMike, what's up, man? Hey, I have a new argument I want to run on you.
Okay.
All right. So I've always wanted to like attack the atheistic worldview because you know when the presupper says that it's the impossibility of the contrary, and like there's a big issue, right? Because that's just a huge begging the question tactic, right? So recently I was introduced to. Are you familiar with the Agrippus trilemma?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your rebuttal to Agrippus trilemma?
You're talking about like dogma, infinite regression, or is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Why am I struggling right now to think dogma,
or
infinite regression, or what?
Infinitism, dogma, or like an arbitrary stopping point.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Sorry.
Amdir, I'll be charitable. You don't need to be getting nervous and stuff. I'll be pretty good faith. So what's your rebuttal to that pushback? How do you overcome that?
I don't know. What do you mean? Like, how do I overcome that? Like, I don't really think of it in terms of the problem, but you're asking me like what I fall under. Like,
you don't think it's a problem?
I mean,
didn't
it's
say
true. You would agree it's true, right, Rasol?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Do you think it's a problem, JMike? You don't think it's a problem?
Well, hold on. I didn't say that I didn't think it was a problem or that I thought it was a problem. I was asking you if you're asking me if I fall under a certain category there. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I didn't ask you if you fell under a certain category. I asked you if you think that's a problem.
I mean, maybe. I don't really see that's a problem from my view.
Can you explain how it's not a problem? Like, do you just ignore the trilemma and just
due to the impossibility of the contrary?
So are you just
I mean, Rasol, you understand that the Agrippa's trilemma usually isn't posited as like an issue. It's just like it's like a structural problem of justification in general. Like there's no escaping it. There's.
Well, I was wondering, yeah, I mean, like I was. Well,
yeah, hold
it's
on.
funny because I was going to ask. Like, I was like, well, like next week when you. I was like next. I was going to say like next week when you like find the problem of the criterion, or we just going to run the same kind of idea.
Yeah. That nervous laugh is funny though, but you're not going to engage, JMike. So like, you think it's not a problem, just like ignore it and pretend like you're.
I haven't heard an argument.
You do have just.
You said look so far.
No, hold on. I just asked you a question.
Yeah, so far,
it's not a problem under my worldview.
Russell,
so somehow,
Russell, stop.
Somehow the justification.
Russell, stop.
That you use.
Russell. What was the first thing that you said to me? What was the first thing you said to me? Very first thing.
No, we don't.
What was
I don't have to repeat what I said.
You said I have an argument.
I clarified
that I wanted to try out on you. No,
yeah, I clarified.
Yeah, what's the? Look, I played like the game of answering a question. What's the argument?
Yeah. No, I need you to engage with it.
I don't feel any fear until someone gives me an argument, right? So I don't know what the argument is supposed to be.
All right, here I go. But you don't think this is an issue, right? You don't think it's an issue, Agrippa's trilemma.
I don't understand how this is satisfying anything like an argument that you're giving, right? Like,
yeah,
is the premise of an argument? Is the premise of the argument whether or not JMike thinks this is true? Like, what's the premise of the argument?
It is because when we run Agrippa's trilemma,
it just sounds like if you're coming up to me and being like, "Are you?"
When you say run Agrippa's trilemma, what do you mean there, Rasol? Because
it sounds like
again,
are you a criterion of you think the problem of the criterion problem? Are you a Methodist? Like, I'm like, I don't understand what the argument is.
Sorry, yeah.
So can you mute up? Can you mute up a little bit? It's between me and JMike, and you're gonna mess up the conversation.
What's the argument? I want to hear. You said you had an argument. Like if someone wants to come up and go, what do you think about the problem of the criterion? Are you a Methodist? I'd be like, I don't know.
Well, I just wanted to know if you're familiar.
That's a red herring. Why would you bring up the problem of the criterion? That's a red herring.
It's not. It's a random epistemic problem. That's not an argument.
You're not dealing with what he's saying. You're offering a red herring.
What's the argument? He said he had an argument.
Maybe avoid the red herring and deal with the argument.
Shut the PMARS. No one cares.
I'm just pointing out that.
Go get some tokens off Chatterbait. I'm talking to fucking Rasol.
But you're giving a performance like he's not giving an argument.
Yeah, go jerk off on Chatterbait. I'm talking to Rasol.
Wait. To be fair, he hasn't yet. He hasn't gave an argument yet. So
there's no argument. He started out saying he had an argument. I'm playing a game. If he doesn't deliver me an argument, I'm going to go back to playing.
I heard an argument. So
what was the argument? Well, PMARS, go ahead and give the argument.
Saying that like
P1. What's the argument?
He's saying like if your worldview can't solve the trilemma, then like knowledge is impossible. Then he's saying like, well, knowledge is possible, and then he's gonna say like something like only Christian metaphysics can solve.
You think that's a valid argument?
Christian metaphysics obtains.
You think that's a valid argument?
Yeah, nigga.
Oh my god.
What's wrong with it?
It was formally invalid. It was like if P then Q.
Kaymizz, man.
It was like if P then Q, not Q, therefore R or some shit. That was like really weird. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was really weird.
Hold on. Here,
That's weird, bro. He just said the N word. Like that's just a random like white dude.
No, no.
He's doing it to rage bait. Don't let
Cool. You can add him at Chatterbaits.
Hold on. Let me just give the actual argument. I just wanted the reason why I asked you, JMike, is because I wanted to know if you're familiar with the trilemma. Because
I am familiar with the trilemma,
it's a vital
but I'm not. I'm also familiar with the criterion of or the problem of the criterion. I'm not understanding how that's like an argument to ask me a question about an episode.
Well, yeah, I just because it's part of the arguments. I just wanted to know that you weren't going to be like
no, but that was the first. That was the first question, and then you asked what I fell under.
I just explained the argument. How can you say that you don't?
And you're not telling.
Well, if that's the argument, that's a dog shit invalid argument, and I just am happy leaving it there. If that's the case, that just makes my job easier, I guess. Like if that's the case, like I could accept I could just fucking accept every premise and deny the conclusion. Right?
I need to answer this question. Are you saying that your framework offers like Archimedean certainty, where you can escape the trilemma and have like a framework fully avoidant of any doubt?
Of course he can't. Of course he can't. That's why I want to see.
I mean, of course he can, but I wonder if that's thinks he has.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Let's hear that argument. There we go. That's more interesting. That's more interesting. What's that argument?
Cool. So this is a two-tier argument, right? For the first part of the argument, I'm gonna kind of corner you into. I'm gonna corner you, right?
You have to give an argument. It has nothing to do with me. How do you think arguments work?
Shut up. I'm explaining what I'm going to do, how I'm going to cook you. I'm giving you like
it's not about me,
Russell. Shut the fuck up.
What is the argument? That I'm going to use. Hold on, guys. Wait, hold on, guys. I have a question quick. JMike, could you just like, I'm curious if you would be amenable to this. Could you just like let Rasol try to corner you? I'm like kind of curious where it would go.
I mean, if you want, but I would prefer just to see the argument because I don't have much time. This is my night off, so I really want to get back to playing a game.
Hold on, you don't have enough time?
I want to do a TOA raid with some friends, and they're waiting on me, so I want to hear the argument.
Oh my gosh, bro! Like this is how much time do you have left?
I mean, I can wait for them to do a raid in 30 minutes and then just hit the next one. But the problem is like you're not giving an argument, and it just seems like we're not.
Hold on. You only have 30 minutes. This is gonna take a lot longer than 30 minutes. Like if you want to like, is like you setting up like a run scenario.
What? How many times have I talked to you, Russell, over the last years? Do you think I'm setting up a run scenario?
No, I'm just asking. It's a question. It's a question. You like, are you gonna like actually engage? Or are you gonna like in the middle of the conversation, be like, "Go, I gotta go."
Russell, you have no jurisdiction to ask me if I'm gonna engage when I've been asking you for an argument you're not delivering. What the fuck is wrong with your brain?
No,
what planet? Did you just like? What did you take? Like goof soup this morning? What the fuck's wrong with you?
All right, here we go. Ready? All right. P1. Knowledge requires justification. P2. If the justification provided is invalid, then knowledge is the knowledge can also would be invalid. P3. Unless a worldview is able to overcome a Agrippus trilemma, knowledge claims are invalid. So conclusion would be arguments that don't overcome a Agrippus trilemma can't claim knowledge.
Amdir, how do you think this argument would affect someone like Evan?
Hold on.
I just don't even know
who doesn't even have like a.
Hold on.
Wait, I just don't know what we're talking about.
Hold on.
Like, justification is invalid. What does that mean? I don't know what it means for worldview to
I don't either. But like, I was just curious. Like, if
hold on. You don't need to talk to Amdir. I need you to focus on me on the conversation we're having. All right. Hold on. All right. So, what premise do you deny, or do you have a contention with?
Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, I agree. I don't really understand that wording's like really weird. Like actually.
We can go over it. We can go over it.
That's
what wording do you think is?
Well, I don't really know. Like, I know. Like, this is what I was gonna ask Amdir. I was like, I don't really know how someone like. Is it Evan? Is it Ethan? Ethan that has a view. Hold on, shut the fuck up.
Let's engage. Like, what the fuck is going on?
I don't know why I can't.
Wait, hold on, guys. So, Rasol, what you're trying to say. Wait, Rasol, I just want to try to help. What you're trying to say is something like this, right? Like, if you don't have justification, you don't have knowledge, fine, sure, everybody agrees with that. And then you want to say something like, if...
Well, not necessarily, though, because people, some...
That was your first premise. Why are you disagreeing with me about that?
Well, I mean, you could have you could have Ethan's view. It's like you have a manifestation of competence. It's not really justification.
Because Amdir, I said knowledge requires justification, right? I didn't say nothing if you don't have justification, right? Like it was
That's
very
what I just
specific
said.
in my wording.
That's what I just said.
Okay. But I don't need.
What I just said is
pretty
equivalent to knowledge requires justification. I was just repeating your first premise. I just reworded it. Okay. Well, I'm just trying to state your argument in terms I understand, so that I can make sure that I'm tracking I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So I'm gonna debate you and JMike at the same time. Like I can do
No,
that.
I'm not debating you. I'm not debating you. No, Rasol, I'm not debating you. I was trying to just put your argument into terms that I would understand and that JMike would understand, so that then you can talk to JMike about it. But if you don't want me to, that's fine. I'll just mute.
Right. Go ahead. I'll let you do that. If you're being good faith, I'll let you do that. Go.
Yeah, I take it you're saying something like knowledge requires justification. If your chain of justification falls into one of the three horns of, a chain of justification, any chain of supposed justification that falls into one of the three horns of Agrippa's trilemma is not a properly justified belief. And then you're going to say something like any worldview that commits you to a theory of justification which would fall into any of the three horns doesn't justify you. And then I somehow you want to say something like any atheist worldview commits you to a theory of justification that would fall into one of those three horns. Something along those lines, right?
Yeah. That's if you want to. Did you understand that, JMike? Was that clear or better?
No, it's clear. I'm just wondering how you don't fall foul to your own argument.
Yeah, that's fine. We can get under my argument afterwards, but what's your rebuttal to this?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to attack validity because I'm not writing any of this down, but I don't seemingly have a problem.
Hold on. You don't have
you could have some pushback, I guess, with people that would be like, well, I don't have justification. What is it? That's what I was asking Amdir. It's probably not relevant. It's did Evan or Ethan? I can't always forget his name. Is it Evan or Ethan?
The premise here Evan would disagree with, which is probably the same one I would disagree with, is the premise that says that, if your chain of justification falls into, or if your theory of justification falls into one of these three horns of the trilemma, then your theory of justification is not correct. I don't see really a good reason to accept that.
Yeah, I'm wondering I'm not really sure why, because it's not. Let me just be clear, Rasol. This is my suspicion that how you run arguments. You think what you're doing when you give this type of argument is it's only supposed to be successful against me, right, or something when you're talking to me.
No, I'm going to give you the way that I addressed it, but
no. Yeah,
so
but
are you conceding that are you saying that the argument?
Stop! What the fuck? I asked you a question, and you're just going by. I asked you a question. You're just going by.
Responded.
Well,
yeah,
no,
I said I'm gonna address it on my side.
I asked you a question, and it's not clear whether or not you answered yes or no.
I said that I am going to address it. I know that I have to also overcome this, right? I have to respond to it. And that's the second part of the argument. But I first need you to address with it.
Rasol, I still don't know if you're answering yes to my question or no to my question. So let me just ask you.
Yes, I think I can overcome this. I said yes.
What do you
my question
overcome
is
what?
My question is
what do you think you're what do you think?
Oh my gosh, bro! Are you gonna be like this? Are you gonna be dense like this? Are you gonna engage in good faith? Rasol, are you gonna be like a dumbass?
Rasol, shut the fuck up! I asked. By the way, this is recorded. If you listen to me talk, I talked for 3 seconds, and you already went. You still gonna do this? Shut the fuck up! I barely asked you.
I told you. I know. I know that. What is it that I? Also, criticism of my view. I understand that. I said I'm going to address it.
That's not what that wasn't. Rasol, that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. So you're not. So I was right to ask you if you understood my question. That wasn't my question. My question was, you understand that I said, look, I feel like when you give arguments, I just want to be clear before we go forward, that you think that the argument needs to be successful so in as it like is only attacking like the person you're talking to's view. You do understand that like if I bring up views that this argument's going to be, or like premises are going to be in contention, I don't see why someone like Evan or someone with different views
No,
would
they
accept
all
this.
fail. They all fail. Every
Okay.
single one of them fails. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Then we can proceed.
Yeah. So I don't
Okay.
care if you bring up
So
Evan, Eric.
so then, yeah, I don't.
I don't care who
yeah,
you
I
bring
don't-
up. Yeah.
Okay. So then I don't understand. Like, okay. So what's the argument to suggest that people should be beholden to that premise that if it doesn't fall within those parameters, then their view isn't justified? What is that? What's the argument
Yeah,
for that?
it's
Because
just
there
a
are people
natural
that are gonna
entailment.
not accept it.
It's just naturally entailed, but it's just naturally
Entailed by
entailed by
what?
the. Hold on. Just listen. All right. Stop cutting me off every time I try to speak. Right. So each of the trilemma, right? Each of the horns of the trilemma. Dude, I'm trying to speak with you like in good faith, and like
There might
you
be a
keep cutting me
delay.
off.
There might be a delay. I don't know.
Rasol's so confused
All right.
about these trilemmas. It's hilarious.
All right. Let me drop and come back because if I have like a
Don't do that. Don't waste
delay.
more, don't waste more time.
We can all hear you. It's fine.
We can if the, like I don't.
Okay.
There might not be. It's just like I responded and you're like, "What the fuck?" And it seemed a little bit later. So
Yeah. So your response to that, you just reject the argument altogether.
no, I said I don't understand why. Look, I'm asking for like additional support because I don't see why other people that have different views would accept this. Right? There's like a whole host
Okay.
of views that wouldn't accept this premise, and I'm understanding what the argument is, such that they would revise their view.
What's the relevance of people not accepting the argument?
The
if you and me
that's
are
what-
having a
that- okay,
conversation.
So you remember how I said? You remember how I asked right before this that I think you think arguments work this way, and the way if you, Jesus fucking Christ, did I not?
JMike,
Andrew, did you just
this is
do
a
that?
natural. This is a natural entailment of all atheist worldviews. It's not exclusive to your
What?
worldview. It's a natural entailment of every single atheist worldview.
What's okay? Give that argument from the proposition God doesn't
No,
exist
hold
to
on.
that they. Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
want that argument.
This is you pivoting right now. This is you
That's
getting
not.
like pivoting.
Wait, hold
yes,
on.
it
So you
is.
don't have to justify that. You don't have to justify what you just said. You don't have to do that. You can just say it.
No,
Is that what
yeah.
you're saying? You can just say it
because
you can just say
hold
it's an
on, hold on.
entailment. I can't inquire why it's an
Yes,
entailment.
yes.
Yes. So ironically, you're gonna throw the dogma at me? Are you serious right now?
It's a natural entailment.
It's natural. What's the entailment? Show that argument. If it's an what do you think a fucking entailment is, dumbass?
Look, you fucking idiot, dude. This is okay.
I'm an
I'll tell
idiot,
why.
so
I'll
you
tell
can just say
yes,
it's
you
an
are an idiot.
entailment.
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Agrippa's
You're too slow.
trilemma is an entailment
Right.
from the proposition God doesn't
Yeah.
exist. That's your position.
The
And he doesn't
reason
even
why it's an
understand what the
entailment.
You're
Munchausen or
such a
Agrippa's
fucking
trilemma
moron.
aims to do either.
ISO, shut the fuck
It's
up.
not aiming to
Can
disprove
somebody
any.
drop this
It's
ISO
not
guy?
aiming to disprove any framework.
You've gotten worse.
That second
Somehow
premise
you've gotten
isn't
worse.
justified at all. I don't know
How
why
is that
anyone would hold
possible?
that.
How has this guy gotten worse?
Okay. We need to. Let's relax.
Can somebody drop this
Let's
ISO?
relax.
Okay, that's fine. So, hey, user, why don't you ask him so that we can be very clear? Ask him if he thinks
Oh,
that what he can say
somebody drop
ironically,
ISO?
what he can say
somebody drop
ironically.
ISO?
Shut up. What he can say
Hold on.
ironically is
Hold
to
on.
just
If he's gonna
speed
interrupt
dog
me,
Kiss
man.
my ass. You got.
Look, can you drop that
Timur
low
said
tier?
the end. You get dropped.
Rasol.
It seems like
calling you out your bullshit.
Oh, hold on. Let me just.
This is
let
the
me point out
second
the-
time.
Can I have a second to
Has
talk?
been
Can I have
interrupted.
one?
You guys please drop this low tier ISO.
Can I point out the irony?
You've never won a
There's some
debate.
really funny
Everyone makes
irony.
fun of you.
Drop
You're
ISO.
intellectually fucking.
The guy's a
Hold on,
fucking
Chris,
lazy-
can you mute everybody, please? Like, there's some funny irony here that his whole argument's about in order to justify like some proposition, right? You need stop.
His whole
Stop.
Rasol, just chill. Just relax.
Rasol, let JMike say you're gonna have your time to rebuttal, and I actually support you in this argument. I'm on your side, but you can't interrupt him. You can't
I'll be
interrupt him. Let him
respectful.
finish.
That's cool.
I'm gonna go.
That's
I'm gonna
cool.
mute you now. I'm gonna mute you.
Hold
now.
on. Let me say. I just want to say something really quick. Like, I'm happy to interact with JMike, but can you guys drop ISO? Like, this is the third time he's interrupted.
Yeah, kiss
he's a
my
low
ass.
tier. He's a low tier. And he's just messing up the whole thing.
He won't. Look, from now we'll just keep it you and JMike, all right? For now, yeah. And then after other people can talk, yeah.
ISO, no.
You're right with that?
Quit whining like a little bitch and argue with JMike.
Know your place, little bitch.
Oh, you sounded so weak. You quivered. Like what the? It's a virtual call. You quivered like a little bitch.
Mute up. Mute up, little bitch. Mute up.
Yeah, sure. JMike or Rasol, go ahead.
Yeah, so JMike, this is you like pivoting and running from the actual argument. Which of the premises are you actually rejecting? And I'm gonna ask you to like stay linear and stop pivoting and bringing up other people that aren't relevant to the conversation right now. I need you to stay focused. Okay, go ahead. Which premise do you reject?
Rasol, I'm trying to talk. Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I guess I got muted. Someone muted me. I don't know why I was muted. I don't know why I was muted. I was the one trying to talk. I'm trying to point out the irony here, right? You just told me.
Holy shit, dude!
Stop!
Dude,
I've been trying to say that. Stop!
I don't care about the irony.
Rasol, wait. This affects your argument, you dumb piece of shit.
He's pivoting.
Yes.
Host, he's actually pivoting again.
Rasol, let him respond.
This is what he does all the time.
And then
Shut
you
the
can go
fuck
back
up.
and forth.
You don't even know what I'm
gonna
say. Rasol, you don't even know what I'm gonna say. You sound like a child.
Rasol,
stop. You sound like a child. You sound like a child. Let me say what I'm gonna say before you say
No, all that is irrelevant.
Rasol, man, just relax.
Mute him. Please mute him. Please mute him. I haven't even said. Like, listen how much of a child this guy
JMike has to stay focused. He's running.
I am. JMike, you don't even know what I'm saying. Rasol, you don't even know what I'm saying yet. So I don't know how you've deciphered.
If you say something that's not,
shut the fuck up.
If you say something that's not in response to my argument, I'm gonna interrupt you. I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Rasol, seriously, shut the fuck up. I'm about done with you. I'm not going to even give you any more time if you don't shut the fuck up. Seriously, it's like legitimately annoying.
If you don't answer my question, I'm gonna interrupt you. If you don't answer, I'm gonna interrupt you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Rasol, seriously, if you want my time, I can give it to you. If you don't, it's really easy for me just to go. I don't really care what you think. I really don't. Okay?
If you don't answer, I'm gonna take this as a concession. Go ahead.
Stop. So the irony, the reason why, look, what you just told me, we're finishing the last thing we just said before.
I don't care about the irony. I don't care about the irony.
Rasol, shut the. I can't get more than a sentence out.
If you want him to respond, you gotta let him speak.
I know, you literally sound so weak. Just let me finish. Let me get sentences out. You sound so weak. You sound terrified. Let me finish. All right, you sound
respond to my argument. Go ahead.
Thanks again for saying that. Like, I didn't know that's what you wanted me to fucking do. Like, I'm so dumb. Thanks, dumbass. So you told me, right? Just finishing on that last conversation, I asked you, right? Oh my god, this is so infuriating.
What is this? What the fuck are you talking about?
Stop.
Just answer the question.
Stop fucking interrupting me. Mute him. Please mute him. Mute him. Mute him. If he talks over me again, I'm done. I'm leaving. Do not let him open his mouth. Do not let him open his mouth. I asked him, I said, what's the entailment from atheism to having to be...
Hell, what's your response to the argument?
That's part of your argument, dumbass. Just stop interrupting me. Stop. Rasol, if you can't stop... Can we have a cordial conversation? Can I finish and then I'll say I'm done and then... just even if you think...
I need you to engage.
I am engaging, but just the fact that I get 2 sentences out is not enough for you to gauge whether I am or I'm not. So you just sound like a child. Stop. Rasol, how long have I known you? Can you please give me some respect? Shut the fuck up and just give me some respect. Please. I'm asking you.
Just respond.
I am, but if you interrupt me 2 sentences in, it's really annoying, right? It's really annoying. I can't actually say anything. This is recorded. I'm going to put a little blurb every time you interrupt me and go 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and point out every time you interrupted me to show how dishonest you are, right? I'm going to do that.
Meta.
Okay, so no, I have to do the meta until I'm convinced you shut the fuck up because you're not doing a good job of that. So what you had said was, oh, I don't have to give an argument that atheism entails. That's the core part of your argument, that atheism has an entailment that it has to be justified outside of this Agrippa's trilemma. Okay, but look, motherfucker, if I ask you what's the justification and you assert dogma, that just falls foul of the thing you're saying. It's not justified. If you can't give me other than dogma, the justification you offer me falls foul to the Agrippa's trilemma. It's self-defeating, you fucking idiot. You refuse to give me a justification for it, and you just assert dogma, you're just asserting one of the horns of Agrippa's trilemma. You absolute fucking idiot.
Hold on, that was you thought this is your way to escape? This is your way to weasel out of it?
Repeat back what I said.
I'm not going to repeat
what I said, dumbass.
I'm not going to repeat anything. I'm going to ask you. I'm actually holding your feet to
So
the fire.
you're not going to give an entailment. You're not going to give an entailment. All right, then your
you
argument's not
escaped the
justified by your argument's not justified, right?
How do you escape the trilemma, JMike? Stop being a little wuss, dude.
That's not a question by a question. So you're just giving up on your argument and asking me a question. You're just giving up on the argument and asking me a question.
JMike,
you're just giving up on the argument and asking me a question.
You're an atheist. How do you respond to the trilemma? Go ahead.
Yeah, no one satisfied the entailment that that atheism entails.
JMike.
Yeah. There's no justification. Yeah, nobody sat. Yeah, there's no entailment that atheism requires being outside of Agrippa's trilemma. And if you can actually give that argument, I'll change my view. What is it?
So JMike. So when
what's
you make
that argument, Rasol? What's that argument?
So you went.
There's no necessary entailment. There's no necessary entailment.
So when you make a knowledge claim, your claim.
What's the argument? What's the? No, you're not understanding.
Doesn't fall under the umbrella of Agrippa's trilemma.
You're not getting me. I'm going to do what you do. I'm going to do what you do.
Dude,
fucking idiot.
You're like running. You're running, bro. This is a concession. You actually you're so low tier. Okay,
brother,
what's your response?
You said there's
How
an
do you overcome
entailment.
this?
Brother, you said there's an entailment from the proposition God doesn't exist
JMike.
to Agrippa's trilemma. No philosopher or even entry student would say something so stupid, you fucking idiot. There's a reason why everybody makes fun of you. There's a reason why everybody in every camp makes fun of you.
Hey, I know you're running. I know you're scared, all right? But I'm not going to let you get into
What
the
am I
meta.
running?
This is what you do.
What am I running?
This is what you do, right?
What am I running
caught,
from?
When you get
What is it that you caught me on? What is it that you caught me on? What is it that you caught me on?
Okay. Do you
yeah,
think Agrippa's trilemma?
Yeah, I'm an atheist, and there's no entailment from atheism to having to be beholden to Agrippa's trilemma. If you can give that argument, I'd love to hear it. If you want to assert it, if you want to assert it as dogma, if you want to assert it as dogma per your argument, it's not justified.
When you make a knowledge claim, when you make a knowledge claim, JMike.
Hey, let me ask Host. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh
that the
my
irony
goodness,
that
bro!
he can't,
Why is
you understand? Let's see what Host. I want Host to repeat back to him the irony.
I want you. I'm gonna record this.
Host, you understand? Nod your head, Host.
Crazy.
If you see
how
what
much
I'm saying.
you're running from this?
Yeah, he does.
How much you're running from this?
So hold on, Host who I've never met.
Rasol,
Host who I've never met understands what I'm saying.
Let me try and clear this up again, right, Rasol? Your argument is saying that atheism leads necessarily to the Agrippa's trilemma, right? Deliver that. That's what he's asking you to deliver, because you're going to have to substantiate after how yours avoids that thing.
No, and worse than that. Worse than that. If he doesn't do it, stop. Worse than that.
Because
worse than that. If he doesn't do it,
Rasol,
stop. Rasol, stop. Worse than that. If he doesn't.
Hang on, just 1 minute.
Every claim. If he doesn't give that entailment, if he doesn't give that entailment, then he's falling foul to his own argument. He's falling foul to his own argument. Because he's just asserting dogma, which is
coward.
So relax. Try not to mute you.
No, JMike is being he's being a coward, and you guys are letting him be coward out of it.
He's asking you to deliver the point.
He's attacking me. He's saying you're making a dogmatic claim that all atheists will fall under this trilemma, right?
Yeah, it isn't. And so it's not justified by
me and you have even had this conversation like a week ago.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't though.
What's that argument?
It's a natural entailment.
Even I said
what's the entailment? Give premise one and give the inference rule. Entailments require
that all claims made by an atheist are going to fall on the three legs
of
that trilemma.
Argument?
Unless
what's the argument?
Unless you can provide a third leg that somehow can escape this.
It would be a fourth leg, you dumbass. It would be a fourth leg, you dumbass. And what's the argument that
I said a fourth leg. I said a fourth leg.
You said third. You can't count. You're an idiot. So
no, I said
let's try again. Let's try again, idiot moron. Let's try again. So what's that argument? So is it just dogma?
So unless you provide a fourth leg.
No.
Then you're gonna
It's an entailment. It's an entailment.
Yes, exactly.
So then give the entailment.
You can invoke.
Give the entailment.
There's no fourth leg that you can invoke.
What's no.
Give
the entailment. No, from the proposition God does not exist. From the proposition God does not exist.
Listen what I'm saying.
Give the entailment.
It's a trilemma. There's no fourth leg that you can invoke that allows you to escape this trilemma.
Brother,
this is true of all atheistic worldviews.
That just sounds question begging.
No, it's not. It's
not. If someone doesn't agree, if someone doesn't agree and you just assert that's the case, right?
You don't know the difference between a natural entailment and a question beg. You fucking idiot.
If you
fucking dumbass.
Brother, you
a
never
natural
gave,
entailment is not a question beg.
You don't even
dude,
know
you're
what
so fucking dumb.
Offer an argument. You didn't give an argument.
You're so fucking dumb, dude.
An argument, brother. An entailment requires you to give an argument, dumbass. You have to necessarily show how it follows.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my! What the fuck are you? Oh my god! You just said that.
Hold on.
Clip that. Clip that. Fucking clip that. Somebody clip that. Clip that. I'm done with you. Clip that. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Clip that. Clip that shit. Clip that shit.
You're a coward.
Clip that shit.
How your view is like irrational, right? You can't justify.
I didn't say anything about my view. It's about your argument being dog shit, brother.
As an atheist, I've just shown that your worldview is
you're an idiot.
irrational.
You're fucking so stupid.
You're irrational.
You're
irrational. You claim to have truth, but you can't even ground it, dude.
Brother,
you can't even account for knowledge. You're a fucking low-tier, dude.
Rasol.
You can't even argue in good faith. This is what
Rasol.
you do. You do a bunch of made-up.
I'm gonna let you finish.
You try to pivot, right? So this is the argument, right? So you need to account for knowledge.
No, you were on that.
The trilemma pushes the atheist into 3 legs of the trilemma. Like, unless you can provide a fourth leg,
entailment?
which you won't be able to. You won't be able to, right?
What's the argument? What's the entailment? I'm still trying to understand that. That's just a repeating of the claim. What's the entailment? How do you give the argument? Give inference rules, dumbass. That's what an entailment. An entailment is showing how it follows from premises. It's entailed by other statements, dumbass. So give them.
Yeah. The entailment is that there is no fourth leg that can be provided. Therefore, the trilemma follows, right?
That's begging the. You just started begging the question. You just started off begging the question. You just started off begging the question. You started this conversation talking about how the impossibility.
You started begging the question. I don't grant that.
You started the conversation ironically talking about how you started the conversation ironically off talking about how the possibility of the contrary is begging the question, and then you fucking circled around to it anyway.
Yeah, I don't grant that this is begging the question. I think you're confused what begging the question means.
Brother,
this is a natural entailment of the worldview.
Brother,
no, don't call me brother. You're low tier, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Brother, you're giving a reason. You're giving a reason that no one. The thing in question, right, is the thing in contention. No one would have a reason to accept that thing in contention unless they already believe.
No, you can't do
textbook.
You can't do this, though. You can't do this. No, what? No, that's not question begging. The fuck. Like
you don't know
unless you say something like
literally. Okay, everybody press one if you assent to my definition of question.
I don't grant that this is question begging, right?
Oh my god! You just don't know what question. You just don't even know what it means to beg the question. You're just an idiot.
Yeah, no, I don't grant that this is begging the question.
You don't think assuming the thing in contention is question begging?
I don't grant that this is begging the question. No, it's not assuming it, right?
I asked you for a reason, and you said because there couldn't be this other thing. You literally assumed the three criterion in question as being the options. That's literally
an analysis.
You're so stupid. You're so dumb.
That's not begging the question. You're so idiot. You're an idiot, dude.
You're the dumbest person on this app.
You think you can just escape this?
I still want to get. I still gonna get a beer with you when I go to Arizona.
You think you can weasel your way out of it?
You're so dumb. I'm still gonna get a bear with you when I go to Arizona, but you're so dumb. You're so dumb.
This is not begging the question. This is not begging the question.
It is 100%
out, right?
You're unless. What is begging the question?
Unless you think that there's a fourth leg.
Rasol, what does it mean to beg the question?
Unless you think there's a fourth leg that you can invoke, I'd be happy to entertain it, right? But if you can't provide a fourth leg, then the trilemma follows, right?
What does it mean to beg the question?
Holds, right? Unless you can provide another.
What does it mean to beg the question?
Then this is just a natural entailment. This is something that follows through.
You never gave an argument. You just all you said was it couldn't be this other way, so it has to be the thing in contention. That's begging the question, like literally textbook begging, question begging.
No,
You're an idiot.
Like the question.
If I'm somebody just listen to me for a second. I just listened to you.
You don't have omniscience, or you don't have.
If we're just gonna if we're just gonna do this,
it's all gonna fall into.
We're just gonna talk over each other.
Right?
We're just gonna talk over each other. This isn't interesting for anybody. It's not interesting for the audience. Right? It's not interesting for you or me if we just talk over each other. Right? How is this interesting to anybody?
Unless you can provide another leg
I don't have to. I don't have to provide anything if you can't provide an entailment. I'm not convinced there's an entailment, so I'm fine going. I'm fine just being agnostic and going. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. This argument doesn't seem to work. I don't have to think there's a fourth option, dumbass. I'm not required to think there's a fourth option.
What?
I can be agnostic.
Holy fuck!
You're an idiot.
What a low tier! Oh my goodness! What the fuck? Somebody clip this shit right here.
Yeah, and every single
somebody
person,
clip this. Holy fuck!
Every single person will agree with
this.
Me.
This is JMike.
That's a very It's a very non-controversial statement. Are you seriously going to hang your hat on?
JMike's response.
What did I even say?
This is JMike's response.
What did you even think? What did you even think I said that was controversial?
This is JMike's response to the trilemma. This is his response.
That's not what I said. That's not even what I said.
Oh my god.
Do you think that's a proper steal, man?
I don't agree with it. You're an idiot. Dude. Like if you can't provide a fourth leg, you're conceding to the trilemma.
Rasol, you're learning about things we all learned about 10 years ago and thinking that you have a one-up on us. Like you're an idiot.
No. It's not a one-up, dude. It's you weaseling out. Like you don't have a response to the trilemma. This is why you're being a weasel right now.
Host, on a scale from 1 to 10, what Dunning-Kruger level do you think he's at?
Oh,
it's gotta
my
be 10,
gosh,
right?
dude.
It's got to be 10.
This is JMike running. I don't have a problem with you.
Look, I don't have a problem with you.
You weren't even to provide.
Never mind.
You weren't able to provide a response to the trilemma, and you think you can just like ignore it and like keep making claims about reality when you don't have any way to ground.
Did you see? Did you hear the point where he said he doesn't have to give the entailment? Gave me dogma, and his whole argument is about how if it's dogma, it's not justified. Did you hear that part?
JMike, you don't understand.
This is JMike.
It's naturally entailed, bro.
Yeah, it's not dogma. It doesn't suffer the trilemma, which I think doesn't justify things. But yeah, that's fine. I'll just give dogma and say it's an entailment.
Ignore the actual argument and say I don't need to agree with the trilemma. And I'll just keep
just ignore
like a dumbass.
I asked you for justification for that premise. You didn't get it, and then you didn't give the justification. And then when I pointed out that you said you don't need an entailment from the proposition God doesn't exist to this problem, what you decided to do there was give me dogma, which was so ironic because that's the thing at which you're saying statements like they couldn't be justified within that system.
Dogma, you dumb fuck.
Okay, so then just give the argument.
When you do an exhaustive
argument. And by the way,
analysis,
for each one of these,
when you do an exhaustive analysis, of each position, right? These are just natural entailments of your position. Because once we analyze your worldview,
oh my god,
there's no fourth leg. There's no fourth leg that you can invoke, right? And this is just because this very thing that you can't invoke a fourth leg, it just happens to support the actual argument that only the three legs are what's able to be accounted for when you try to make a knowledge claim on.
If you could give an argument that shows that exhausts the options, that'd be great. Go ahead and give that argument.
Yeah, we've exhausted the options because there's no other fourth leg that we can invoke.
He doesn't even know what question begging is. He's so dumb. He's so stupid. There's no other thing because there's no. And it's funny because he started this conversation going. The impossibility of the contrary stuff. I finally realized how that's just question begging.
Hold on.
And he just does the same thing in a different.
Holy shit, dude. What a fucking idiot,
the thing I don't get about this is it's trivially easy to show for any relation where it's like X something Y, like X justifies Y, X causes Y, X grounds Y. Any chain of that type is trivially easy to show that it falls into one of those three categories. Like, what does atheism or theism have to do with it?
I know he's silly and he thinks that a transcendental argument can remove yourself from the three horns for some fucking reason. He said he has Archimedean.
You're not engaging with his argument. You're not engaging with his argument. They'll just do that. You're not engaging with the argument. You're not engaging. You're not engaging. This is the. By the way, if you feel frustrated, this is what I've been dealing with for the last fucking 30 minutes.
But Rasol, you realize when I asked you if you commit yourself to believing you have Archimedean certainty, and you say yes, right? And you're a pre-sub, it's in contradiction with one another. But you don't even understand that you don't even understand what the trilemma is aiming to do.
That's not my argument. That's not my argument. Shut the fuck up.
Rasol, you understand? Rasol, you understand?
That's not my argument.
Oh my god, let me finish what I'm trying to articulate because obviously
I don't want to engage with you. I don't like you.
You know, you obviously don't like me. I don't like you either, but you're not letting
No
me
one
speak and
likes
finish
you,
my
Rasol.
points.
No one likes you. Literally, no one likes you.
Hey, JMike, I think the best approach is probably supposed to be to challenge the premise of the argument that suggests that if your worldview
falls in the trilemma, then it's false. Yeah, that's
trilemma, then it's that you can't have knowledge or you can't have justification or something.
No, I mean,
that's just trivially false.
I know.
Right?
I mean, I know that. I told ISO in the comments. I know that, but I wanted to actually just go through his argument a little bit.
Rasol, do you think the trilemma, Munchausen or Agrippa, do you think that when they made the trilemma, they were trying to say that if you fall into one of these,
this guy?
Sorry?
Leave the room, dude. I don't like you. Stop engaging with me.
I don't give a fuck. Talk to me. Engage with me unless you're scared because you're running like a little girl.
I don't like you.
Contentions against your argument.
Let me point this out just real quick. If the problem with
you learned what Agrippa's trilemma was 2 days ago. You literally said that when you joined the live.
He does this bullshit where he's like, "I'm going to get to that, but we got to talk about this argument," and he won't shut the fuck up. So it's you're never gonna point out.
So this is a concession right here, right?
How this? Because I even said that at the beginning. I don't see how you don't fall foul.
So JMike doesn't have. So JMike doesn't have a rebuttal to the argument. I'm going to take this as a concession.
You're an idiot.
He doesn't
anybody just grandstand and win. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take this as a win because I fucking said so.
You're running. You're running.
I'm still here.
Not a good look,
I'm
bro.
still here.
Yeah, okay.
What are you talking about running? What is wrong with your brain?
What's the rebuttal to your trilemma?
So you're giving up on giving. You're giving up on giving the argument. You're just asking me a question now. Just to be clear, you're giving up on the argument. Are you giving up on the argument?
What is the rebuttal?
Well, you can't, Russell.
What is the rebuttal?
Russell, you have to be fair to me. You can't jump between. Here's a question. No, stop. You can't jump between. I'm going to give you a question and I'm going to give an argument. What are you doing? Which one are you doing? Which one is it? You don't get to pick just both of them.
I'm asking you to refute the.
So you're giving up on your argument. You're giving up on the. So you're giving up on the argument.
No.
Okay, so let's go back to the argument. No, we're not done with the argument. We're not done with the argument.
What is?
If your argument isn't that bad, you're not worried about my answer. You can just give a good argument and rule my view out from the outset.
The answer needs.
If your argument's so good, you're just going to rule my view out, right?
This is the worldview comparison. This is a worldview comparison.
No, wait.
This is a worldview comparison.
Wait, now it's a worldview comparison. I thought it was deductively showing me that my view couldn't be true. You fucking idiot! Now not deductive. Oh my god, he's so stupid.
No,
he's so stupid.
This is you running. This is worldview comparison because my worldview.
Now your argument's not deductive anymore, and now it's an abductive assessment and worldview comparison, and now I'm running. You're so stupid. You have to be trolling. You have to be trolling.
My worldview does escape the trilemma. Now I'm asking you, JMike, as an atheist, how do you escape the trilemma? Stop running like the little bitch that you are and actually man up.
I mean, let's grant that I'm a little bitch. You're giving up on the argument?
Are you a little bit? By the way, are you conceding?
You're giving up on the argument that was formerly Hold on, you're giving up the argument that was formerly deductive and had entailment. And now it's not. It's a worldview comparison. You're giving up on the.
I told you it was a two-part argument, right? I told you it was a two-part. So
it's a two-part. One's deductive that rules out my view, but then we have to unnecessarily talk about a worldview comparison, even though the argument's already supposed to rule out my view. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Correct. Because you're going to try to attack my view, and I'll show you.
That's correct.
I'll show you how I can overcome it, right?
Brother, did you just say that's correct?
Second part of it does. That's what the second part does. I'm going to show you how I overcome it. How I'm not a little pussy weasel like you are, and I actually try to overcome it. Right?
We've had enough playtime. Let's hear how he overcomes it.
No. First, I need you to concede, little bitch. I need you to concede.
No, I don't concede shit. Your argument.
You don't have.
No, I don't concede shit. Your argument's dog shit, and you never provide an entailment, and you're like low IQ as fuck. I don't.
Rasol,
you're actually one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to, legitimately.
He did say he would remain agnostic as of now. So what you should do is present Agrippa's trilemma.
Agnostic is not going to be...
Wait.
You can just rule out my view by giving me the argument.
Yeah, so present Agrippa's trilemma. How does your view get out of it? And then maybe you can ask him questions about what
No. He's gonna give the argument that just rules out my view.
No.
So you give up on the argument. You give up on the argument.
That.
Why are you so scared to give the argument?
I will move.
You were just doing it. You just halfway through got scared. Halfway through, you just gave up and
second part of the argument.
Question.
Once JMike concedes that he's a little bitch,
and that he
I
can
already
overcome the
conceded I'm a
trilemma.
little
That's-
bitch.
you know what's so funny
about this?
I
Because
literally
have a
said I'm a little
suspicion.
bitch. That's what I
So
conceded.
J-Mike, are you a
So J-Mike.
fallibilist? Are you a fallibilist, J-Mike?
So J-Mike,
Yeah, probably.
Okay, then Agrippa's trilemma and Munchausen's trilemma, like this sort of like conceptual pressure they put on you, is
J-Mike.
very, very displaced or like misplaced in this argument because you're a fallibilist, right? Like the entire idea that Agrippa had primarily was to
Can
go
you
against
drop
foundationalists, bro, and infallibilists.
Host,
This
can
is
you drop
ridiculous.
ISO? Host, can you drop
Yo,
ISO?
can
Like
you
he's
suck my left
yapping and nobody's
nut? Shut
listening
up,
to him.
Rasol. Stop whining. Just interact with the
Can somebody
conversation.
drop-
No one's entertained by you anymore because you're fucking.
I'm so glad that this happened, Russell. Thank you so much for
No,
this.
what? You were exposed for being a fucking weasel. What do you mean?
What do you think? What do you think
Oh
you
my
exposed
goodness.
me? What do you think you exposed me?
I exposed that
Get exposed,
your worldview. I exposed that your worldview doesn't account for knowledge. You fucking weasel. That's what I exposed.
How did you show? How exactly did you show that?
Yeah, because I showed that you were not man enough.
Did you give an
man enough
argument
to
that
actually-
established that?
No, I asked you.
No,
What's
you
your
didn't,
rebuttal
right?
to
So I'm
the-
still waiting for that.
I asked you, J-Mike, your worldview.
No, you didn't. You
What's
didn't
your
give an
rebuttal
argument
to the
that
trilemma?
established that. Correct?
What's your rebuttal to the trilemma? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the argument that rules out my view because that's what the dialectical context was, not just randomly shifting because you're like, oh fuck, I'm in hot water and I sound like an idiot right
what's
now.
your rebuttal?
Which is, by the way,
What's
what
your rebuttal?
everybody thinks.
What's your
Everybody
rebuttal
thinks
again?
Just so
What's
you
your
know,
rebuttal again?
peel back behind
What's
the
your
curtains.
rebuttal again?
Everyone's going, wow,
What's your
Russell
rebuttal?
was an idiot and
What's
had
your-
to pivot.
I think Rasol is winning personally.
What's your rebuttal? You little weasel guy. What's your rebuttal to the trilemma?
I'm happy to answer that when you tell me
Weasel,
that you give up on the argument.
What's your rebuttal to the trilemma?
No, I like to be clean. No, I like to be clean and neat despite my face. I like to be clean and neat despite my face. Right?
Yo.
So let's just tie this up in a nice
Hey,
bow. You give up on
look.
the argument, and I'll be happy to answer you, buddy.
Yo.
Yep, you give up?
Low tier. What's your
I think-
rebuttal to the trilemma?
No, so-
low tier.
yeah.
What's your rebuttal? Yo, low tier.
Guys,
What's
guys,
your
I
rebuttal
think
to
we
the
should do
trilemma?
more rhetoric
Yep,
and
low
less
tier.
substance. We have too much substance. Do
I know, right? I know.
Hold on.
less substance, more rhetoric.
Yeah.
Hold on. Low tier. I need you to focus. What's your rebuttal to the trilemma? Go ahead.
My rebuttal is I'm waiting for the argument that establishes what you're claiming this
No.
entire time.
Under your worldview, how do you refute the trilemma? Stop running like the little bitch that you are. Go ahead.
Well, how am I running when the whole conversation was about the argument? How am I running? It seems like you're running. You're
J-Mike,
literally running away
J-Mike,
from the thing we talked about.
J-Mike,
Definitionally running away.
You make knowledge claims all the time. How do you ground your knowledge? How do you account for knowledge, J-Mike, under your worldview?
I'm happy to answer that. Do you concede that you have a dog shit argument and it sucks?
Why would I concede to that? Unless you can
Because you
refute
talked about
the
it and
actual
gave up
claim
on
that I
it. So
made.
my look, under the
No, I'm
hypothesis
actually
that somebody
holding-
has a dog shit argument and they gave up on it, what you would expect under that
How
hypothesis is them
do you-
pivoting to a question that has nothing to do with their argument.
How do you refute the trilemma? I'm waiting. Go ahead.
You're not going to get an answer from me until you concede that your argument sucks, or at least you just continue with the argument. One or the other.
No,
it's a
no, I need
very
you to
fair,
refute.
very fair considering the context of the conversation. Right? So
J-Mike,
I'm like, Russell, do you think I'm crazy?
supposedly-
Do you think I'm crazy for
Supposedly-
wanting you to actually finish the argument? Am I crazy? Am I wacky? Am I wacky doodle goober man for
Supposedly-
wanting you to fucking finish the argument you started? Am I fucking that out of
J-Mike-
line? Fucking idiot.
Supposedly, J-Mike is like one of the high tiers, right? This would be an easy answer for him, right? J-Mike, high tier J-Mike. How do you refute the trilemma? Go ahead.
First off, people ask me easy questions that I would have an answer
Oh my
to
goodness,
all the
bro,
time.
just answer the
all
fucking
the time,
question. How do you,
all the time.
How
in
do you overcome the
context-
trilemma?
In context exactly like this, where they
Rasol, he already said
How do you overcome the
he already
trilemma?
said he was a fallibilist. He gave you his answer. He doesn't because he's a fallibilist. You fucking idiot.
Oh my gosh, ISO, shut the fuck up and drop.
He gave you his answer, you fucking intellectually diminished fucking idiot. Dude. Like he's obviously fucking giving you an answer.
I don't even want to. I want him just to go to.
So, do you know what Agrippa's trilemma is?
It's not like that's
what is
gonna mean
what is it aiming
anything.
to do? What is it aiming to disprove about justification?
He doesn't know
What
what
is
a
it aiming to do?
fallibilist is. It's not going to mean anything to him.
So, what is it aiming? What are the Munchausen trilemma and Agrippa's trilemma aiming to do?
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up, ISO.
You don't even know what the trilemma is aiming to do, and
He
you're
read it on
deploying it in an argument.
Wikipedia. He read it on Wikipedia, and he thought he had an argument.
Oh my
That's
god,
Actually, JMike, I don't think he read it on
JMike is
Wikipedia.
actually
I think he got it
Just
from
to be
like
clear
some,
for the audience,
some political
Agrippa's
YouTuber or
trilemma and
something.
Munchausen trilemma are both attacking certainty
My
and epistemic
gosh,
foundationalism and like views that offer some type of dogmatic certainty. That's what they're attacking. If JMike is a fallibilist, then it
my
doesn't fucking
goodness.
matter.
You dumb fuck. This is actually what
I don't
it's
know if
attacking,
that's
right?
right. I mean, people certainly, like, philosophers have certainly employed it for attacking knowledge generally or justification.
Yeah, but in terms of what Rasol's trying to infer, it's practically useless.
No, it's not. It's actually attacking the fallibus.
I mean, look, I just want the what's the argument?
Or any justification.
I've given way longer than 30 minutes, right? Russell, you were worried about like 30 minutes and
I saw the moron, dude.
This is actually attacking the fallibus. Stop, everybody, just real quick. I'm gonna get leaving soon because at the very beginning of the conversation, you're gonna run.
Okay, then Rasol, hey, Rasol, you monkey. If that's what you're attacking, then that's what you should put in your fucking premise, you dog.
Just real quick.
No, you dumb shit.
He was worried that like I would run away and not listen to the argument.
You can hold yourself by making trying to argue that it's a strict entailment of atheism.
Now it seems flipped and I'm not getting an argument.
You literally said you learned about the trilemma of recently. You fucking idiot. Which is, by the way, is hilarious because you've been arguing philosophy for years and you didn't know about the Munchausen trilemma or Agrippa trilemma.
Dumbass. I've been reading up on the literature on this, right? If JMike said that he knew what the trilemma was, right? So I didn't have to get into the crux of the trilemma because he said that he understood it.
Rasol.
Hold on.
Wait, I just have a really
let me just like focus on JMike really quick.
I promise.
JMike,
you were focusing on JMike.
Russell, one second. Let us ask one question.
Russell, by the way,
why is everybody interrupting?
Hang on 1 second. Let her ask one question. She came up. She's got a question.
Why is everybody interrupting the argument?
Russell,
you're not giving an argument. You're asking me a question. Stop being.
You guys are letting him off the hook.
Stop being dishonest. You're not giving an argument.
Russell, to be fair, like you're not really delivering an argument very well, right?
Yeah, I did.
Let her just ask her question.
I asked.
Carry on.
What premise do you reject?
Sorry, Kaymizz, what were you saying?
Yeah. Just let just ask her question, Rasol.
Well, I had asked you about that argument for the entailment, and you've yet to give it to me, and I just assumed that it falls foul to your argument since it's the argument.
I gave a complete argument.
I'm getting tired.
I gave a complete argument. No.
Okay, Rasol, it has been some time. You were spamming the one question of, hey, what's your solution to this problem?
I know.
Right? If you would like to rehash and just go over, you did state some premises earlier, and you asked if
that's not the thing. The thing in
them.
contention wasn't that. It was that he had made this claim that the atheism entails, right? He made this entailment claim, and he's refusing to give that argument. That's the problem. I've been asking for that for about 30, 45 minutes, longer than I said I'd even be here. So if he's just not going to deliver that, I think that's the debate.
I did. No. Because this is actually what I'm doing, right? I'm saying, hey, JMike, unless your worldview, specifically your worldview, JMike, has a fourth leg that you can invoke, go ahead and do that, right? But if you can't
hold on. Why are you burden shifting on?
Then the trilemma. The trilemma follows.
I have an argument. I have an a priori argument that God doesn't exist, but I'm not going to give it to you. If you can show me how God could exist, then yeah, I'll listen to you. That's
but if the thing in question is whether or not, because obviously what JMike would disagree with is that if a theory of justification falls into one of the three horns, then it's not properly justified. So what's the relevance of asking for like a fourth leg? That JMike's not saying there's a fourth leg. The question is why would you care?
And I even said I could be agnostic towards there being a fourth leg. I don't see why that's relevant. And he goes, "Oh, someone clip that! Someone clip that!"
I mean, clearly stated a certain way. There's not a fourth leg.
The reason why it matters.
If justification is like a normal like binary relation, it doesn't matter if you're a theist or an atheist. You're in one of the three legs.
That's what I was trying to explain.
So how are you just not in?
That's not true.
Since you can't give an argument for that, and I'm really actually interested before I go.
Did someone say that that's not true? That's like easy to prove.
He's going to avoid that instead of vicious circularity.
That's easy to prove. That's like ridiculously easy to prove.
So easy.
No, but here's the. Anyways, I'll let them continue, but
you're going to
have vicious circularity, he's going to acclaim this virtuous circularity, right, in a personal God. But that, either way,
not necessarily.
The response would be
that's not what I'm going to do.
Agrippa's trilemma is self-defeating.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Okay, so you're not doing that, Rasol. You're holding an atheist position.
No, that's not what we're doing. Okay, so instead of speaking without understanding what's being argued, I'm just like ask, right? But this is my frustration. This is why I get frustrated, right?
I don't care. Just fucking give the
JMike,
argument. Shut the fuck up. Give the argument. No one cares about your
hold
feelings.
on. JMike does not have a response to the trilemma, right? So instead of being,
No one's. I don't know how that you. I don't know how you inferred that.
Instead of being epistemically humble and saying, "Hey, you know what? My worldview is dog shit," and you just pointed out that I can't ground knowledge under my worldview. Like he just sits here and he acts like a weasel, right? And he starts and then his buddies jump in and try to save him because he doesn't have a response to his dilemma, right?
Do you even understand what he's asking of you, Rasol?
Yeah, so far it sounds like
And
you're
then
not
people
defending
in
your
the
position and
comments-
you're whining. It sounds like you're whining like a
People in the
little
comments,
bitch. The
right?
thing that you accused me.
I
of
mean,
being.
honestly, are you
start
so
spamming.
like
J-Mike is
epistemologically
pussy or
inequipped
whatever,
for this
right?
conversation that you can't
Yeah,
comprehend
you're
what we're
so
asking of you?
emotional. Why are you so worried about
the
the
only
other
thing-
people in the audience? I haven't even looked at what the
The
people in
only
the
thing
audience
that
have
I'm
said. Like, why-
requesting-
you're so
The only thing that
socially
I'm
aware and
requesting-
so fucking annoying about
The
that. Like,
only
who
thing that
cares?
I'm requesting is for JMike to man up and say, "Hey, as an atheist, you know what? I don't have justification for knowledge. So thank you for pointing that out, Russell." Like,
That's what's in
I'm, like,
contention, Rasol.
That's not my view.
That's what's in
Grateful
contention in like 3 different angles.
for the fact that I just pointed something like I might have missed,
Look,
right? But no,
brother.
instead of doing that, this is what you do, right? You run your mouth.
Stop with the
you start,
meta.
like,
Just give the
yapping,
argument. I don't care about
and
what you
start-
think. I don't care. I don't care.
I need you to
Russell,
concede.
No, I'm not conceding to shit. Just give the argument.
I need you to concede that your view has a P and not P on it. Like you
What?
claim knowledge, but you can't account for knowledge.
Derive the
so
contradiction.
simultaneously,
Derive.
you don't
that.
have an account.
What propositions did I say that you can derive that? Go ahead. I'm waiting for those propositions and the derivation.
You claim knowledge, and then also
When have I claimed knowledge? When have I claimed anything in this conversation? I haven't claimed anything in this conversation.
okay, if you don't claim to have knowledge about anything like this, then
Brother,
why in the
you're
fuck are
giving
you
an
up here?
argument.
Why are
I'm
you
not
up here?
required to claim things when you
Hold
give
on.
an argument. That's what I tried to
Hold on,
tell
are you
you
just gonna-
earlier when I said, brother, this is what I said
So
earlier
you're
to
not
you when
an
I said,
atheist.
you don't think, this is what I said when I said this earlier. I go,
So you're not an
I
atheist.
go, brother,
So you're
brother,
not an
this is-
atheist right now. You're not an atheist. You're not an atheist
brother,
right now.
I don't know what you're even saying. Just listen for a second.
Are
This is
you an
literally what
atheist?
this is what I
Are
said.
you an
to you.
atheist?
Stop. Why are you
Are you
interrupting
claiming
me?
that? Hold on. Are you claiming that God doesn't exist?
I don't have to make any claims for you. I'm asking you to give the justification on your view. I've been trying to be very careful about
hold
you
on.
not attaching your anything to a view I
So
hold
you're not
because
taking
you're
a
the one
position
giving.
about knowledge.
Brother, brother, if your argument works, you don't have to go up to an old lady on the street and go, "How do you solve the Griffith's trilemma? Come on, do it, Granny. Come on." You just have an argument
on.
that works, right?
If you
So
don't
give
have
that
a
argument.
position on knowledge, then what the fuck are you doing up here?
Brother, why do you keep assuming things I'm saying that I'm not?
Hold on. It's like me arguing.
You're
with
so
somebody
like
that's
you're such a slow boy. Holy
Imagine
shit, you're so slow.
Imagine me arguing somebody that's like that is like has like a anti-realist position, right? And they're like,
Do you think
I'm
I
like,
have
yeah,
an
you
anti?
can have
Do you
knowledge.
think that I have an anti-realist position?
The-
Is
so
that what you
are
think?
you taking a position? Are you taking a position? Yes or no?
Rasul, my position is irrelevant of whether or not you have a successful argument. Give the
You
argument.
claim to have knowledge as an atheist. Yes
Okay, so
or no? That's
as
the
it
argument.
stands, I'm not okay. So as it stands,
I'm attacking
he
worldview
refuses
as an atheist.
He refuses to give an argument.
atheist,
Doesn't
I'm attacking
doesn't
your
understand. Doesn't
You claim
understand.
to have knowledge
Doesn't
as an
understand
atheist.
that his argument
Mine
works
is,
in a vacuum.
Absent of God, right? Are you claiming this?
Brother, I'm waiting for you to show how you get out of you give the argument that you have. My views are relevant.
Before
Or show
I
how you
gave-
get out of the
no,
problem in
no.
the first
I need
place.
you to concede.
I'm not. No,
I
you
need
don't
you to
just
say,
you don't
hey,
get to just make demands of me
my
when you're the
worldview
one
is
tasked to give
irrational.
an argument.
I make knowledge claims all the time, but
Rasul,
I'm
here, let me help you out
bankrupt.
here.
I
Rasul,
can't
let me help you.
actually
Let me
say
help
that.
you out here. Let me
I
help
need
you out
to
here.
say that. So
Let me.
I'll walk
let me
you
ha-
through.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me
Hi,
help you out.
JMike.
Rasul, shut
Go
the
ahead,
fuck up.
repeat after
Let me help you
Hi,
out.
JMike.
Let me help
I'm
you
an
out.
atheist. Go ahead. Hi,
Let me
JMike.
help.
I'm an atheist.
Why?
Go ahead.
What do you think you're gonna get anywhere?
I'm gonna walk you through because I'm asking you to like
Oh my God.
because
So he's not
you're,
gonna give an
not
argument. He's gonna be a
understanding
child.
what's being said, right? You
That's
claim
so
to have
cute
knowledge as an
coming from you.
atheist,
That's so cute coming from
but
you.
you don't have an account for knowledge, right?
When did I make
I
that
want to
claim?
be
An
as charitable
irrational
as
position
possible
to
here.
hold.
Rasol, are you trying to say that if one of the views that he holds to falls under the trilemma, that he has no access to certainty? If he has no access to certainty, then he has no access to justification, no access to justification, no access to knowledge. Is that what you're saying, Rasol?
No,
Under the atheist
like
view.
certainty. Well,
That's what the trilemma is trying to attack.
We would have to
because-
define.
He wants.
to define what knowledge is, right? If JMike's account of knowledge isn't some kind of like correspondence to reality, then this isn't gonna affect his knowledge, right? If he just doesn't claim
Wait,
to
so
have
it's
any
not an
epistemic
entailment?
access
So it's
to
not an
reality.
entailment from atheism
No,
then? If I have an atheist view with different... What the fuck are you even saying now? Now you're just contradicting
Hold on,
yourself from earlier.
there's some atheists that just
Oh, so
claim
there's some atheists
to
that
not
it's
have
not entailed by
corresponding.
atheism.
But this is just irrelevant to the actual core.
Oh, it's irrelevant that the thing I
core
said's
argument.
entailed is no longer entailed,
It's
and some
irrelevant to
atheists
the
don't have this
core
problem.
argument
What the fuck's wrong
of
with
the
you?
trilemma, right?
Did I?
So now,
ISO, did he just
like,
say that?
unless,
ISO, did he just say that?
Russell, you're my favorite philosopher, by the way.
Did he just say, or did he?
I
ISO,
eat,
did you
I eat
hear what
animals all the time. I left this blonde.
What did he say?
I love eating animals.
He goes,
I'm
there are
going
some
on
views.
This is so weird.
It won't,
Imagine
it
you
won't
find out
affect you
someone's
or have a
against rape and
problem
then
if
you
you
talk
have
about
like
what you
these
like.
Yeah, I'm
other
gonna go on a carnivore
views.
diet just because of your lies.
He said it won't affect you as an atheist if you have these other views, while earlier talking about how it's this entailment the whole time.
That's hilarious. Rasol,
Yeah,
off
he
the
just
onset,
literally
you said
said
that the trilemma, under atheist view, the trilemma is exhaustive, right? You're saying that, like, if atheism is true, then the trilemma is exhaustive. There are no epistemic views which offer certainty or escape the horns. And now you're saying that there are. So what the hell, like, what are you
It's
saying?
the most infuriating thing for the dumbest person in the world to call you dumb.
There
It's,
is.
like, let me just speak. I'm about to leave. Let me speak to.
My worldview escapes it. My worldview escapes
I'm just
it,
speaking
right?
to the audience real quick. I'm just speaking to the audience real quick. It's the most infuriating thing in the world. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave, but
Yeah,
it's the
I
most
need you to
infuriating
run.
thing in the world for the dumbest person on the planet.
Because you're
It's
such a
not conceding
weasel.
anything.
Like, you can't
It's
defend your worldview.
Can you mute him?
You sit
Host,
here.
I'm making my bow out so I can go
You actually
play some
come
games with
up-
people
come
waiting
up
on me.
here all the
Just can you mute him for just a second so I can say my.
And you
It
run
is the
up-
most. It is the most infuriating thing in the world to have the dumbest fucking person in the world call you dumb. Like, it's so infuriating.
JMike.
It is so infuriating. It makes me crazy.
Yo, JMike, before you leave, I got a question for you, JMike.
Yeah, what's up, brother? Oh, is that Jim?
Yeah,
what's up, buddy?
What am I, man?
I got a question. Okay, Mike.
Why am I getting?
You're getting muted because you're dumb and you never actually like justified
here
anything and just assumed things about my view I never
here all the
said.
time.
Just totally dishonest.
And you make a bunch of claims about, like, oh, what's epistemically.
I haven't been on TikTok, by the way, in like 6 months.
And you make these claims about, oh, like, the atheist worldview can account for reality the same way that
I got a quick
God
question
worldview does. Like, you make knowledge claims all the time, but when you get called out, you like coward and you run like a little weasel.
No, you don't understand the dialectic that you're giving an argument. I'm not required to give you anything because nothing turns on it. Nothing turns on it, Russell. Nothing turns on it. I could look, Russell.
Why do you make
how
claims
stupid you
about
are.
reality if you can't?
Here's how stupid you are. Somebody could be like
Why
day
would you
one.
do that? Why would you be irrational
Russell,
like that? Why would you do that? Why
please
would you
mute this.
hold
Please mute
such an
this.
irrational
Please,
position?
please mute this guy. Please, for a second.
This is embarrassing.
Somebody can be day one. Someone could be like day one to like a few months to a few years into philosophy and not know how to answer these questions. And when you ask them, how do you do this in your worldview? They might not have an answer, but nothing turns on that because you still have all of your work left ahead of you to show that their view is like a priori ruled out. You have to give some type of deductive argument. You have to give that entailment because somebody's epistemic ignorance. Somebody navigating through philosophy for just like a little bit of time. They might not have those answers, but nothing turns on their epistemic ignorance. You're just a fucking idiot that you can't understand that if I answered it one way or the other, it doesn't show an entailment like you're claiming. Fucking idiot.
Why would you hold to a position that is epistemically bankrupt that can't account for knowledge?
You've yet to
This is just so
establish.
frustrating.
You've yet to establish that. That's the point. You've yet to establish that.
I'm attacking your worldview as an atheist.
You have not done
You
that.
haven't responded to this.
You've just asserted bullshit, and then you never justify that your
Hold on.
claim doesn't fall foul of the same problem.
Hold on. So you do escape this trilemma? Is that what you're saying?
Why do you keep pivoting from giving the argument that I'm necessarily ruled
I'm
out?
attacking your worldview as an atheist. Do you escape this trilemma? Yes or no?
Russell,
yes
imagine,
or no?
Russell,
I don't need anything else. Yes
no,
or no?
no.
Does your worldview
Russell,
escape this?
Russell,
yes
Russell,
or no?
it's Russell.
Yes
it
or
doesn't
no?
turn on your argument.
Yes
You're
or
so
no?
scared to give your argument.
Yes or no?
It doesn't turn on your argument.
Yes or no?
I'm not. It doesn't matter.
Yes or no?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yes or no?
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to
Do you
give you an
escape
answer.
it? Yes or no? Do you escape
I'm
it?
not-
Yes or no?
Russell, you're not going to get what you want out of me.
Yes
You're not going to
or
pivot
no?
out of
Do
me.
you
It's not going to
escape?
happen.
It's not going to happen.
It, yes or no?
Russell, did you understand the point that I made? That if somebody was,
I need you to stay. No, I don't care.
No, please mute this. Please mute this guy. Please mute this guy. Please mute this guy. He keeps interrupting me. I feel it's only fair if I try to ask a question.
You keep saying the same thing over and over again.
No, he's not answering. He's not engaging.
Yeah, but Russell, you're not listening to what's being said back to you.
No, I don't need to. I need him to engage with my argument.
Yeah, it's not a question. You're so dumb. You don't know what question is not an argument. Question's not an argument.
Yes or no?
Russell, how many years have we told you a question's not an argument? How many years have we told you a question's not an argument? How many times? Is your argument an argument against JMike? No, it's an argument that rules out all of these views that are not your view.
I gave an argument.
You didn't.
Yes or no?
No, you gave an argument. I asked for further justification, and you've refused to do that. That's what's happening.
I asked you. I gave the trilemma.
I said the trilemma, so I'm done here. You're so dumb. You're such a slow boy. You're so fucking dumb.
I gave premises. And I gave.
It doesn't matter. That's fine. I can give premises too. And if somebody asks me for the justification of the premises, I'm required to give that.
Do you escape a yes or no? Why are you being such a weasel? I don't get it.
Brother. If somebody gives me an argument and I ask them for justification, they have to give that to me. If they don't give me that
defense of
Russell, if someone doesn't give justification,
Russell,
if someone doesn't give justification in any argument, you can just walk away and go, "I'm going home now." You're totally in your right to do that. You can do that for any argument.
That's your worldview, your personal worldview, JMike.
That's not your argument. That's not your argument.
Does it fall apart?
So do you give up on your argument? Are you giving up on your
no?
Are you giving up on your argument?
No, yes or no?
Are you giving up on your argument? That's not a premise to your argument.
Answer the question.
That's not. No. Are you giving up? I will answer you. Like I said a million times, I'll answer you when you say I give up on my dog shit argument.
Why is this guy being so difficult?
Because we talked about an argument. Now you want to talk about a question about my view. It's very reasonable for me to be very suspicious.
Does your worldview
very reasonable
fall victim of a group?
I don't know why you think you're going to get an answer until you concede the argument. Until you concede, you can't give the argument.
It's a concession, everybody.
It's a concession that you can't give an argument or a justification, and I walk away rightfully.
All his buddies trying to interrupt because he's getting exposed as the loacher that he is. He couldn't respond to the fucking argument, right?
Brother, you are like the dumbest person in all of the phobias.
Yeah. I'm dumb.
Everybody makes literally
you hold to a worldview. You hold to a worldview that's
don't like each other in the community. People that don't like each other in the community they bond over how stupid you are.
Completely irrational. You hold to a view that's completely irrational, and I'm the dumb one. Yeah, JMike, that makes a lot of sense.
You've yet to establish that. You've yet to establish that with an argument.
Dude, I'm asking you. Does your worldview, JMike?
Yeah, and me answering could just be epistemic ignorance. So what's the argument that it's actually false?
Weasel, dude.
Me answering it one way or the other could be epistemic ignorance. Maybe I haven't navigated through philosophy. Nothing turned. Russell, do you agree that Russell? Do you agree that if I Russell,
if you just say I'm agnostic, that still is a concession.
Russell, you're so dumb. Russell, do you agree that if someone is a naturalist and they go,
dude,
just walk with me here. Just walk with me here. Do you agree that if a naturalist says,
I don't care about Amdir, I don't care about Russia's. I'm asking your worldview. Does your worldview?
Yeah, but your argument's supposed to rule out my view. Your argument's supposed to rule out my view.
Does your worldview fall victim to a group of trials? Just answer the question. Why is this so hard?
Yeah, I'll answer you this way. My argument has not been established to be false by your argument. I'm waiting for that.
Hold on. So you were able to? You have a rebuttal to the trilemma?
I'm waiting for you to justify the argument since the beginning. I asked you for justification. You know. By the way, you have to do that, and by your own.
So you're making the claim that it's a false trilemma, right? You're making the claim that it's a
No. I said you haven't established that my view is false with this argument. That's what I said.
Hold on. Which one is that? Are you rejecting the
How do you not understand the sentence? You haven't established my view is false with this shitty argument. How do you not understand the sentence? Very easy sentence to understand.
Yeah. So when somebody brings up the trilemma, which part of the what part of the trilemma argument
that's irrelevant to your argument. Give the argument.
Hold on. What part of the trilemma are you pushing back on? Which one do you disagree on?
I'm asking for why there's an entailment that I have. Dude, I'm so done with you. Like, can you give the argument? Like, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to do this move where This is you running. This is the last time we had a conversation too. Okay. I pushed you back on.
you're making a claim
Rasol,
about
I've gotten you to think God is brutally contingent. Then you switch to him being necessary. Then you switch to Platonic realism. Shut the fuck up. For the last 5 years, I have pushed you around with my cock. Shut the fuck up. I've pushed you around with my cock into different positions, into thinking that God's brutally contingent. Smacked you around with my cock some more. And then I got you to, then I leaned you over, smacked you around in the butt with my cock some more. Got you to think that God was a Platonic Neo one. Like, you're so dumb. Like, you're my bitch. You are literally my bitch.
You literally
Shut the
are
fuck
so
up.
low tier, bro. You can't defend atheism for shit. Like, you're a one trick pony. Like, what's your best argument? I don't know. You don't have any arguments. All you do is fucking run.
Yeah, there's my best argument. If I got Rasol to believe in the Neoplatonic one, Platonism is true, and that God's a brute contingent fact, then Rasol is a little bitch that's under my control. It is the case that he believed those things, and therefore he's my little bitch under my control. Yeah, that's true.
That's showing that Rasol has epistemic humility, and he's able to change his view when shown to have like the wrong thing.
Look, do you not remember the years of you coming up being like, oh, what about this, Mike? What about that? And then go, oh, I think God's brutally contingent now. Oh, I think that Platonism's true. And what's aseity, Mike? Can you explain aseity? What are the problems with aseity? Oh, you're a dumbass, Mike, even though for years you've been helping me this whole time. And I wouldn't know any of these things if it wasn't for you and Amdir and all these people that I listen to and try to understand. But I'm gonna bite the hand that feeds me because I'm a little fucking bitch. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Dude. You're so fucking annoying.
Like both things can be true, right? I can be grateful for like your help early on my journey.
I don't want anything from you. I hate you more than any person on this planet. I think you are the most disingenuous, like, fucking loser. If you died tomorrow, I wouldn't fucking feel sad. I would be happy. I wouldn't fucking care. Like, you're such a fucking loser. Like, fuck off.
Hold on. Both things can be simultaneously true, right?
No, if you died tomorrow, I would not be happy. There would be like a smirk on my face. I don't fucking care about you.
This is you crashing out because you got cooked. You got exposed for the low tier that you are. Right?
No, I'm pissed.
Come on, how can you not see?
I'm pissed. I'm pissed that you failed to give an argument.
No, I mean, dude, it's been in circles. I'm going to talk if I want to. They're not dropping me, obviously. You can whine all you want. I have a genuine question towards you.
You weren't able to
I have a genuine. I've already dismantled your argument. Like, none of you haven't proven a single premise. The contention you have towards the atheist position can be solved mostly by being a fallibilist and committing and rejecting the KK principle.
No, you dump
and certainty, right? And so you're not offering anything exhaustive at all. You're just saying things. You're just like intellectually masturbating off your own metaphysical framework, where you think that you have some Archimedean fucking sense of certainty, which you don't. It's ridiculous.
No. You're so lost.
No. Like, that's all you have said. You've said the same thing over and over for the last 30 minutes, literally articulating nothing and defending none of your premises.
You're just repeating a bunch of nonsense.
Actually, you haven't heard a single word that I've said.
Fallibilism concedes to the actual trilemma, so shut the fuck up. You don't even know what you're saying. Shut the hell up.
The conceding the trilemma is not an issue, Rasol. The very thing that we're arguing about is whether or not the trilemma or committing to the trilemma or falling under the causes you to have a view that it no longer garners knowledge, which everyone here would reject, especially if they're fallibilists.
No. Fallibilism is actually conceding to a trilemma, saying because
I just said so, Rasol. I agreed.
But that's the thing. When an atheist appeals to fallibilism, right? Then we can rule out any nonsense that they try to argue, right? When they try to argue, like, oh, in my view, I don't believe in God, or like, oh, naturalism can
what is a fallibilist saying,
explain reality. Like,
Rasol, what is a fallibilist saying?
They're just arbitrary. They're just
Rasol, what is a fallibilist saying?
Vacuous claims that have
Rasol,
no
what is a
value
fallibilist committed to? What is a fallibilist committed to, Rasol?
They actually concede to the argument.
Rasol, what is a fallibilist committed to?
We're trying to explain.
No, you're just saying that this is entailed by fallibilism without actually articulating what fallibilism is at all.
All the claims.
You do that a lot, Rasol. You do that a lot, Rasol. It's a little meta, but you do that so much, so often. You have like a very rudimentary understanding of these concepts, and there's like philosophical origins, and then you make some like weird derived entailments from them, and that's your argument. And you don't argue as to why.
When you say something like, "Oh yeah, God isn't necessary for reality," you don't have the ability to do that. You can't make those arguments.
Rasol, what is fallibilism, Rasol?
No, you can't make any claim.
What is fallibilism? What is a fallibilist committed to?
Your worldview, once you concede to the trilemma, then
you're just restating the premise of your argument, which is in contention. You fucking idiots.
Then no longer are any of your
you realize there's three angles which we're arguing against you, right? Whether or not the trilemma is exhaustive under atheism and it's entailed simply by the fact that atheism is true. Whether or not that if you fall under the trilemma, then your view of justification, then therefore like you should be able to have knowledge. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're just talking over yourself.
Make anything. Yeah, so like
articulate what it is that we're arguing against.
Put on a fresh black suit in the mini coupe, sitting on dubs. Sorry.
No, so you don't want to do that. Sorry, I said you're low tier. You don't want to.
Rasol, you have no room to call anyone low tier. You're awful at this. No one likes you. You've never won a debate. You just intellectually masturbate
if you can
off your own dogmatism.
Right? If you can see made us drink, then you just can't join these conversations about what's true, what's not true. God exists, doesn't exist. Like your argumentation.
You don't have the first idea of theories of truth.
Your argumentation.
And that song's such a
your argumentation becomes like just epistemically bankrupt. You can't.
You're talking to yourself.
A bunch of nonsense.
You're talking to yourself.
Just let him go. See how long he'll go.
So like the fact that JMike wasn't able to like defend his worldview, and every time that me and JMike engage, he always brings up that whole.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot when I give arguments, the other person's supposed to defend their view. Right? I'm sorry that's how that works. Like, I'm sorry when I give arguments for why naturalism is true, the astrologer's supposed to defend their fucking view to me. What a fucking idiot.
I just showed, hey, this trilemma is problematic.
You don't even know how the dialectical context of an argument works. Like, you literally don't even understand how the dialectical context of an argument works.
The trilemma. Then he would have to give what is it? What part of the trilemma are you rejecting? What do you have contention against, right?
Just to be clear, none of us have rejected the trilemma or accepted it. He's literally just talking to himself. He has not heard a single one of our contentions. Yes, exactly. He doesn't understand it. He's literally just masturbating the corner.
I want to make that very clear that no one has done that. And he thinks, and that's why I asked him at the very beginning. I said, all right. I even said, I go, Rasol, when you give arguments, I stop. I listened to you that whole time, Rasol. I listened to you the whole time. I muted the whole time. Just let me, no.
I can talk till I wanted.
Okay, that's fine. I gave you the respect. Why are you so allergic to letting me speak? Like, why are you so terrified for letting me speak for a long period of time? Like, you're listen to the recording, right? Listen to the recording. Listen to the recording. We'll put a timer. We'll put a timer for how long he lets Mike speak, and it will be like 3 seconds long. He never lets me speak because he's so terrified. But I've given you time to speak, and I haven't interrupted you.
All right. So now that I was like mid-sentence, right?
No.
So the first premise that I said.
No, I'm gonna speak. No, you're gonna sit down like the little bitch that you are, and
you're gonna make a knowledge claim, right? You're gonna make a knowledge claim. But that knowledge claim.
So you understand, Rasol, that when you give arguments, the other person doesn't have to defend their view, dumbass? Do you understand when you give arguments, the other person doesn't have to defend their view, dumbass? Do you understand that?
Becomes invalid.
Do you understand that? Do you understand that when someone gives an argument, they don't have to defend their view, right?
Are making
right? Do you understand that?
Right.
Hey, dumbass, do you understand that when you give an argument, the other person doesn't have to defend shit?
For the knowledge claim.
Hey, dumbass. Hey, dumbass.
That your knowledge just becomes invalid. It becomes null.
Hey, dumbass.
So it's just like my premise.
Yeah, we get it. We get it. Yeah, you're an idiot. We got it. We got it.
You should just retire. You should delete your TikTok account because you can't.
He even sounds like it's just an embarrassment. Like, he even has that like Beavis butthead kind of shit going on. Like, he sounds stupid.
This is you like crashing out because
JMike, I have a suspicion that Rasol looks like his profile picture. What do you think?
I think so too. He apparently has like a family and stuff. I don't know. That's the I've talked to some people. I'm convinced that like that's the only reason he's a Christian. It's like this lifeblood between his family. Like he just is so desperate to believe in this
weird shit. This weird meta thing is just like another concession, right?
What do you mean weird meta thing? You want to talk about my view when it has nothing to do with the argument? Welcome to the world you created.
The low that they are, right? They'll say some weird shit like, ooh. The PF.
Oh, you don't like the taste of your own medicine of talking about irrelevant stuff to what we're talking about. You don't like that, do you?
No.
So why don't you just talk about the argument? Because the person you're giving an argument to doesn't have to defend their view.
Conversation, right? So premise one was if a knowledge claim is made, it needs to be justified, right? If justification isn't provided, then that knowledge claim becomes invalid. fucking ISO is so dumb that he doesn't understand the
becomes
basic
invalid.
argument.
And we all said we did that. That doesn't even mean any like that. What does that even mean? It's invalid. It's formally invalid. What does that mean?
The knowledge claim doesn't follow through. The knowledge claim doesn't follow through.
That wasn't your argument, you troglodyte. You started off with the trilemma and said that if you fall into it or fall into one of the horns and you no longer have justification.
That's not what I said, you dumb fuck.
That was all the onset of the conversation. That's particularly what you've been attacking.
Dude. Oh my gosh, my first premise was like, knowledge needs justification, you low tier. Why don't you just
oh my
stop?
God,
like nobody wants you here.
Imagine the dumbass that writes up here. Imagine the dumbass that writes up.
Listen, you monkey. Listen, you monkey. Listen, you monkey. The support of your premise is that the atheist falls under the trilemma. You fucking idiot.
ISO,
imagine the dumbass that
Rasol, no one wants you up here. You've literally just been jibber jabbing for the last hour. No one respects you at all in this space.
You make knowledge claims, right? If you're gonna make
imagine the dumbass that writes on a piece of paper the justification was invalid. Imagine the dumbass that writes that on a piece of paper or like types that out and then goes, "Yeah, the justification was invalid." That's a good premise.
The knowledge
justification is invalid, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean.
Invalid, right? Yeah.
What the fuck does that even mean?
No, it doesn't hold. When you make a knowledge claim, you can't justify the knowledge claim. The knowledge claim just doesn't hold. It's just vacuous. It's not saying anything. There's no justification. There's nothing to like back it up.
You could just say, look, you could just say that like that.
So
that the proposition isn't justified or something. Like I don't know what. Like what do you even like? You
yeah. You don't have any justification to make any claims about reality. That's what's been said. Can you not track, slow boy? Are you too dumb? Are you too much?
I mean, I'm not the dumbass that says then the justification is invalid, and then people have these questions about formal validity.
No.
Like, wait, what does this mean?
Hold on. I just said that the knowledge claim becomes invalid. What I didn't say that.
Yeah, but you're using a term that has like very specific meaning in the space you're in, right?
Shut the fuck up. Wait, engage. You just got exposed for the low tier that you are.
Can we, Russell? Are you like open to talking to like me or like Amdir about this topic, or do you only want to?
Yeah, I mean, if you're good faith, I don't mind talking to you.
I can already tell by Ruxter's tone he's gonna be good faith, and it's gonna be deadly.
I've never not been good faith with you, Rasol. I've always been good faith.
JMike's been incredibly bad faith this entire time. I'll just point that out.
I just got it before you guys go. I just got a question for JMike.
Oh, sorry, Jim. Yeah, that got derailed. Yeah, I gotta get going.
Mike.
Yes, brother.
Hey, JMike, before you leave, how's it feel to lose?
I mean, feels pretty damn good.
You gotta elongate it this time, Jim. That's a new version.
I know what you're doing now. Yeah, you gotta be better. You gotta do better. You didn't even try. I don't even feel like you tried. There you
lost.
That's better. That's better. I was gonna say, you just like did it in a normal Jim voice.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I gotta harness.
And then you gotta throw like "gotcha, bitch" or whatever at the end or whatever it is.
Yo, go ahead, Russell. What were you gonna say?
All right, let's hear this Ruxter and Amdir versus Russell.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna get some food. I'll be around in a minute.
Are you there, Ruxter? I mean, if not, I'll just talk.
Well, we don't have to call it like a versus. That sounds more confrontational. It could just be like a conversation.
My bad. And
yeah, go ahead. I'm open for the conversation.
No, I mean, like the Agrippa's trilemma thing. Like the way the skeptics give the argument, it's something like the way it would be stated is, justification is either chains justification or either finite. They're either finite, repeating, or infinite. For a belief to be properly justified, it can't be situated in a chain that is finite, repeating, or infinite. So, no belief is properly justified. It seems like you don't even accept the first premise of the skeptic's argument. Like, you seem to think that there's more options than those three. I'm curious about that. Is that true? Do you think that?
No, I don't think so. But the only thing I said that is because JMike was like alluding that like the trilemma wasn't wasn't valid or somehow.
Okay, so you agree
That's
that
why
like
I said,
even
okay, like if you don't think the trilemma follows through, then like do you have like another leg that you're gonna invoke, or that's why I
okay.
asked him. I'm not saying that there is another leg.
So you agree that like even on whatever your theistic view of justification, that it's still either like finite, repeating, or infinite.
That's only if I make a knowledge claim. If I make a knowledge claim, I would be subject to like the same
No, like even if you
criticism.
say that you're justified, like justification is either finite, repeating, or infinite.
The trilemma is going to be a problem of justification.
Well, that I know that's what you're. No, but it's just like it's just an analysis. So like when I look at the worldview, right? Like a finite mind, it's just an analysis of like what it entails and stuff, right? And then if we just do an exhaustive analysis of like how we communicate with each other, right? It's just a case that when we try to make claims about reality, it's just a natural entailment that those claims will fall under these legs of the trilemma. But it's just an analysis. It's not really like saying the trilemma is true, right? Or like it's not making a truth claim about the trilemma. It's just like it's a natural entailment of like any worldview.
Rasol, when you say that,
like
that's robust.
The reason why I'm bringing that up is because when you're like demanding that the atheist give you a fourth option, it's like it seems like you're assuming that the atheist is disagreeing with the first premise of the skeptic's argument, but like, almost nobody disagrees, or I would say nobody disagrees with the first premise of the skeptic's argument. All the discussion is around the second premise, like whether or not the fact that you fall into one of those three camps means that you're not properly justified. Like that's where all the dispute is at.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like you would have to push back on it and say, hey, no, I don't think. I think that we can have circularity, or we can have regress. You can make that
Rasol, you should
move.
say there's a fourth option. That's what I would say.
You shouldn't say that because I would be really regarded to say.
Well, I run a little bit
False
different.
PMR,
I know
so
that
of
you were in
course
the
it's
fourth
really
option.
dumb for someone to say. Of course he would say that.
Once
it's not dumb. That's how the
wait,
argument.
hold on. Can we just keep it like me and Amdir, please?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, butt out, dumb fuck, PMARs.
Well, because Russell, presumably you don't think there's like a fourth option to the trilemma, right?
Yeah, I don't. I know PMARS runs that way. I don't run it that way. No.
Okay, that's good. So if like there's a fourth option, okay, so if you think the trilemma is true, that all sort of like justifications sort of like bottom out to these three sort of categories.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
There's like a red bar, like you have a bad connection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I meant Rasol, not you, Rockster.
Oh, gotcha. Well, then, Russell, presumably you would think that like your view would fall under one of those three categories as well, right?
No, it wouldn't though, because I found like a clever way around it. But like,
are you saying
I do need like before we move into the argument?
But the thing, it can't be that all views fall into the three categories and your view doesn't fall into the three categories. That can't be the answer.
That's a contradiction.
No, it wouldn't though, because you haven't even listened to it how I run my view, right?
Well,
so no, it wouldn't be.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't.
Correct, Russell. You
I
just
wouldn't
fumbled.
have to wait. Can you stay muted, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I know how PMARS runs it, but yeah, I run a little bit different in PMARS.
I got you. Well, the interesting thing is that like you wouldn't have to actually explain the rest of your view, because if you assume the proposition that the justification for these views sort of bottom out to these three categories, and then you also simultaneously saying that your view doesn't bottom out to one of those three categories, that is a P and not P. That's a contradiction. And I wouldn't have to hear how you do it.
No, I disagree. I don't grant that it's a P and not P, because it's a little bit different in the way that I could
spell
It's literally a contradiction, Russell. You are a fucking moron. God.
No. P Mars is an idiot, dude. Like P Mars is okay with question begging, and I don't think it's a good move, right? I think it's a terrible move, right? So,
I mean,
I don't do that.
Yeah. if the question begging thing, I would agree with. Wait, so Rasol, because I could spell out what the contradiction is if you want, but like, I just don't see how you're not saying that's as a contradiction. Because if you're saying all views fall under these three categories, and simultaneously there's like a counterexample to that statement that all views fall under that one category, that's a proposition in its negation, Rasol. Like that's a contradiction.
It's the same form of the statement, all swans are white, and there's a swan that's not white. If someone affirmed both those things, they're contradicting themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I ran it the way that PMark does, like, you know, he's like, oh, it's the fourth option, it would be because I am making like a, you know, I'm just making a claim. I'm just presupposing something. But the way that like, the thing that I just really like want the atheists to be like honest about is that they don't have an escape for the trilemma before I go into my argument. But
no, I'm saying, like, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying you don't either, right? You have to make, and you have to agree with me that you don't either.
No, that's fine. So you agree that JMike was being a weasel?
Well, I don't think he was being a weasel. I don't think JMike disagreed with the trilemma. I think for JMike, if I'm trying to be charitable for JMike, I don't think the trilemma was a problem from the outset. I think that's what he was thinking. And I
think we should avoid derailing into like what JMike said.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, it's important though because like it's not just JMike. It's just any atheist that that I encounter, like ISO or something. Like, oh no, we can have an infallibilist worldview, and like it's okay. We can still make claims about reality.
Rasol, I know you guys just wanted to be y'all, and I'll let Jambar speak after as well, but just to add context, the reason JMike was so pigeonholed on asking you consistently to justify when you say that there's an entailment from just atheism to like the trilemma being exhaustive under atheism, right? Which is, I think, what you were trying to say, that there's just no account under atheism where there's like some justification theory that actually escapes it. And so he was trying to make you justify that claim, right? And you're constantly asking him, his worldview does nothing to justify it, because you presumably would think that your argument is valid and sound, and that regardless if any atheist exists,
no, that's not an accurate assessment.
I'm not talking to you.
Sorry. Can we just keep it?
That is totally bullshit. What JMike was?
I'm giving context. Dude, just be quiet.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You're an idiot.
Be quiet.
You be quiet. I wasn't talking. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're not even representing JB.
You are a joke. You're a pedophile and you're a joke. Just be quiet.
Stop. Come on, guys.
No, I'm a pedophile. You're still misrepresenting JMike.
I love this.
You're not. What you're saying isn't germane.
That JMike. I assure you.
And you should shut the fuck up and let me talk.
I assure you that JMike.
Whoa. Say even though I'm a pedophile. Like,
wait, hold on. Stop.
Dude, I could touch a million children, and you're still wrong. It doesn't matter.
I can assure you, JMike would agree with what I'm saying in the analysis of the conversation, because that's exactly what happened.
Wait, hold on. I just want it to be me and Amdir, please, guys. Come on.
So wait, Amdir and PMar should talk because they're both pedophiles.
Wait, Jambar 11. Oh my god, I miss you.
Wow, that's what you gotta say. Okay. Amdir, go PMar.
I don't even. Okay, where were we at? Right. No, we agreed. We agreed. Rasol agreed that all views fall into one of those three camps. But then, okay, you want to ask the atheist, like, do they fall into? Of course, yeah. Of course, the atheist is going to say yes. Everybody will say yes.
But JMike said, oh, I'm just gonna bring it up, but just pretend it's somebody else, right? The atheist will say something like, "Oh, I'm agnostic to the argument," right? That still doesn't like escape the fact that he doesn't have a way to justify his knowledge claim, right? And then like they'll pull stuff like, "Well, I can appeal to some kind of a fallibilist view or like infinitism," right? But all of these views, it doesn't matter which one you pull out of the hat, they're all gonna be subject to this criticism.
I don't really care about what JMike said. I kind of am curious, like, about the dialectic you're running. So if you agree that all views fall into one of these three camps, and you ask the atheist, do they fall into one of these three camps, and they answer yes, according to you, they've said nothing to differentiate themselves from any other person, such as a theist. So how is this an attack on atheism?
Yeah, so I think that the way, because I think that PMARS right here, he question making. I think question making is wrong, right? So the thing that I've realized, well, when you say that God does escape it, it's just like it's just an assertion. It's kind of like a bold claim that's actually invoking one of the three legs of the trilemma.
You're not responding to coherent. You're not being coherent. Like, I think Amdir asked a very pertinent and good question, and what I'm hearing from you, Rasol, is a bunch of horse shit. Can you answer the fucking question, you piece of shit?
No, I understand. Wait, I'm just exposing the fact that you're doing the same thing that you're attacking the atheists of doing, right? So you doing that same move, just saying, "Oh, God solves it," just like Amdir expressed. It falls into the trilemma. It does the same thing. Right?
I'm saying there's a fourth option.
You don't.
That's what I would say.
The fourth option. What's your fourth option, Kaymizz?
The fourth option is a revealed foundation as opposed to a brute foundation. That's the fourth option, motherfucker. Now suck it.
Foundation is literally in the term, but I don't want to get derailed into whatever the fuck you are.
So is revelation not distinct from a brute assertion? Is there no distinction there?
It's you can say that
the category of foundation.
You can say that
it's not the category of foundation.
You can
because I would reject foundationalism.
You look. An Asian woman and a Hispanic woman. There's a distinction between the two. They're still both women. All right.
What's the symmetry breaker between?
What about trans women?
I don't want to get derailed.
Okay, but it is a fourth option. So
it's not.
Why? Because of why you say so?
It's not because I say so. It's because it's because it's logically impossible for there to be a fourth option.
Okay, so you're saying that if truth itself is a person that reveals itself, that is on a par with a brute assertion from a human mind?
Nope, that's not what I said.
Okay, so then we have a fourth option. Thank you.
No, that doesn't follow either.
Oh, it's fine. You can pretend.
How about we go back to Rasol and at least like...
How about you go back to the guy who doesn't read? Yeah, go ahead.
You've never read a book. I'm talking to two.
I think Rasol's more on your level, so you should go back to him.
I'm talking to two guys that don't read.
Amdir, please stop running and talk to Kaymizz. This isn't a good look, Amdir. You should talk to Rasol. He is more on their level.
I'm going to talk to Rasol because I think he's more on my level.
Yeah. So me and PMARS disagree, right? I don't think that PMARS is actually giving a good argument on how he escapes the trial. I think he actually invokes it. So let's just move on and just focus on
because I didn't give an argument. I was giving a metaphysical assumption. So you got to learn the difference between assumptions and arguments. And if you read books, that could help. But then if you read books, then Amdir won't debate you. So just don't read, and then you can debate Amdir.
No, you're not escaping the trilemma, but just giving some kind of a
cool. Why read? I mean, that's hard work. We can just say whatever.
You're just not escaping.
It doesn't matter. It does. Yeah, I know. Reading doesn't matter. Go ahead.
I just have a request of both Rasol and PMARS. Can both of you back away from the mic just a little bit? I'm hearing Pre-Sup Mars spit into the microphone.
No, I kind of like that, but
okay.
Yeah. I talked to Darth and he's hard of hearing.
I don't know if you spitting into the mic helps with him being hard of hearing.
Dude, well, you don't listen to Darth because he's constantly speak into your mic. I can't hear. I'm 65 years old.
This is riveting. Anyways, I think Rasol should talk to Amdir and Rockstar.
So wait, you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Rasol is more on Ruxter and Amdir's level, or the other way around.
Right.
So,
You're so stupid.
And you're moving down into
so it was true that JMike ran, right? So it is objectively true that JMike ran. It was a little bit.
Can we not go into the JMike thing and can we just like focus on the issue about?
Well, I just want to because I was being roasted on the comment section for like the last 30 minutes. No, it's not even about JMike. It's not even about JMike because I was called out for being like stupid and stuff, right? And everybody on the comment section is just like spamming bullshit, right? But then like when I talk to like honest, good faith interlocutors, they're like, yeah, it is a problem, right? So I'm
not saying it's a problem. I think you're misunderstanding what we're saying if you think we're saying it's a problem. We're agreeing that all views of justification.
You don't think it's a problem?
We're agreeing that all views of justification fall into one of these three buckets. The point we're stressing is that if you agree with that part of the skeptic's argument, then nothing that this, if I say yes, my view falls into one of those three camps, nothing I'm saying distinguishes me from the theist. That's the point we're stressing.
That's point number one. Yeah. And point number two is like, I'm not convinced there's an issue if like the sort of chain of justification falls into one of those categories, and like the entailment that like somehow like your beliefs aren't like properly justified. Or something.
That we don't really care what you're convinced of, but we care what you know.
Hold on. So let me try to steelman what you said, Amdir. So you said, yeah, like we understand the trilemma, right? It's just so happens that the theist also runs the same issue, so therefore we're not really like. We're not going to pay too much attention to the trilemma. We're just going to go on about our day and just like.
The idea is that even if it were to be a problem, it's not a problem that helps you decide between theism and atheism.
Because both views, under your understanding, fall victim of this trilemma. Therefore, there's no symmetry breaker. Therefore, like we're both like stuck. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, if the trilemma covers all like worldviews, then like you would fall under that umbrella as well.
Then falling victim to it's not going to help you decide between any two particular worldviews.
Right. Yeah.
But if you can provide almost like a sidestep. I don't know if it's like a resolution in the way that you want it, but a sidestep of the trilemma. Would that also not be a valid approach?
When you say sidestep to the trilemma, what do you mean there?
So like if let's say that instead of making a truth claim about something, right, you present what I call like I know I got pushback. I don't know if this is the proper term, but like a conceptual schema, right? Just in a worldview. You're not really invoking that the worldview is true or false. You're just like defining things within the worldview, right? And as you define the worldview, right, you do an analysis of the worldview and some of the natural entailments that worldview would provide. So the thing is that you're not saying, because like PMARS, right? I'm not saying God exists, therefore it's solved, right? I'm not making that move because I recognize it would be problematic, right? So all you do is just provide an abductive argument as to why this schema seems to have explanatory power.
Well, Rasol, like I would agree that if you want to do a sort of like abductive analysis on the views, that would be a way to sort of like adjudicate as to which view is more probable. But if you agree with the fact that like Agrippa's trilemma is something that's going to be true of both the atheist and the theist worldview, then it can't be used as a reason to prefer one over the other. So then like you're kind of just like, you know, with all due respect, like,
though, yeah.
You're wasting your time bringing it up.
There's no symmetry breaker.
Hold on.
There's no symmetry breaker.
We don't need you to enter into this. Now I think what Pimar or Rasol, what you're describing is like a legitimate way to argue for a view, like looking at the explanatory virtues of your theory of justification. That's fine, but Agrippa's trilemma is not doing any of the work there, is what I'm trying to say.
Agrippa's trilemma is going to be
Agrippa's trilemma is not going to be. So the reason why this approach kind of sidesteps Agrippa's trilemma because we're not defining God into existence, or we're not making truth claims on the actual view, right? We're just presenting a holistic approach, right? And saying, hey, God has these properties. This is how God is defined, and because God is defined this way, right? He's not. He doesn't fall victim of Agrippa's trilemma. God personally doesn't, right? It's just a natural entailment because of the properties that he has, that he wouldn't fall into Agrippa's dilemma.
All right. Wait, hold on. Russell, like you bringing up like the sort of like ontological like comparison thing is not actually going to be a sidestep of the trilemma. Like it sounds like the trilemma is true. Well, I don't know, because when I think of sidestep, I think of like avoiding falling into the trilemma, and it sounds like the trilemma is still true. Now you're just using like a sort of another analysis as to how to decide which
the
view.
Trilemma is only invoked. The trilemma is only invoked when you're trying to make a truth claim, right? This is only invoked. So, like the thing about when you do a conceptual analysis,
not necessarily
of, like, whatever schema. Yeah, I would disagree with you though. I would actually disagree that I do think that's what's being said. Like when something is being invoked as true or false, that's the knowledge claim that's being like attacked by the trilemma. So me and you would disagree on what the trilemma is actually attacking.
We might just be wrong about what Agrippa's trilemma is targeting, because truth claim is just that's just a thing. Agrippa's trilemma is attacking like a type of relation, like a justification relation or a knowledge relation, not
Actually, Russell, could you recapitulate to me and Amdir what the Agrippa's trilemma is, so we make sure that like we're all on the same page?
So it's just saying that anytime that we make a knowledge claim, it's going to fall into the three legs of the trilemma, which is dogma, infinite regress, and circularity. It's kind of what's attacking, right? And when we talk about knowledge claim, this is where the whole thing falls. Like what is meant by knowledge, right? So the way that I understand knowledge is that which corresponds to reality. So you're trying to make like a claim about what's real, what's true about the world, right? Under my understanding of Agrippa's trilemma, my approach would not invoke Agrippa's trilemma because it's taking a more epistemically humble approach. So it would sidestep the trilemma.
The truth maker is your humility. Like, guys, Rasol is so fucking humble. It's just maker. True. It's not a truth maker. There's no truth maker. Okay.
It's not a truth maker. It's an analysis of the schema.
I don't know why are we talking about truth as that which corresponds to reality? Like, what the fuck does theories of truth have to do with Agrippa's trilemma?
Especially since it's about justification.
Agrippa's trilemma is about certain relations, like, for example, all right, just go like read something about Agrippa's trilemma, and then we can like have the discussion again.
I don't think you even know what's being said under Agrippa's trilemma. I think you're lost.
And if he reads, you won't debate him because you're a pussy.
That's true.
Rasol, I mean, do you know what the project of the like the Munchausen or the Agrippa? Do you know what those two trilemmas were trying to do? Like what the skeptics were trying to display?
I just told you the way that I'm approaching it. We're attacking a view of knowledge.
I explained the entire trilemma when I came up.
Amdir's worldview can only survive a safe space, so he lives in an echo chamber. Right. Amdir's never exposed himself to robust opposition.
Well, look, Pimars,
your metaphysics cannot survive.
Agrippa's trilemma is attacking a very specific knowledge claim.
You are a total.
Like you say that it doesn't attack correspondence to reality. That's just lost.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do
with theories of truth. It has to do with justification.
Look, you keep on saying the way that you're approaching it, but like, is the way that you're approaching this argument the way that the trilemma is being laid out in the literature?
Look, Jim, if you want to say that you have another definition of truth that isn't,
we're not talking about
which
truth,
corresponds to
Rasol.
reality.
True. No, Rasol, truth is a property or a predicate.
That.
The trilemma is about relations. That's what you're not getting.
Chains of justification and where they stop or if they stop and how they work.
When the presuppositionalist or the transcendentalist is arguing about knowledge, they're actually talking about that which corresponds to reality. That's what we're talking about.
No, they're not.
No, Russell, that's like false. Like Agrippa's trilemma is going to be compatible with all notions.
Why don't you guys read some Van Til? Why don't you read Van Til a little bit and try to find out what
even look, PMAR, I'm sure PMARs will back me up here. When those guys talk about knowledge, they're not saying it's that which corresponds with reality. Truth is that which corresponds with reality. Knowledge is what's true, plus some additional stuff.
You believe it?
No, dude. Why don't you have you read Van Til?
Knowledge would have to do with justification mainly, right?
But PMAR, you're saying your chain of justification terminates and somehow it's not under one of the three horns. So like if you're saying that like at the bottoming out, it's like this revelation, how do you know the revelation is genuine? Like where, like if I ask why, how is that justified? Then what do you offer there?
I would say like the impossibility of the contrary, right? So I give a transcendental
dogmatism. Like, come on, man. Y'all are
I said the distinction isn't that it's not. I'm not being dogmatic. That's not the distinction. The distinction is that it would be a revealed dogmatism as opposed to a brute dogmatism.
Oh, so dogmatism with an adjective. Wow, beautiful. Like, who cares? But you're still falling under one of the horns. Like, what?
What you're doing is a hand wave dismissal, and you're
it's not a hand wave dismissal.
It is a hand wave dismissal because you're simply ignoring the metaphysical principle that I'm putting on the table and acting as if it's like something.
What do metaphysical principles have to do with justification? You troglodyte! Oh my lord!
Oh my god!
It kind of just sounds like you're just describing a subset of the dog.
Because we need like unity between ontology and epistemology, right? And so in my view, ontology and epistemology have a single source, Jesus, and it's revealed in human history, so it's not arbitrary.
Okay, cool, right? Bro. So, we're talking about chains of justification.
It's not the same thing as like what Rene Descartes is doing and going like, I think, therefore I am. And it's just a brute assertion, right? I'm saying like, you got to take into account the metaphysics, you absolute non-reading, useless.
Okay, so when talking about Agrippa's trilemma and chains of justification, we have to take into account the metaphysics, right? Which also, I imagine you're a metaphysical fundamentalist, right? So, I mean, even like, let's just say we merge the two in some weird, obtuse way. You're still bottoming out at some presupposition, some dogmatism, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but the distinction is
okay. Then you haven't escaped the trilemma. Like
you're not understanding. I have escaped it because I'm appealing to a revelational epistemology, right? So you have to take my epistemology into account. It's not the same thing as what Rene Descartes. Do you think?
I'm not talking about Descartes. I'm not talking about metaphysics. I'm talking about the trilemma and chains of justification and where they bottom out, or if they do at all.
I'm saying there's a distinction between what I'm doing and what someone like Descartes is doing. Descartes is like the grandfather of foundationalism, right? Are we disagreeing on that?
I agree with you, but do you think there's one flavor of dogmatism or one flavor in infinitism?
That what I am doing epistemically and ontologically is distinct from what Rene Descartes is doing? Do you understand that?
I'd hope so. I hope.
Okay, so I'm saying,
Mars, do you think that I don't understand that there's different flavors?
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. You're not trying to listen to me. Whatever, dude. You're not trying to listen to me. Proverbs 18:2. It says the fool. Proverbs 18:2. It says the fool doesn't want to understand only express their opinion. That's exactly what you're doing. I'm more well read on metaphysics than you are. So I'm done explaining myself to you.
I've argued with you. I've debated you like
We're
4 or 5 times. Every
don't
time I just
understand.
ask you what
The
metaphysical
debate is
modality is, you
over.
call me the N-word.
The debate
Every time
is
we've spoken,
over.
you either call me the
Whatever,
N-word
dude.
or you
I'm
say
just
I'm a
gonna
sophist
say
and
read
whine
the
like a little bitch
literature.
and leave. Shut up.
The debate is
You
over.
probably
I'm
haven't
gonna
read a book
reference
besides
you.
watching Darth Dawkins
Whatever,
and all these
dude.
other idiot precepts argue over and over. You're
Okay,
an
that's
idiot. You run the
fine.
same
I'm not
script
going
and
to
it sucks.
endlessly. I'm not your teacher. I'm here to debate. I'm not your teacher. So if you don't
You're teaching
understand the
shit.
subject,
You're a caveman.
I'm going to reference you to the academic literature, and then if you research this and figure it out
Name
for
me
yourself,
one book.
if you figure this out for yourself, then I'll be
Name me
willing to
one
have
book.
further discussion.
He's got
Mark, when you sound like
66
you're gonna
of them.
cry, don't cry. It's okay.
Yo, I just want to say I'm honored to share space with the goats, with Amdir, with Ruckster, with
Stop oppressing
with
me.
Jambar, with Jim.
Can the
Just
leftist
happy to be
blondie
here.
stop oppressing me? You fucking tyrant bitch.
No.
Wow.
You tyrant bitch, stop
P-Mars,
oppressing me.
P-Mars, did you actually say the N-word?
Yeah, he
I
did.
always say
heard
the
that.
N-word.
I
That's my
love
favorite
P-Mars
word.
I love P-Mars.
Let it go. My God.
Like,
And I'm not going to apologize to you and your little fucking tyrants who want to control vocabulary choices while
I
you
don't wanna
treat
control
people like
vocabulary.
second-class citizens as if your shit don't stink. You're not better than anyone.
I-
And your reign
Yep.
of terror is
Best
coming
crash
to an
out I've
end.
witnessed in a while.
Your reign of terror is coming to an end, he said.
Yeah, you fucking tyrant leftists.
Sir, you know what the funny part is these people will say this sort of thing about like your average run-of-the-mill Democrat. Like,
Yeah.
if you're concerned about the tyrancy of like your average Democrat, I mean, you should see what my world looks like.
can
P-Mars.
P-Mars get moderator on this live stream? 'Cause-
Never forget COVID restrictions.
See, he's talking about like he's
That's
talking
their
about like
9/11, and
Democrat
that's
policies.
their 9/11.
My
Holy
respect for
shit.
P-Mars has just gone drastically up. Every more detail I learn about him, I love him even more.
You know what's so incredible? I don't know why Rasol and P-Mars are so hostile towards me. All I said to Rasol was, "Rasol, you're my favorite philosopher."
Yeah, well,
I
you're
think he called me a bitch or something. I don't
You're,
know why.
you're obviously being condescending, but I genuinely love P-Mars' personality. Whenever you get you're just being condescending. I mean,
I'm just gonna put this out there. So if you want to talk about Agrippa's trilemma another time, I'm totally down.
Is doing my argument. My bad. He's a moron. Once again, Rasol, you failed. I would argue that Christians defeat the trilemma.
Well, obviously that's false, man. You
Your
literally just
statement-
said.
You should talk to him about that, Jambar or Rockster.
Your statement entails that you fall into one of the horns, so I don't think you're defeating anything, but
yeah, I thought the argument was more.
You're ignoring the
that
metaphysics.
Even if he falls into one of the horns, he's in a better position to deal with it than the atheist.
That's not what P-Mars is saying. That's what Rasol was trying to say.
But I mean, I'm just saying that sounds like what the argument is, even if it's what he's saying, like explicitly.
Yeah, my point is that I think you're right. That's what Rasol is saying. My point was that then it doesn't seem like just pointing out that the atheist falls into one of the horns is doing much work. Like the work is in what is your theory of justification doing? Like why?
There's no symmetry breaker. It doesn't. So I agree with Amdir on that. Yeah.
yeah,
I
because
guess
anything. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, I guess the work would be done by the entailment, so it entails that you have to either accept maybe some beliefs are just foundational and not going to be justified in a way that's satisfying, and revelation may play a deeper role there than anything the atheist could appeal to, I guess.
No,
that's
bringing
that's
up
a conversation that I'm happy to have, but then it's like the comparison can't be at the level of like the atheist view fails because it falls prey to Agrippa's trilemma.
Yeah, that's not right.
So bringing up the trilemma is pointless because then he goes on to like make a argument about like explanatory power and then using abduction. So there's a trilemma is literally like Amdir is saying, the trilemma is literally doing nothing in the argument, and he's wasting everyone's time.
I think he got starstruck by like the three of y'all because he was not arguing that he fell into the trilemma originally. He was saying that he had some sort of escape, and I think you guys made him realize that he didn't, and so switch up his argument.
Then he said he sidestepped it, so that's like a Mott and Bailey what he does there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say it's exhaustive and then say that you don't fall into it. I mean, that's odd.
Yeah, it's just a clear like contradiction if you make that sort of statement.
Well, I think what he tries to argue is that, in light of the fact that like atheism would operate under some type of autonomous epistemology, it doesn't escape it, whereas he operates under like some revelatory epistemology, and so therefore it sidesteps it.
But the problem is with words like quote unquote escape, quote unquote sidestep, they're not quite clear on what their import is.
If the implication is that like they're avoiding the trilemma, then those sorts of phrases are like kind of like meaningless, right? Because you don't actually escape it. But,
yeah, I think a better word would be they deal with it better. Like they deal with the implications better. That's what.
But it had nothing to do with his. He made an argument about explanatory power, and he said, "I'm more epistemically humble," and it had nothing to do with the trilemma. So bringing up the trilemma isn't germane to like his secondary argument.
I just don't think, I guess, Julian, I just don't see why anybody who's not like a Peronian would bring it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more of a trend at this point.
Well, he did say that he had heard it recently. As soon as he joined, he's like, I just got wind of this new this trilemma, and then he started arguing for it. So
someone argued for it on the whatever podcast.
yeah, someone said that that's where he got it from. Is that true, Rasol? Did you get it from the whatever podcast?
I got the argument from me because
that's a good podcast. I actually know someone that was on it.
I made this argument, but I did it transcendentally, where I said, your worldview can't defeat the trilemma. My worldview can defeat the trilemma.
But it doesn't.
Yeah, Julian, what was the name of that girl who gave that argument?
Just off
Erudite?
your headaches alone, it just doesn't. You can that's like saying, oh look, I'm not following some strict fundamentalism. I'm doing some moderate foundationalism, and so it's different. So it escapes the trilemma. Just because you add an adjective to the to the category that the trilemma is exhausting doesn't mean that you escaped it.
Okay, is that claim authoritative or optional?
It's just true off of what the trilemma is saying.
So that's a dodge. That's a dodge. So because you're not when you don't answer my question, you
I don't
answer
care.
my
I don't
question.
have to. The
You
question
just
you're asking is
dodged.
completely
You
unsubstantive. It's not a
just
dodge.
dodged. Is your claim optional or authoritative? Answer the question.
Sorry, when you say that's a dodge, do you mean that it's a dodge in the sense that it's transcendentally a dodge or bidirectionally a dodge?
When you say I don't,
I have a clarifying question.
When you say that I don't dodge,
I have a clarifying question. I'll answer the question. I have a clarifying question.
Shut up.
You want me to answer the question or not?
Shut up. When you say I don't dodge the trilemma, since that is not authoritative, I will just dismiss your claim as optional, okay?
I have a clarifying question. What do you mean by authoritative?
I'm going to answer that. Figure it out.
Okay, then you're just dodging the question. You don't want me to actually entertain your question. You just want to say stuff.
Okay.
That
And you want to do
nice
it, and you want to do a Perry Mason tactic.
And I'm
not going to subject myself to your Perry Mason tactics.
Talk about Perry Mason.
When you have no authority to appeal to, when you make authoritative claims,
I'm asking you
what is the
clarifying question, and how do I answer a question I don't understand?
I don't care. I'm not your teacher. It's not my job to explain. I'm not your teacher. I'm not your teacher. I'm not your teacher. I'm not your teacher. It's not my duty. I'm not your teacher. It's not my duty to. I'm not your teacher. It's not my duty.
Something very broken.
Okay, whatever, dude.
Yeah, he's right. He's duty.
Wait, P. Mars, when you say that he doesn't have the authority, are you stating that in a authoritatively transitive way or in a Fox foundationally way?
I'm offering a candidate for the authority, the rational authority. I'm saying Jesus is the rational authority.
That wasn't one of the two options that I gave you.
I'm framing it better, right? So I'm offering a candidate for the rational authority. It's Jesus. You say, well, I reject Jesus as the rational authority. I say, fine. Then what is the rational authority? And then you guys bullshit. That's what happens every time.
Sorry, when you say that we're bullshitting, are you saying that in a distinctly asymmetrical way? Or are you saying that in a positivist, coherent way?
I don't understand, Jar.
Is that objective or subjective, what you're saying?
Well, sorry, I'm not going to explain it to you. Just figure it out.
All right, that's fine.
He's not your teacher.
That's fine. You can say whatever you want. My grandpa died face down in the muck for your freedom to be wrong, Amdir. You have the freedom to be wrong. Go ahead.
Wait, did you just say your grandfather was face down?
Oh, that's fucked up.
Was he ass up?
Face down, kind of like Amdir in this debate.
I think he's talking about in a war, guys, in the military.
If your grandfather was face down, it doesn't.
He's not talking. No, Jim. He's not talking
far from the tree because you get face down, ass up.
No. Jim, he's not talking about anything sexual. He's talking about like in a war.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, P. Mars.
P. Mars, you should join him.
Wait a second. That's not. Wow.
That's crazy.
That's why you're just a leftist bitch.
If I wasn't a Christian, I would unalive myself because I can't stand you people.
Well, damn.
Oh, really? Well, guys.
All right, what's the best argument against Christianity? Someone go.
You should definitely be Christian then.
I think that.
Is there anything that we could do so that you wouldn't be Christian at this moment?
Is there anything we do to help you out?
You guys are crazy.
It's the best deconstruction in the world.
What a crazy life to live. Like, to say, if I didn't have this belief in God, I would literally just, like, unalive myself. Bro, see a therapist. I don't, like, that's crazy.
That's what you should do.
What's the meaning of life?
I don't necessarily think there's some stance-independent meaning of life.
Exactly. So you feel the same way as me, so I don't know why you're criticizing me.
What? No, I definitely don't want to off myself.
Well, she said stance independent. Like, that doesn't automatically mean that. Therefore, like,
there's no meaning.
There's like no reason to live or like anything like that.
Yeah.
P-Mars only reads like particular archaic metaphysical and epistemological frameworks, which make anything subjective just sound like gibberish to him, I suppose, because he just doesn't understand ever.
We got a reader, guys. This guy reads.
Like, it just give you reasons that I want to live. I maybe suspect you don't have.
Why did you DM me?
They have movies now. Why are you reading a book? They have movies.
Sure, and one of the reasons you want to live is because your ancestors conquered 271,000 people.
Well, it's more so the amount of money I make, you know, doing that work every month, you know.
Yo, guys, click their bio for a spicy link.
Right.
Don't say that. P-Mars will check.
Well, even if
I
God
heard P-Mars has a spicy link too. I don't know if that's true, but
she uses her money to oppress slaves to make her coffee.
So true, bro.
Those slaves wouldn't have a job if she wasn't buying her coffee, so somebody has to employ them.
Yeah, and those animals wouldn't be in existence, Amdir, if no one bred them into existence and ate them.
How about the child slaves?
What's your theory of meaning?
S means phi, if and only if Netanyahu would agree that phi is true.
What?
P-Mars, why are you up here, bro? I made you concede that slaves don't have a voice. Why are you up here, bro? You're not the guy to debate these people.
Charlie Mullins,
one of my fans.
P-Mars, I made you sit on a live on mute, your own live on mute for an hour. Whilst I spoke to people.
I get 2 viewers when I go live. I wouldn't worry about it.
And you were sat there on mute, bro, because you and I simply said I'd drop down and I'd let you have this live if you just said that slaves have voices. And you refused to, because apparently slaves don't have voices.
Because I'm a realist. Realistically,
P-Mars, so slaves have voices? What need to be heard?
Realistically,
do they?
Dude, I'm trying to answer your question. I'm saying I'm a realist. Okay, I say things real. I don't soften my language. Realistically, we're all like a slave class.
No, that's not. No.
Compared to like a Jeff Bezos or something, we're basically slaves.
No, me personally, right? I'm not.
Yeah, no, that's
You are
define slave.
I mean, you're just denying reality. So
No,
this is what the
people
left
are.
does. You're disconnected from reality.
Well, some of us on the panel are not POO. I can't even say it. Honestly, it makes me want to throw up in my mouth a little bit.
The PMARs, are slave PMARs?
Handle
Just a yes
what
or
I
no.
say is true and real. So all you have is character assassination.
Yeah, cool story, bro. Yes or no? Do slaves deserve to be heard?
No.
Well, who cares? Like, what do you mean deserve? Do you think they're entitled?
Are they people?
I don't think they're entitled to be heard. Do you think people are entitled to be heard?
Everyone has the right to be heard.
I don't think so.
You don't think everybody has the right to be heard?
I don't think you're entitled to anything.
Are slaves people? PMARs?
Yeah.
Other people. Oh, okay. I'm glad you didn't want to concede to that last time I spoke to you. So you're going in the right direction. So why don't slaves' voices deserve to be heard?
They're like 2/3 a person.
Okay. you right,
Would you treat me right?
Yeah, I'd treat you. I'd put you in good clothes and stuff. You know.
Wait, Charlie Mullins, weren't you talking to little boys?
Yeah, you got me. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's just a straight lie, so I'll agree with it. So yeah, wait, Jam.
Wait, why?
I mean,
why were
shit.
you talking to little
I guess
boys?
I don't know.
You were talking to
Bad.
little boys?
All right. You were doing the same though. You were in the same group chat, bro.
That doesn't answer my question. Just because
it's the same amount of evidence you have. So.
Yeah, but just because someone else is a pedophile doesn't mean you are.
No, we both pedophiles. Yeah, we born. I don't care. Like, you have no proof to back it up. No one has any. It's just a baseless claim. I'll concede to a baseless claim, bro. You got me. Anyway, back on the PMARs.
What do you mean it's a baseless claim? You said you were in the same group chat.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh, we are, bro. Yeah. No, I've conceded to it. Yeah, we're both pedophiles. Yeah, cool.
So you think, wait, doesn't if someone agrees they did something, isn't that evidence that they did it?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. You know, I diddle kids so much. I'm basically Epstein. All right. Anyway, let's move on from that. You know, we don't want to talk about in personal life. Let's move on from that.
So you agree it's part of your personal life?
Yep. Can we catch a joke here, guys? Holy shit.
That was so funny, Amdir. Thank you.
Appreciate it. PMARs.
Is your name Amdir? Oh, that's quiet.
Anyway,
now.
moving on. PMARs. Wait. Actually, I want to talk to you, Jam. PMARs has gone. Yeah, PMARs has gone. Yeah, PMARs has gone back on me. Understandable. Jamba, do slaves have voices?
No. Not one that deserves to be heard. Not one that deserves to be heard.
Their voices don't deserve to be heard.
Nope.
Would it change if the slave was white?
I have a quick question. Hopefully, you can help me out with this one.
A white slave is a contradiction.
So with the Noah's flood, right? When he got 2 of every animal and put it on the boat, did he bring 2 cockroaches too?
I don't know. Does the Bible say? If the Bible doesn't say, I can't say for sure.
Because I always thought that, like, if I was charged with bringing 2 of every animal, I think I would leave the roaches behind, but that's just me.
The Bible does say, how can you be sure that it's true?
Coach is important to like breaking down food for the cycle of life or something. Function. How can I say what's true?
You said, like, I can't know for certain unless it's written in the Bible. I'm saying, like, how do you know the opposite's true, that when it's written in the Bible that it is certainly true?
Because it comes from the Bible is self-referential. It claims to be the Word of God, and because God is the source of truth, we know that the Bible is true.
So you know that, okay, so you know the source of truth because of this book, and you know the book's true because of the source of truth.
Well, like, how does God justify God? He goes, "Thus saith the Lord." The Lord says. Right?
I'm talking about your chain of justification and how you say that you escape dogmatism substantively, right? So I'm curious as to what be like.
I just read the Bible and I accept what it says, and the Bible is
just because.
Well, it's because of I would argue the impossibility of the contrary, that if the Bible isn't infallible, then all we have is like fallible systems. And if all we have is fallible systems, then you couldn't even make sense of fallibility.
Can you give me an argument for that conditional?
What conditional? So are you saying that we can?
If then,
are you saying that we can have
that's just an implication? Sorry, whatever.
There's an infallible human system. Are you saying there's humans are infallible?
No, you're saying that if the Bible's not true, then they're only fallible systems. I'm wondering, like, how do you have a justification for that?
Because humans are fallible.
Yeah. So is your God according to your own Bible, dude. Do you know what photosynthesis is?
Crazy topic.
I'm sorry, I speak English.
Do you know what photosynthesis is? Simple question.
Some science stuff or something. I don't know.
Science.
I'm not really into science.
Clearly you're not. Well, photosynthesis, for the record, is how plants feed. They feed off sunlight, more specifically UV light coming from the sun. Your God is such a fucking moron in your Bible, which is supposedly infallible, that he doesn't even know that, and he creates plants before there's even a sun to feed them. Whoopsie daisy. There goes that.
Can't the plants survive like a day without the sun?
So see, you can't have it. Please up. You can't have it two ways. Your own experts supposedly claim that this is not a literal day as in a 24-hour cycle, that this was 1,000 years. A plant without sunlight cannot survive 1,000 years. Whoopsie.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me what I believe? Because I thought a day was a day. So now you're telling me a day is 1,000 years? Why are you laughing?
You don't even know how a day works, dude. A day is the time that time that the planet takes to spin on its axis.
Okay.
You understand that, right?
I would say
understand that,
you
right?
could also say a day.
Planets that are bigger than Earth, for example, would have a longer day. Planets that are smaller would have a shorter day.
Then why do we have a leap year?
Oh my God, with this dude, are you for real?
Am I not? Is that counterfactual to what you just said?
Your ignorance is just beyond hilarious.
Oh, okay.
The reason that we have a leap year is because it's not a 24-hour to the minute day. It's 24 hours and a little bit longer, which amounts to an additional, which is what 24 hours.
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
So you're not. That's not right then.
Little dumbass can't even let someone finish.
Okay. Are you a native English speaker?
I'm not. Why?
Okay, yeah.
What is that?
In English, a day means 24 hours. So
in English, not in English. It's a global thing because we all live on planet Earth, you moron.
If you speak English,
what's your native language?
24 hours in English. If you speak my language.
Te vato racista, no hables con él, no vale la pena.
Yeah, he's a racist asshole. He's a racist asshole.
I think
I guarantee you he follows Trump.
In America, they have a garage.
No sabe nada ni lo que habla, bro.
In America, they have a house for your car.
I think Jambar 11 has a lot to say about this.
He always pops an alt when he gets too mad.
Yep.
Imagine being so rich, you have a house for your car.
The fucker doesn't even know what photosynthesis is. I mean, a 5-year-old kid knows this.
I love P-Mars.
Shut up, Jambar 11. You're just an annoying leftist.
He was correctly describing what you were, but
I'm just as critical as the rights. The right wants to blame everything on feminism. That's so reductionist and backwards.
Who do you think the problem isn't feminist? I can't say the problem on the fly, but
we all know.
Or illegal immigrants, as if that's all.
Well, there's one group who's causing illegal immigrants to come in country.
So it's all. See, that's how you know it's propaganda. It's all reductionist. They take complex, like the system is really complex, and to reduce all your problems to like, oh, it's all Israel or it's all Trump. It's so stupid.
I think it's more parsimonious. You know?
I'm gonna have to disagree with the first one, but
But precept. So you're saying your avoidance of the Agrippa's trilemma, right? Are you saying that Agrippa's trilemma is true if you fall under one of the three, and then not that you have a fourth leg, but that's not an issue under your view?
Saying I have a fourth option.
Well, a fourth option would be like if you say there's a fourth horn. I mean, you're kind of conceding that your view is equal to the other three horns. I'm saying
because trilemma doesn't take into account a revelational foundation. It is assuming a brute foundation, which I would agree that a brute foundation doesn't work. It's a fourth option is a revelational foundation.
Okay, but
I mean, you can sigh, but I'm not wrong.
So essentially, what you're saying is what are you saying?
That I have a revelational epistemology. Okay, on the trilemma, the trilemma doesn't take into account revelational epistemology. So when it's talking about foundationalism, it's talking about like what Rene Descartes is doing. Well, I'm not doing what Rene Descartes is doing. I'm doing something different. Revelational epistemology.
Sure. Now, wouldn't that just fall under another version of circularity?
No, because it's distinct from brute assertion. It's foundational. It would be in sort of the umbrella of foundationalism, but it escapes the trilemma because it's not a brute foundation.
It's under the umbrella of foundationalism that it doesn't escape Agrippa's trilemma.
It does. It does.
In precept,
it does.
Like,
Because
the trilemma doesn't describe it in terms of foundationalism or anything like that. It says circularity, dogmatism, and infinitism. And so
you don't understand the problem of the trilemma is, from what we know about foundationalism, there's no ultimate. Okay, well you're not even listening. I mean, I'm right.
It's literally just not what the three horns are.
This is why you're ignorant, because you don't expose yourself to robust opposition. You sit in an echo chamber.
You're literally just obfuscating the conversation, because obviously the trilemma itself does not offer this analysis. It's just describing the three categories
that's
that
false.
you fall into.
False. No, that's false. And if you exposed yourself, if you didn't sit in an echo chamber.
What do you think I was articulating to you? I was saying that the trilemma doesn't pose it in forms of foundationalism versus other forms. It says infinitism, circularity, and dogmatism as categories that all chains of justification or theories of justification fall into.
Does it take into revelational epistemology under dogmatism? Would it account for revelational epistemology?
It would be another form of dogmatism. You'd just be saying that it's dogmatism plus this book.
Can you show that?
Okay, then your chain of justification.
Stop!
Your chain of justification terminates at an assumption about the Bible, you troglodyte.
Show me revelational foundationalism, or revelational epistemology, excuse me, falls victim to the trilemma. Show it.
Okay, so your chain of justification, which is what the trilemma is speaking about, right, P. Mars?
Okay, yeah, but what is the problem? Can you identify you don't understand the problem?
Okay, so we can do an easy intuition pump as to what the trilemma. Even people who posit I'm gonna let me finish what I'm saying.
Dude,
you fucking monkey.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Stop. Be quiet.
Do you understand that the trilemma has to do with ultimate context for truth?
Ultimate context. Sorry, yes. Say that again. You have to have ultimate context, is what you're saying.
The trilemma is the issue is none of these horns provide ultimate context. That's what the trilemma is saying.
I understand that the trilemma is putting tension on someone who's claiming some form of certainty, whether that be Archimedean or Cartesian. I'm saying
understand what I am saying about ultimate context.
P-Mars,
I'm not going to finish.
You're an idiot. P-Mars, you're an idiot. You're literally an idiot. You're an idiot. You're a troglodyte. You're just not letting me talk.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No, P-Mars, I've demolished you in every debate you ever fucking had.
I'm not going to waste my time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't. You're an idiot.
Fine. Teach philosophy to someone who cares. I will read books.
Okay, but
you never read a single book.
Just to understand, so we have this type of circularity, this dogmatic circularity, and then what you're saying is yours is virtuous in a sense, as Jesus is the account for truth that is self-revealing. So it's not. Hey, my view is right because it says so.
Now we're not talking about the trilemma. Now we're not talking about the trilemma.
We are, dude. You're just too fucking slow.
Because I'm not. What is circular? What is circular? I'm not. Man. But I'm not taking. Okay, but why would you bring up circularity? Because I already said that I'm taking. Oh my god! Why are you interrupting? You don't know what you're talking about.
I know more about everything than you, P-Mars. You're literally an idiot. About like any category of philosophy you can imagine, I know more. I know that for a fact. I've heard you speak about it and I've argued with you like 5 times. You're an idiot. At most, what you can do is call someone a sophist or insult them or call them some slur. That's it. You're an idiot.
You're welcome to be wrong. I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Well, Kai, what do you think you avoid the trilemma in any fashion? What's like?
It's not even avoiding. For one, the trilemma is self-defeating, right? So, like, let's say you're a part of these horns. Okay, to assert the trilemma is true, right, would to say that the trilemma itself isn't justified.
What do you think the trilemma is like? What do you think the trilemma is trying to do or like say?
Well, it's basically saying if you hold these as your justifications for reasoning, all things lead to an infinite regress, circularity, or a brute fact, and these are sort of arbitrary foundations for justification, and therefore, like there can't be the case, right?
And,
so
the reason they're arbitrary is because it's just a human opinion. Like Descartes just goes, I think, therefore I am. He's being arbitrary, right? And I'm saying I escape being arbitrary because I'm saying the source of truth is a person who speaks clearly in human history. So it's not arbitrary.
My understanding of the trilemma is that when the skeptics originally, like the whole 5 modes and stuff, they were just trying to speak on just like trying to successfully argue for why people should suspend judgment on particular propositions and not be too sort of dogmatic in terms of epistemology because of certainty not being able to be sort of justified in any fashion, right? Due to the fact that all like frameworks of justification are going to fall into one of these 3 categories, right? And then there's like the Munchausen, which I think he was particularly trying to attack foundationalism.
Munchausen is the same thing. The Agrippa's trilemma is the Munchausen trilemma.
I know. I'm saying that they're 2 renditions of the same trilemma. I'm saying that one was trying to do different things, though, because I think Munchausen was particularly trying to attack foundationalism because he hated it or whatever. But they were both just basically almost in a way arguing for fallibilism, but just trying to represent the fact or trying to show or just demonstrate the fact that certainty is not something we can obtain. At least Cartesian.
You couldn't talk about fallibilism in a meaningful way without an infallible standard, right? So that's why we argue the possibility of the contrary. The Bible must be infallible because you couldn't even meaningfully say that you are fallible without an infallible standard.
You can say that you're not infallible without an infallible standard, is what you're saying.
Yeah, fallibility would have a meaning.
When you say you couldn't here, I imagine what you're trying to say is that, well, you couldn't know for certain, so you couldn't say it, right? But that's already the thing that the fallibilists
I'm saying there's like a semantic presupposition. Like if I say, is the current king of France bald? True or false? Well,
a semantic proposition, a semantic assumption. Okay, so
a semantic presupposition.
Talking about the definitions or the meanings of the words or being assumed?
No, ontology. So like the proposition the current king of France is bald. That would require there to exist a current king of France for the sentence to have meaning, to be true or false. If there's no current king of France, the sentence has no meaning.
I don't know. I'm an inferentialist. I don't think that meaning is direct. Like I don't think you have to have a reference.
If it doesn't matter.
I don't think that meaning. Okay. I don't think that meaning has to be derived.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because that when you say I don't think that has meaning, requires a semantic presupposition. So you can't escape.
Well, okay, so semantic presupposition is what we were trying to articulate, and you said that.
You're a total fool.
You're just upset that you're just giving me awful explanations for the concepts you're employing.
You're just
and I call you out for it. That's what happened.
You're literally just being a contrarian.
No, it's just that you have very odd views, and I'm fairly charitable, but you're just awful at sort of examining the concepts you employ. It's very sad.
You're just automatic gainsaying anything I say.
I'm explaining to you that when I ask you a question and you just say like "glish gloop glop glop" or restate what you just claimed, it doesn't actually inform you of anything.
Okay, contrarian.
All right, well, I'm gonna hit the A though.
I don't agree with you.
I don't care if you're like an awful human being. You're
okay. I'm gonna touch you in your dreams.
Yeah, Kaymizz went to bed, so I'm pretty sure live is kind of over PMARS, but...
awesome. I declare victory.
Well, I'm Christian. I'm on your side with that. I don't know how I'll properly articulate it. I was trying to... Even fucking Rasol in the comments says, I'm confused. Rasol, you brought up Agrippa's trilemma to say that you fall into the same horns as the atheist. That's literally slow boy activity. I don't want to hear anybody, especially you, saying I'm confused. That's the slowest boy activity I ever heard in my life. Mm-hmm. Hey, so I'm in the same boat as you, and this is why I'm correct.
Because I'm humble.
Like, dude, you're confused. Now, yeah, when it comes to the anyways, this guy has us ranked.
At least I'm making a fucking argument. Like, he's not even making an argument.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was the approach Rasol was going to do, because that's the only rational, reasonable approach, is to say, hey, this is something that my view can solve and your view cannot, right? If you don't take that approach, you bringing it up was just a waste of time. But
it was fun watching JMike squirm.
Started defending the usage of the N-word. You know, I have a ton of black friends who say the N-word smoke, and it's a
debate me on that. Anyone want to debate me on the N-word? I'll crush that so hard. No one will debate me on that. They just assume dogmatically that I'm wrong.
It's not in my vocabulary by any means, but if you're going to say to somebody, hey, you can't say this word because of your race, I mean, that's kind of racist, right? So, but anyways, I'm not going to go. It's not in my vocabulary.
You would have to be consistent and say black people can't say it, right? But they're never going to do that. They're never going to say that.
Wait. Yeah, I don't know if big brain over here.
Like, you're making fun of me, but that's because all you have is personal attacks. Like, can you actually attack the argument? Like, if I say black people can't or can use a word and white people can't, isn't that racist? Isn't that wrong? I mean, can you deal with the logic there? Isn't that you're being impartial, inconsistent? Typically, we'd think it's wrong to be impartial. Like, that was the whole problem, is we treated people like second-class citizens. We said, here's the drinking fountain for this type of people. Here's the drinking fountain for the other type of people. And they weren't, which would have been, I guess, if they were the same quality, it might not be so bad, but they were not the same quality. And so we would consider that unfair, wrong. So when you do the same thing, when you go, well, black people can do this, but white people can't. How is that not wrong? I mean, am I confused? And
just to go back to the trilemma, because obviously I would say, you're pretty thought out. It's just, there's this social indoctrination, especially in the West. Like, if I go to Serbia, I was just in Serbia, it's all white people. No one cares. Right? It's not even like a topic of debate. It's more a Western idea.
It's like black people, what I find in my experience, which people don't care about, but black people don't really care. It's like white people that care. Like black people don't really care when I say the N-word.
Yeah, and when it comes to the Grippers trilemma, I think that, yeah, Christianity probably does have an out there, right? Because if we're going to say, you know, any rational objection presupposes reason, truth, and, you know, intelligibility or logic, right? Then, you know, if we're going to go with the Grippers trilemma and say, you know, they can't be grounded or accounted for arbitrarily, right, in like an infinite regress or vicious circularity or brute assertion, then, you know, you holding God as that precondition. But I just think that changes the circularity. That's why I mentioned vicious circularity, right?
Mary,
virtuous circularity. Like, it's a level change, right? Because now instead of reason accounts for reason, or truth accounts for truth, logic accounts for logic, you're saying, you know, it's unified under God, and then God accounts for God, you know?
Well, yeah, because you need a stopping point. He's the terminus. It's the terminating point. Otherwise, it goes for infinite regress.
Yeah, so I think like a Grippers trilemma, it'll you know, destroy autonomous reason trying to ground itself. But
that's what I'm saying. Like I am taking one of the horns in foundationalism, but it's not the same as like secular foundationalism. And so that's why I'm saying that like revelation is the defeater for the trilemma, because if the truth is a person who speaks to us, then we can know the truth.
I understand you're making the distinction. Instead of, you know, all these things being separately circular, we have this one unifying body that accounts for everything, and this unifying body accounts for itself.
No. So in one view, all we have is human minds. So truth comes from a human mind. In the other view, it's saying, well, no, there's the mind of God that speaks to us, and that's where truth comes from. Those are the two. That's where we disagree. But how can they disagree? Because if truth comes from a human mind, well, I'm a human, and why can't I say as a human, truth comes from God? You see, by their own standard, they can't even say I'm wrong. See what I'm saying? So that's why what they do is they call me a PDF file, they call me a racist, they call me a homophobe, because they cannot deal with what I'm saying. I've dated black women, and I've had these people who call me racist online. I go, here, talk to the black woman I'm dating. Talk to her daughter, who I play like PlayStation with, and we're friends. Like, you say I'm racist? They don't think I'm racist. You know, they don't care, because it's not about truth. It's about pushing whatever they think, pushing their opinions.
Yeah. But
what did I say for people to call me a PDF? I said I asked a girl in my church to coffee, and because I used the word girl instead of woman, they assumed it was like a 16-year-old or something, or 15-year-old or something, and they just accused me of it.
Yo.
That's what happened. All I did was I asked a girl in my church to coffee, and she said yes. And then they go, was she 16? She was 16. You're a PDF file. That's what happened.
No, that's unfortunate. Yeah, there are some pretty crazy people on the internet.
Well, I think you can say girl. I think girl can mean woman, because like, won't you say like girls' night out, and then you'll go to bars?
Yeah,
that would be referring to women.
You don't have to break it down, bro. It's not that deep.
No, I'm talking about the person. Yeah. But yeah.
Oh, yeah. Did you mean woman? Yeah, no, like a woman.
Girl to mean like adult. Girl doesn't mean child.
Well, even like I'm 23. I'm not really, you know. Yeah, they're young women, sure, but yeah, girl is, you know. If I go, I'm gonna go talk to this. I'm talking to this girl, right? That's what I say to my friends. I'm not saying, oh, I'm talking to this woman.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Right? Just you know, sure, Mary, but like realistically, I'm saying girl. But no, I do understand what ISO was saying about rational certainty and what the skeptic's view on that is. But here's the thing, right? If we're going to say Agrippa's trilemma is true, right? Then it's self-defeating because then it can't provide a ultimate justification for why it's true. So it's either self-defeating or you. Now we say, I mean, and that's also the thing. Were you here when JMike was here?
But that's yeah, for part of it. But that's the same thing with hard solipsism. If hard solipsism is true, then it's self-defeating.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the issue. JMike was talking about, worldview comparisons and things like that. So then I asked him, I was like, okay, what theoretical virtues are you using to determine one versus the other? And what actually happens there, even if we have this structure, just a basic structure of like theoretical virtues and like what weights they hold, inevitably it's going to be subjective and biased to the individual weighing each worldview. So, I mean, that's the one thing that I don't like. It's like, okay, we can compare worldviews, but if we have this guy, just asserting, everything to be brute and saying it's parsimonious because it has less entities. I mean, at the end of it's not parsimonious. It doesn't, just fewer, entities doesn't account for the explanatory weight and explanatory scope that you're throwing out the window there. So it is just a bias, right? Let's compare worldviews, but you already have this bias and I have my bias.
Well, yeah, don't you see what they're doing? So like, before you argue, before you prove anything, you start with metaphysical assumptions is what they're called in philosophy. Like, I have to assume that truth exists, that we can know the truth, that I exist, that you exist. Like, before we even debate, right? Because if I don't exist, I can't debate. So before I debate, I have to exist, right?
Yeah.
So these are assumed prior to arguments. Now, when we're talking about God, well, God obviously is going to exist prior to arguments because he creates the universe, right? So he is a metaphysical assumption. Now, when what they're saying is like, give me evidence for your metaphysical assumption of God, right? Well, they're making a metaphysical assumption, not God, by asking that question. So why don't they ever have to defend their metaphysical assumption? You see how they demand we defend our metaphysical assumption? Do they ever defend theirs? No.
Yeah, no, I do find a lot of, not God views, like the super reductionist view of just everything. It's just foolish, right? And then, no, I do think tag is a strong argument. I wouldn't go with the Van Til approach. I don't think, like, if you're genuine, for example, you have this guy, he's like, well, he's genuinely looking to be convinced versus like, we're on TikTok, right? So people are more, trolling than anything, even in an argument, right? They'll be like, oh, shut up, eat a dick, right? But like for someone who's actually trying to be convinced, I don't think the Van Til transcendental argument is probably the best approach.
You're already assuming that they're not convinced. I think they're convinced and they're suppressing the truth. So it's not that I have to convince them. I have to make them aware of what they're already convinced of, that they won't admit.
I think I don't mind any transcendental argument. I just think it would, you can lay it out, right? And then I do like divine conceptualism. I think that's much easier for people to kind of understand because nominalism.
Are you a Christian? You're a Christian, right?
Yeah.
So do you remember what Jesus said to like the rich man and Lazarus? And then Lazarus was like in Sheol and he's like, oh, this is awful. Resurrect me, Jesus, so I can like warn my family and to believe what the prophets say, right? And Jesus says, even if I resurrect you, they won't believe. Because they already have, he says they already have the scripture. If they don't believe the scripture, even resurrecting you won't change their mind.
Yeah, and honestly, that's pretty true, right? If we have, if I have a YouTube video with Jesus doing some next stuff and performing miracles, their first answer is still skepticism, right? It's still going to be that skeptic approach of, even if I see a miracle perform, almost like if you have a magician come over, right? Let's say this magician is doing some real dark magic, right? No one's going to be, oh, he actually has fire coming out of his palm. They'd rather, it's this parlay kind of magic trick that's going on. Same thing. Yeah. Well, in that, and it's not even an issue. It just is what it is, right?
Do you know who Richard Dawkins is?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the name. I haven't.
People. Oh,
he's
a famous atheist.
Yeah.
Scientist. And people would ask him, well, what evidence would convince you God exists? And he would say, well, if Jesus poof appeared in front of me and said, hey, I'm Jesus, I'm God, or whatever, right? And then someone pointed out to him and said, look, if Jesus just appeared in front of you like that, you would probably assume that you were hallucinating as opposed to it's actually Jesus. And Richard Dawkins said, you know what? You're right. So nothing is going to convince them because they're dead set on their view that they're independent operators of God. And this goes back to Adam and Eve. We don't need God. We'll eat the fruit. We don't need to listen to God.
No, and that's also the underlying point, right? And that's why I brought up the worldview comparison. It's like, hey, we can compare worldviews, but if you're going to assert these things to be the case, right? On the contrary, I can assert it to be the case. It doesn't. Well, it doesn't follow that nothing will convince them. Just that would. I mean, if you want to be pedantic, Stefan, sure, right? I mean, if God, for example, puts this infallible knowledge in, beams it into your brain, I mean, sure, you would have no choice but to be convinced because you would.
You're assuming that you're not convinced. It's my view that the Bible says everyone is convinced that Jesus is God, that they just suppress the truth. So that's what I believe. So you're already assuming you're not convinced.
Rasol, JMike was being a weasel, and you were also being a dumbass, right? So both things can be true at the same time.
I feel like the more JMike is talking, the more I think he's losing. And the more Rasol is talking, the more I think he's losing. Because neither of you guys read.
Yeah. Because Rasol, genuinely, the way you presented your argument was it's either that Agrippa's trilemma is not an issue for you, and therefore your views, the better explanation, or it's, hey, I'm actually in the same boat as you, so everything I just said really doesn't matter, which is stupid. I'll bring you up right now, Rasol. And I'm saying this out of respect. I'm not even trying to be like a D-bag. But
I think we saw how his argument didn't work. Amdir.
You have to request.
Amdir and the other guy identified the problem, and I agreed with them. But notice if I run tag, they're not going to do that. If I run tag, they're just going to go, you're dumb. Because there's nothing they can say to tag. There's no response they can make. Your argument, you made a blunder. Big blunder.
Yeah, Rasol, you can my phone's.
Are you a mod?
Yeah, I'm mod. Rasol, you can come up. You just have to request, brother. I don't see your name in the viewer list or anything.
Amdir affirmed JMike was JMike is obviously a weasel. That's not news. We all know JMike is a weasel. But you can't add him.
My phone is like bugging out. I have no idea.
My cat's bugging out.
Yeah, it might just be the end of the live. Like I'm clicking.
Yeah. It feels like the end. This is the end, my friend. Well, that's what a great live. I got to talk shit to JMike, Amdir, and the leftist blonde.
Yeah, my phone's fucked. I don't know. I'm stuck on the gift gallery, bro. Trying to click stuff. I plugged my charger in. Maybe that's it. Yeah. It is what it is. I think I'm going to drop down. Rasol, man. I mean, if you want to defend your line of...
Because I'm also so bad. Come on. Fan club for... Bro, 4-in, bro. You've been in it for a minute, G. I appreciate you 4-in for real. Oh my god, why am I selling right now? Oh my god, bro. I just joined to...
Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's great. Everything is great. Sorry for the AA, the AA, the AA, the AA.
Wide low.
Oh my god! Stefan was good, G. Oh my god,
We'll
chat.
check
I
back
can't
in
hit the
5
ball.
minutes.
Alright, Limited. How you been? Bro, I've been great, man. How are you?
Type A1 if he needs to lock in. Type A2 if he needs to lock in. Type A3 if he needs to lock in. P. Newman Ultra Macaulay Sick has 45 letters.
Thank you, bro. I needed that. I needed that. 5. Wait. Why is Papa Crow counting down? Why is Papa Crow counting down?
123.
Jack! Secret menu item.
I'm great.
Jack! Thank you, Jack. Little Rocket League, thank you. That's good, man. Oh my god, Jack with the roses! He's not counting down, okay. Yeah, I wasn't counting down. Fuck. God damn it. God damn it. Now I look stupid, bro. Now I look stupid, bro.
Is that Crow's alt account?
I don't know. I don't think so.
And pooping just so you know.
Yo, Logan, thank you for the heart, Michi. Yo, what's good, Jerome? And then we get another confetti, okay.
If you're live this weekend, I'll drop gal.
Oh shit, deadass? Let's go do the confetti, here we go. Let's do the confetti real quick, here we go. For real, Stefan, W-Mans. Different Crow and better, different and better Crow. I don't know, Crow is like my second biggest supporter. Let's go!
If you're live, TMO drop flying jets.
If you're live tomorrow, I'll
Don't get
drop
kicked
flying
out.
jets. I will definitely be live. Dude, I will message you. I will message you if you're being dead ass right now. I will fucking message you when I go live, bro. Bro, I just got fucking demoed 2 times in a row, bro.
I am.